The world of laws and law adepts was too far away from Xia Fei. He had some vague inclination that he had probably used law energy to kill UTI. Alas, Xia Fei's mind had not been very clear at that time, and his fragmented memories were not enough to piece together the mysterious law of primal chaos. He looked at the points he earned displayed on the points counter. His current problem was how to exchange these points for actual items. He had been through the most difficult of battles, and it was high time that his efforts were rewarded. Brother Blackie, I heard that I can exchange points for items on the 5th floor of the Holy Realm? Xia Fei raised his wrist as he asked. The black parrot grimaced, while Whitey was much more straightforward. Keep dreaming. The items in the temple are graces the black and white gods left for the insectoid race. Unless you prove that you're an insectoid, there's no chance. Xia Fei was very embarrassed. It was truly very difficult to prove that he was an insectoid, and Xia Fei neither had the ability nor the desire to turn himself into an insect. After a momentary daze, the black parrot extended a wing and pulled Whitey far away from Xia Fei. This human has a connection to our master. How could we refuse his request of exchange? Back then, our master said nothing about forbidding other sapient life forms from participating in the trial and exchange. Doing it this way doesn't seem very reasonable. After all, it's the insectoids themselves who were foolish enough to let him in the realm. Whitey tidied her feathers and said, Master did not say anything about forbidding other races from participating in the trial, but did he say anything about permitting them inside? Moreover, this realm was opened jointly by your master and my master. You alone can't decide things. The black parrot clearly could not outtalk Whitey. He helplessly said, Then what do you say we should do? In any case, I agree with letting him exchange his points for an item. The two birds were in a stalemate. In the end, Whitey slyly said, Have this human enter the stone formation. If he can reach 1 billion points before the realm closes, I will also let him exchange his points. The black parrot rolled his eyes, saying in shock, 1 billion points. None of the insectoids who entered here for the trials has ever reached 1 billion points before. Furthermore, he's all by himself. Aren't you clearly bullying him? Then it's very simple. If you don't agree, just have him go back to where he came from. In any case, he's not an insectoid, and our master will not blame me, Whitey unreasonably said. The black parrot and his clumsy tongue were clearly no match for Whitey, and even after chatting for a long while, he still could not change her mind. Thus, he could only say, Very well. If he really does get 1 billion points, the temple will be completely cleaned out. You'd better not have any complaints if that happens. The black god of night was Blackie's master, and Xia Fei was the individual selected to learn the law of primal chaos. Whitey making things so hard on his master's chosen successor left Blackie very unhappy. Annoyed, he decided to gamble with Whitey and see if Xia Fei really did have the right to learn the law of primal chaos. It's decided then, but this is just between the two of us. You'd better not tell that human, Whitey craftily said. Turning around, the birds went to Xia Fei's side. Blackie said, Next to the temple is a stone formation. The formation will automatically produce numerous stone monsters, and by killing them, you can obtain additional points. The more bonus points you accumulate, the more things you can exchange for. There are still 10.5 days until the Holy Realm closes, so why don't you go out and train a little, accumulate more bonus points before coming back to exchange? Xia Fei, who had already been thinking about doing exactly that, readily agreed. After watching Xia Fei leave, Whitey disdainfully said, He thinks he's something else, but didn't Master Black just give you the law of primal chaos out of pity? 1 billion points? Keep dreaming, Blackie said in displeasure. It's not out of pity. Master has always acted appropriately when it comes to selecting a successor. Whitey met the black parrot's simple explanation with derision. Snorting, she turned and walked into the temple. The test has only begun. Where are you going? To sleep, the white parrot coldly said. The thought of waking up to see that human's depressed face amuses me. I advise you not to watch. In the past, many insectoids have worked together to capture the stone monsters, but he's all by his pitiful lonesome self. Even if he's Master Black's successor, it won't do him any good. Blackie was speechless. At times, he really wanted to charge up and tear away Whitey's harsh mouth. Right. Whitey turned and coldly looked at the black parrot. If you dare to reveal our bet to that human, don't blame me for getting hostile. The terrain around the temple was very bizarre. The mountains seemed more like savage monsters than mountains, and the water did not act like water, sometimes flowing the right way and sometimes flowing in reverse, seemingly not bound to any particular laws. Once he was done with a cigarette, Xia Fei threw it to the ground and stomped it out. He sternly said, "Come on, let's go and see what sort of monsters are living in that stone formation." Furball appeared very excited. If Xia Fei got a lot of good items, he would naturally be in a good mood. And if he was in a good mood, Furball would be able to eat a lot of purple hearts of spirit. The thought of those delicious purple lustrous energy stones made him drool. Whoosh! Xia Fei's body instantly disappeared, appearing next on the nearest mountain. He looked at the distant stone formation from atop the summit. On a plain stood 13 giant white stones, each one several hundred meters tall, and forming a circle with a circumference of about 5 kilometers. Numerous stone creatures slowly moved about in this circle, their bodies emitting green flames and their eyes blazing flames. "What sort of monster is that?" Phantom curiously asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "I don't see any monsters, only countless walking points and numerous immortal rank weapons." Phantom laughed. Xia Fei was right. It did not matter what the opponent was. What was important was the precious treasures these things could be exchanged for, which could be stuffed into Xia Fei's pockets. From time to time, new monsters would emerge from the stone formation. The more Xia Fei killed, the more monsters would be produced. No matter how many he killed, there was no end. The stone monsters seemed immortal, and Xia Fei needed to go to great lengths to subdue them. And while Furball could use his energy balls to kill the stone monsters, his attacks used up the energy in his body, so he could not use them frequently. However, Xia Fei was a dedicated soul. Like a madman, he continued to slaughter the stone monsters tirelessly. When he was tired, he would eat a few white dews, and when he was thirsty, he would crazily drink up spring water, after which, he would throw himself back into the battle. For 2 whole days, Xia Fei killed countless stone monsters. When Furball was tired, he would move to the side to take a nap and eat several purple hearts of spirit, but Xia Fei never took a break. For some reason, he had this foul feeling in his chest that he could not vent. It felt very uncomfortable, but he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. The black parrot watched from a distant mountain. He sighed. In 2 days, he's only obtained 40 million points. It seems that Whitey is right again. The stone monsters are abnormally tough, and Xia Fei has no means of swiftly destroying them. Meanwhile, the sacred beast Shatterstar is still young and can't maintain his attacks. After all, the energy reserves in his body are still very limited. What is to be done? As he spoke, he saw Xia Fei jump out of the stone formation. On the meadow next to the formation, he closed his eyes and began circulating his breathing, though the black parrot did not know for what. Perhaps he's just tired. After 2 days and nights of fighting, even a body forged from steel won't be able to take it, the black parrot muttered, disappointment in his eyes. A few moments later, Xia Fei's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. When he next opened his eyes, his entire body seemed much more energetic. Congratulations. You've managed to advance your psychokinesis into rank 4 in the middle of battle. You can now perfectly use Fearless and can barely use the Tier 5 technique. Miss Drift, Phantom happily said. That suppressed feeling in Xia Fei's chest had been because he was on the verge breaking through. Psychokinesis grew stronger the more it was used, and the constant battle had caused Xia Fei to rise to a new rank successfully. Standing, Xia Fei stretched and said, "These stone monsters are too tough, and while other combat methods can kill them, it's not fast enough. But now that I can use Fearless at full power for a long period, I should be able to gain points faster." Phantom pursed his lips. "Is 46 million bonus points in 2 days not enough for you? Your appetite is a little too big." Xia Fei heartily laughed. "It's not like I can go into the Holy Realm every day. I'm letting myself down if I don't bring more spoils back with me. Or are you telling me that you would be hesitant if this entire realm were to be gifted to us?" Zing! Celestial Moon arranged itself into a cross and swiftly slammed into a stone monster. The speed of Fearless could not be considered fast, but it was incredibly powerful. The stone monster was pulverized by the powerful impact of Celestial Moon. Stone debris blazing with green flames flew everywhere. Even more frightening was that Celestial Moon continued to press forward. Only after destroying more than 100 stone monsters in the same manner did it finally stop. Each stone monster was worth 10,000 points, and with one move, Xia Fei had gained more than 1 million. This was several dozen times faster than his previous speed. Looking at the point counter on his wrist, Xia Fei became invigorated, and he and Furball threw themselves into the point gathering. No, Xia Fei's divine speed could no longer be described as gathering points. It would be better to call it farming points. For 4 days in a row, the formation produced the same kind of monster, but as Xia Fei's killing accelerated, small stone fellows less than a meter tall and radiating yellow flames began to appear. They moved nimbly and struck savagely, presenting quite the problem to Xia Fei. Fortunately, Xia Fei was a speed ability user and had crafty approach, so his killing speed did not slow down at all. With each Yellowstone monster he killed, Xia Fei obtained 100,000 points, 10 times more than the previous stone monsters. By the end of the 5th day, Xia Fei broke the 1 billion point threshold set by the White Parrot. However, Xia Fei had no intention of slowing down his farming, and it was impossible to say what his grand total would be. In truth, Whitey's assessment of Xia Fei had been correct. A few days ago, Xia Fei truly had no way of gathering 1 billion bonus points in 10 days. However, Whitey had miscalculated Xia Fei's potential. His sudden advancement in the middle of battle had massively boosted his fighting power. By the 6th day, besides the greenstone and yellowstone monsters, there was now a giant redstone monster added into the mix. This fellow stood 30 meters tall, akin to a small mountain. Alas, against Xia Fei's Fearless, it lasted 3 rounds at most before being wiped out. Killing the redstone monsters gave 1 million points. Xia Fei's total points soared. Blackie, who had been watching from a distance this entire time, was no longer worried that Xia Fei might not reach 1 billion points. Rather, if this continued, Xia Fei might break the formation and take the top-class item the black and white gods had left behind. In 7 days, Xia Fei had killed an innumerable number of stone monsters. These stone monsters were all humanoids, with stones of various sizes forming their limbs, torsos, and heads. Flames of different colors constantly erupted from their bodies. After going through green, blue, yellow, red, and purple monsters, there was suddenly a new development in the giant stone formation. There were no longer any stone monsters in the center of the battlefield, but the 13 stone pillars around suddenly began changing. A vast and destructive roar came from the depths of the earth, and the ground shuddered as if it was going through a magnitude 10 earthquake. The 13 pillars, which had all originally been white, suddenly began to change colors when the last purple monster was killed. Red, purple, green, blue, and yellow. These 5 colors began to creep up the massive stone pillars silently, and these already very shocking pillars became imbued with a bizarre and gaudy aura. Even more shocking was that, when the earthquake was over, the 13 5-colored pillars suddenly pulled themselves out of the yellow earth and transformed in the air, joining together into a new monster. It was difficult to describe the sheer terror of this giant monster. Its body, which was 1 kilometer tall, was covered in 5-colored flames, like the seething flames of hell, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Whoa! The 5-colored stone monster let out a world-shaking howl, its fists hammering its chest. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow struck like the thundering of war drums. Each drumming made the debris on the ground shoot several meters in the air. Even Xia Fei seemed like he was on a trampoline, being flung in the air with each giant boom. After announcing its revival to the world in this stunning manner, the 5-colored monster stared at that puny person on the ground. In its eyes, Xia Fei was so weak and small like an ant. Just a little pinch from its fingers would be enough to crush his body. Such intense killing intent. Xia Fei creased his brows. He fearlessly stared at the monster, and on his shoulder, Furball was also seething with fury. The man and Ball were not suppressed by this massive monster. Instead, they grew stronger the stronger the opponent they faced. An intense fighting spirit erupted from their bodies. On the distant mountain slope, Blackie beat his wings, seemingly excited for Xia Fei, his golden eyes burning with enthusiasm. A frenzied roar came from behind him. Blackie turned his head and saw that his companion, Whitey, had arrived at some point. Her wings were covering her eyes while she stomped her feet on the ground, appearing like a girl throwing a tantrum. Heavens! Am I dreaming? This human managed to make the stone formation turn violet. Is he going to pass the trial? What's going on here? What's going on here? Cried Whitey shrilly. Blackie clenched his wings into fists and swung them around. That's right. Xia Fei is going to pass the trial. I said long ago that Master Black has sharp eyes. He chose Xia Fei to inherit the law of primal chaos, and there's no way he could be wrong. For all this time, Blackie had been dominated by the harsh and crafty Whitey. Xia Fei's frenzied advancement and challenge had finally allowed him to vent some of his pent-up emotions. Whitey dejectedly slapped her head with her wings as she howled. If Xia Fei beats the five-colored stone monster, doesn't that mean that he has the right to select that item? If I knew that this would happen, I would have just let him exchange his points and leave. Blackie flashed a mischievous smile at Whitey, his heart overjoyed. The two birds had been together for a long time, so Blackie could not bear to see Whitey in this almost unhinged state. He comforted her. Didn't we remain in this realm precisely so that we can send that item away? Who would have thought that the insectoids would fail to live up to expectations placed on them? After so many years, none of the emperors of the Golden Tent have been worthy. In truth, Xia Fei getting that item is a good thing. At the very least, we can now close the realm and return to our master's sides. Isn't that what you want? Whitey stuck out her beak and sat on the ground with a huff, her two wings beating against the ground in a tantrum, stirring up dust and dirtying her pure white feathers. Master left that for the insectoids. How could it be given to a DMN human? Whitey crazily howled as she resentfully stared at the distant Xia Fei. One of the five-colored stone monster's fists flew out, shooting at Xia Fei like a cannonball. Rumble. The ground where Xia Fei had been standing just moments ago immediately became a giant crater, yellow earth blotting out the sky like a sandstorm. Over the next few minutes, Xia Fei was chased around by the five-colored monster until all he could do was flee for his life. His attacks were completely ineffective, and while Furball's attacks would make the flames on its body weaken a little, it would quickly recover. This monster's power was utterly absurd and was far beyond Xia Fei's understanding. Furball is still small, and while his attacks can convert matter to energy, there's simply too much energy inside this monster. At its current rank, it can't harm it. Phantom analyzed as Xia Fei dodged another attack. He had always had a unique understanding of energy distribution, and he had noticed the crux of the matter at a glance. In truth, even without Phantom's prompting, Xia Fei would have still been able to sense the frightening amount of energy in the five-colored monster. Those dazzling five-colored flames were actually cold energy of the highest purity. The monster's frustration as none of its attacks hit the target turned into fury. As it drew back one fist, its other fist turned into countless pieces of stone, each one with a diameter of half a meter, and these stones shot forth in a frenzied barrage. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's body linked away, his footwork swift and elegant. Through pure skill and effort, he managed to dodge this deluge of stones. While Xia Fei had managed to dodge, the earth beneath him was not so lucky. The rocks descended like a meteor shower and scored the ground with pits and craters, leaving it scorched and covered in thick smoke. It had taken only a few minutes for the surrounding terrain to be completely changed. The mountains were obliterated and toppled, the rivers turned into swamps. The stone monster had smashed this dimension into a completely unrecognizable shape. Xia Fei spat a mouthful of yellow dirt. He had breathed in much of the dust blotting out the sky, and his stomach was probably painted yellow by now. We can't keep going on like this. I'm giving it my strongest attack. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and said. Phantom was taken aback. There was no need to guess. Xia Fei was definitely going to use Psychokinesis's Tier 5 technique, Mist-Drift. An energy ball rapidly took form in his hand. This was the delusion cloning technique. Xia Fei thrust the energy ball into Furball's body, and in less than a second, Furball took human form, standing next to Xia Fei and panting for breath. Constantly releasing energy balls had left him very tired. Give all your energy to me, Xia Fei loudly instructed. Delusion was an extremely wondrous cloning technique. Not only could it create a clone of himself, he could also absorb the clone's energy to increase his fighting power. If the clone was very powerful, This point became extremely important. Furball was powerful, and its body contained violent energy reserves of purple hearts of spirit. Furball firmly nodded, and energy began to gush into Xia Fei's body. This was an incomparable sense of ecstasy. As more and more of the purple hearts of spirit's energy accumulated, Xia Fei felt like he was bursting with power. It felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Come on, taste my mist drift. The 18 circular blades of celestial moon shot forth. They did not fly straight at the five-colored monster, instead arching around and brushing past the monster to form a V in the air. The stone monster curiously looked at this V and laughed, mocking Xia Fei for failing to hit him. But this laughter stopped, for Celestial Moon was coming back around, spinning like a boomerang. Its flight path was strange, and its formation was strange. The state when it attacked was even stranger. It was like a thin sheet of paper drifting in the air, so indistinct that it seemed illusory. Its agile figure was enchanting. The stone monster looked at that V formation in a daze. As it approached, the formation of 18 knives unleashed a gorgeous attack. It was like a gentle hand stroking the neck of the giant stone monster. But a moment later, this gentle stroke became the most brutal assault. Crack! The tough stone split in the middle, and the stone monster's head toppled off its shoulders. The stone monster was also confused on what had happened. Why had that gentle stroke cut off its head? Confusion appeared in its eyes, but this confusion quickly turned into fear. Xia Fei had come charging out of the yellow dust. 30,000 meters per second. Xia Fei raised bloodthirsty screech and moved at his maximum speed. His maximum strength. A strike that could cleave mountains. Furball silently stood at its original position. Giving so much of its strength had caused it great pain, but it endured the pain and had no complaints. The savage longsword of 2 meters long swung down on the stone monster's head. No, this was a smash. Xia Fei used this sword as a hammer with his maximum strength, powered by the violent energy of purple hearts of spirit, as he moved at the speed of 30,000 meters per second. Everything was focused on this one strike. Rumble. The skull was instantly pulverized. The strength carried the sword forward, and after smashing open the skull, it dug into its brain and then blasted through the chin. Obliteration. The five-colored monster's head was turned to dust under the strength of Xia Fei's all-out attack. Collapse. As the head was obliterated, the five-colored monster crumbled. Like an exploding skyscraper, debris showered the ground, which ultimately turned into a mountain thick with the stench of death. Release. A sea of five-colored energy shot out in a rainbow and lit up the sky. Devour. Furball was not about to let this chance pass. Opening its mouth, it greedily sucked in the energy in the air, its eyes turning green. The formation had been broken. The formation left by the black and white gods had been destroyed. The point counter on Xia Fei's wrist began to vibrate crazily as his total points rose nonstop. Heavens! Am I seeing things? When the point counter finally stopped, Phantom stared at it with his mouth agape for some time, and only after that was he able to utter those few words. A total of 149 star halves, which means you now have more than 14.95 billion points. That five-colored monster alone is worth 10 billion points. This is too much, Phantom exclaimed in shock. Clambering to his feet, Xia Fei threw white dews into his mouth. Psychokinesis's Tier 5 technique, Mist Drift, had frightening power, but it was incredibly exhausting. It took 30 whole white dews for Xia Fei to recover half of his energy expended. Looking around, Xia Fei frowned and asked, "Why have the stone monsters stopped appearing?" "That's because you successfully passed the trial." The black and white parrots suddenly flew to Xia Fei's side. Blackie was excited while Whitey was dejected, her head hanging low in silence. "Passed the trial?" "Correct. You've completely undone the stone formation, gaining the highest achievable points in the history of this holy realm. You must understand that the highest score the insectoids have ever gotten is 540 million points, while you obtained 14,900,000,000, many times higher than the highest recorded points earned." Xia Fei shrugged. Fighting those monsters was very beneficial to his advancement, and he could even get points while dealing with them. Moreover, he could exchange them for more valuable equipment. It was the best of both worlds. Now that the battle was over, Xia Fei could not help but feel a little regret. After all, There were still 4 days left until the Holy Realm closed, enough for him to collect many more points, perhaps even advancing a little more in his cultivation. At this time, the eyes of Blackie and Whitey flashed, shock appearing on their faces. They bowed to the nearby furball and said, "Lord Shatterstar, congratulations on your major advancement in cultivation." Xia Fei turned his head and saw that furball had already finished absorbing all the energy released by that 5-colored stone monster and was now lazily lying on the ground while he burped. However, all this energy, rather than make him larger, had actually made him smaller. Nodding at the black and white parrots, furball jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and affectionately nuzzled his face. Xia Fei immediately snatched the now tennis ball-sized furball off his shoulder and used both his hands to pinch the latter's face. He curiously asked, "You were originally the size of a basketball, so why is it that after eating so much, you became the size of a tennis ball? Isn't that just a little too absurd?" Furball allowed Xia Fei to pinch and massage his face. He looked innocently at Xia Fei while the parrots on the side were left gobsmacked. This was Shatterstar, a holy beast. In Xia Fei's hand, he was just like a toy, and the scene made their hearts want to jump out of their chests. Although you're smaller, you're also much firmer, and your elasticity isn't bad, either. As he spoke, Xia Fei threw Furball on the ground. Thump! Upon hitting the ground, Furball used his innate elasticity to pop back up. As expected, your elasticity really is much better. Xia Fei stroked his chin and said. Raising his hand, Xia Fei did it again. The white parrot covered her chest with her wings, her mouth open in speechless fright, her face contorted in fear. The black parrot was sweating immensely as he tugged at Xia Fei and said, Lord Shatterstar has just eaten large amounts of energy, so his body is still weak. Let us return to the temple. I will give you a list of items you can exchange for. The mention of exchanging immediately had Xia Fei's interest. He put Furball back on his shoulder and followed the two parrots into the temple again. Who was this human? How could he dare? How could he dare to treat Lord Shatterstar like that? Whitey crept up to Blackie and timidly whispered. Blackie wiped the sweat off his head and sighed. You're asking me, but who am I going to ask? Lord Shatterstar has somehow become Xia Fei's bouncing ball. But who will believe me if I say that? Whitey said. Plus, why isn't Lord Shatterstar even the slightest bit angry? Instead, he's just snuggling up to Xia Fei. This is far too different from those legendary and majestic creatures that fly into fury at the slightest provocation. Perhaps Lord Shatterstar was born with a good temper, or perhaps every creature has its weakness. In any case, this matter is truly bizarre. A screen appeared in the temple, and upon it was a list of numerous items. There were choices that went all the way from the Star River rank to Immortal rank. There was a single name that occupied the very top of the list. It had a line all by itself, but Xia Fei had no idea what it was. There were far too many items to pick from. Blackie brought over a chair for Xia Fei to sit on, and then poured him a cup of water. There are still 4 days and 8 hours until the Holy Realm closes. You have enough time to choose. Of course, with the tattoo left on your left arm by the God of Night. Even before the time is up, you may leave through the Serenity's Gate whenever you like. Xia Fei nodded and asked, One Immortal rank weapon costs 1 billion points? Isn't that a little too expensive? Blackie laughed. Don't forget that it didn't cost you a single penny to get all these points. Moreover, both you and Lord Shatterstar greatly benefited in terms of both cultivation and actual fighting experience from all the training and tempering as the two of you advanced from the 1st floor to 5th floor of the Holy Realm. You have both managed to meet the goal of raising your cultivation and are now even receiving rewards from the black and white gods. How could you say that you've not profited enough? Xia Fei smiled. This silly bird was right. On this trip, he had both removed UTI and increased his cultivation, and on his way out, he was even leaving with a bucket load of valuable treasures. Anyone would consider this an enormously wondrous occasion. The items were sorted by rank. Immortal rank weapons went from as low as 800 million points to 1.2 billion points. For eternal rank items, low value was 80 million, intermediate value was 100 million, and high value was 120 million. For the even lower legendary rank items, these were divided into tiers of 8 million, 10 million, and 12 million. As for the Star River rank weapons, Xia Fei did not even bother to look. With a wave of his hand, he filtered out all the Star River rank items on the list. In any case, he had tons of points, so he had no reason not to get himself items of higher quality. Besides these, there were a bunch of miscellaneous items, such as rare metals or spatial rings. These items were priced neither too high nor too low. Besides being a warrior, Xia Fei had decent knowledge in pharmaceutical and machinery. There were a few small items here that he had a use for, so he decided to buy them. A warrior has 4 treasures: weapons, drugs, spatial rings, and a combat uniform. You currently have a spatial ring of enormous size, so you might as well invest some money on the others, Phantom quietly said. Xia Fei nodded. His combat uniform was in tatters, let alone the fact that it was only at the legendary rank. It truly was time to get a new one. Celestial Moon and Bloodthirsty Screech were also legendary rank, and as Xia Fei's cultivation grew, they probably would not last him long. October Flying Snow and the Zephyr Combat Boots were both eternal rank, but a warrior never restricted themselves to using a single weapon. In normal circumstances, a warrior would have at least 2 sets of equipment for their rank in case it was necessary. Xia Fei clenched his teeth. A workman needed sharp tools to do a good job. Since he had an opportunity to get an immortal weapon, Xia Fei decided to give himself a complete makeover, changing all his equipment from head to toe into immortal rank equipment. Having made up his mind, Xia Fei began looking through the immortal rank items. Compared to the lower rank items, there were fewer than 50 immortal rank items, but this was already quite a lot. After all, immortal rank weapons were extremely rare, and across the entire alliance, there were not even 30. I want this planet combat uniform. After looking through the descriptions of the immortal rank combat uniforms, Xia Fei finally made his selection. Blackie waved a wing, and a beautiful black box appeared in front of Xia Fei. At the same time, Xia Fei's points decreased by 1.2 billion, leaving him with 13.758 billion points. The metal box was rather large, but it was almost weightless. It felt cool to the touch, and numerous stars were carved upon it so vividly that they seemed to be in motion. There was a button on each side of the box. Xia Fei placed his hands on them, and the box opponent with a crisp, clack dash. Inside was a brand new black combat uniform, the combat boots neatly placed next to it. It had all the necessary support systems: breathing, night goggles, dust protection. The material that seemed as thin as a cicada's wing was tougher than steel and smoother than silk. Several additional layers of this thin metal protected the heart, elbow, and other crucial areas. Immortal rank combat uniforms truly are exquisitely crafted, but it seems to lack a small oxygen tank. Xia Fei asked. Whitey pursed her lips in disdain and whispered, "A countryside hick who doesn't know something good when he sees it." Blackie chuckled. This combat uniform wasn't produced here. It uses a sort of oxygen extraction module. Even when in water, it can guarantee that the wearer will not suffocate from lack of oxygen. The other components have their positive aspects. You only need to wear it to learn its secrets. I can guarantee that Planet is the best out of everything here, and it also has decent wind resistance systems. It's ideal for speed ability users. Xia Fei was taken aback. The black and white gods came from the world of law adepts, which means this combat uniform should also have been produced there. The level of technology naturally had to be many times higher than the technology level of the Panhuman Alliance. It could produce oxygen in any environment. This was the first time Xia Fei had heard of such a miraculous module. I'll also take this dragon-scale hectoslasher. Blackie waved his wing again, and a set of bizarrely shaped knives appeared in Xia Fei's hands. As before, his points decreased by another 1.2 billion, leaving him with 12.558 billion points. Dragon-scale hectoslasher was a set because it consisted of a pair of sharp knives. Each one was nearly 60 centimeters long, and they were absolutely straight without any sort of curves. They flashed with silver light and exuded a somber aura. The body of the blades were like a surface of cracked ice, where bloodletting grooves were clearly visible. They appeared to look like the scales on a dragon, mighty and majestic. Shift! Xia Fei yelled at the 2 knives. The 2 knives came together into a large saber, which was 1.2 meters long. Shift again. Cling clang. A dragon roared. The 2 knives changed again, this time into 108 rhombus-shaped flying daggers. With Xia Fei's psychokinesis, they swiftly flew about in the air. The dragon scale hectoslasher is made from precious fuller cold steel, which is far more valuable than the crow alloy your celestial moon was made from. In terms of craftsmanship and bearing, there's simply no comparison. As it can change forms, these knives are also called the dragon scale triform, referring to how it can shift between two knives, a single saber, and numerous flying daggers. It is perfect for a psychokinesis user like you to use. Blackie seemed very excited. After all, Xia Fei was the inheritor chosen by the god of night, meaning that he had a rather deep connection with him. But he was frustrated that Xia Fei had yet to ask about the item at the very top of the list, which had no rank. It was so obviously special. Could Xia Fei really not see it? Whitey, on the other hand, was looking forward to Xia Fei spending all his points on these rank items, all the way until there was nothing left. Putting down the dragon scale hectoslasher, Xia Fei gave a satisfied chuckle. Pointing at the line at the very top of the screen, he asked, "Peacock blue? What is this? Why doesn't it have a rank or a description?" "Peacock blue? What is that? Why doesn't it have a rank or a description?" Xia Fei asked right when the two parrots least expected it. The two parrots were flabbergasted, with Blackie questioning. "So you did notice the words peacock blue?" Xia Fei chuckled. The two words peacock blue has a separate section all to itself, and there's no price or description stated. How could I not notice such a special and strange item? Blackie was even more confused. Why didn't you ask earlier instead of waiting until you spent 2,400,000,000 points? Xia Fei shrugged. Everyone is greedy, and I'm no exception, so I first bought those two items I needed the most before asking about that strange thing. I was worried that this item might be too expensive, and that I might be tempted to give up everything to get it. If it prevented me from getting what I needed the most, how would that be good for me? Therefore, I intentionally only asked about it after I got the two items I needed most. As for the rest, there's no rush, and I can take them or leave them. You weren't worried that you might miss out on some precious treasure because of this? Scared? Of course. Many of the insectoid's big experts died, but that mysterious high priest Ryan hasn't shown himself. My greatest need is to protect myself. This peacock blue doesn't sound like a weapon, and what I need the most is a weapon. No matter how valuable it turns out to be, my life is more important. Whitey was depressed, not expecting Xia Fei to have such a meticulous mindset and such a formidable resolve. Rather than asking about a treasure displayed right in front of him, he first took care of his greatest needs. He was so rational that it was absurd. Blackie was dazed for a while, after which he firmly nodded. I see. Peacock blue requires 10 billion points, and only someone who passes through the stone formation is qualified to exchange for it. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with light. An immortal rank weapon was only 1 billion points, but this peacock blue required 10 billion points to exchange for. It could be no ordinary item, and its rank had to be as high as the heavens. What is this thing? It's actually worth 10 billion points. The black parrot had a solemn expression that made Xia Fei perk up his ears and listen. Peacock blue is truly very unusual because it's grass. Grass. Xia Fei blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. 10 billion points for a plant? Is this what they call daylight robbery? Blackie became very sullen, but the loose-lipped Whitey had already had enough, exploding in her shrill voice. Do you have eyes? This is no ordinary grass. It's peacock blue. Do you not know what the peacock blue is? Peacock blue of the cloud sees 7 plants. The 8 metals of absolution, 6 waters of terror genesis, 4 stones of the southern star, 5 flames of lux gloria, and 7 plants of the cloud sea. Together, they are considered the 30 immemorial mystical armament. This peacock blue is one of the 30 immemorial mystical armament. With it, you can trade for any law of your choosing. It's worth more than the territory of mankind and the insectoids put together. A hick. Do you get it or not? I'm furious. Furious. Xia Fei was not upset by Whitey's disdain. He had been left stumped by the names like 5 fires of Lux Gloria and 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, for he had truly not heard of such things. Blackie sighed. Whitey would probably never be able to change her loose lips. She had almost exposed the secrets of the black and white gods to Xia Fei. It was truly absurd. After a few days' seconds, Xia Fei sternly asked, the 30 immemorial mystical armament? One of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea? What's the meaning of all that? Blackie slapped his wings with his head and chuckled. Forget it, forget it. Since you're Master Black's chosen inheritor of his law, it's fine if I tell you. The Nebula Steel, Crookspan Steel, Deep Chill Steel, Grand Fear Steel, Furious Sea Silver, Mountain Shifting Silver, Shatter Cauldron Bronze, and Wither Spirit Gold. These are known as the 8 metals of crossing. The Phoenix Tail Stone, Distant Void Stone, Sky Destroyer Stone, and Flowing Cloud Stone. These are the 4 stones of the Southern Star. The 1,000 Fathom Ice, Ring Ice, Green Jade Spring, Black Shell Spring, Water of Resentment, and White Snap Aqua are the 6 waters of Terror Genesis. There are also the 5 flames of Lux Gloria. These are the Rending Yang Fire, Fire of Sorrow, Fire of Linked Sound, Wolf Butcher Blaze, and Empty Valley Conflagration. As for the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, they are the Fringe Mountain Leaf, Unparting Pine, Warp Sea Lotus, Scattered Star Chrysanthemum, Nine-Night Plum, Whistling Moon Willow, and Peacock Blue that you see before you now. There are 30 items in total, and they're called the 30 Immemorial Mystical Armaments. Shock. Incomparable shock. Xia Fei took a long time to calm himself down. These mighty and extraordinary names could make anyone's heart throb in fear. They had to be top-class mystical weapons of the world of law adepts. How could Xia Fei not be excited to come across such high-level items? Draining his cup of water, Xia Fei sternly asked, "None of the 30 items you mentioned is a weapon, so why are they called mystical armaments?" Blackie laughed. "There are many kinds of weapons. That knife in your hand is a weapon, and so is your speed ability. As long as it can kill an enemy, does it matter if you use a knife, your fists, or even your sharp gaze? They can all be called weapons. Thus, to call these items armaments aren't improper at all. Each of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments have their formidable traits each. They've existed since the creation of the universe, and you had better not ask me why that is the case, for not even my master might be able to answer such a profound question. In any case, the universe is very large, very strange, very bizarre, and very dangerous. It's just that your current position is too low, so you can't see too far out. That is why you are so concerned about something like a term." Xia Fei nodded. He had a completely different opinion of this pitch-black parrot now. He had not expected this bird to be so clear and logical, his ordinary tone infused with a profound philosophy. Smiling, Xia Fei asked, "Since this peacock blue is so powerful, the black and white gods could have taken it for themselves. There would be no need to leave it here." Blackie sighed. Of course, Master Black would have preferred to use it for himself. Alas, fitting with its namesake, peacock blue is very proud and stubborn. The peacock signifies arrogance, and the blue represents the blue luster grass, an incredibly common grass in the universe. It grows in the crevices of mountains, and not even the most hostile environments can make it yield. Neither chilling cold nor arid heat has ever been able to stop its growth. This peacock blue combines the arrogance of a peacock and the unbending nature of blue luster grass. Even though it has a lowly existence, it is also the most stubborn and tenacious existence in the universe. Though silent and obscure, no one has ever dared to look down on it. Master said that peacock blue chooses its master, and it has extremely strict demands. Even Master Black and Madam White could do nothing about it, so they decided to leave it here and see if anyone else can take it away. Alas, after so many years, the disappointing insectoids have never even been able to get a chance to try and take it away. As Blackie spoke, he looked at Xia Fei, his meaning clear. The black and white gods left peacock blue here because they thought that the insectoids might have some destined connection, but in the end, this human was given that chance. Xia Fei immediately replied, "Since that's the case, I've decided that I'll try to take it with me." Whoosh! 10 billion points were immediately subtracted from Xia Fei's total points. Whitey wickedly said, "You're the one who said it. Whether you succeed or fail, there's no refund." Xia Fei was speechless. In the end, he still felt like this was robbery. No refunds regardless of the outcome. How could one not protest against this? Xia Fei clenched his teeth. Forget it. Chances like this don't come every day. I'm willing to take this risk for peacock blue. After all, I'll be able to fight against top-class experts with it. Blackie nodded. Giving up on 10 immortal rank weapons for a single chance. This mentality is truly worthy of praise, but Master Black said that peacock blue has no rank. Even if you do get it, it may not be of much help to you. How peacock blue ultimately develops will depend on its master's cultivation and care. In brief, each mystical weapon is very strange, and no one has been able to truly understand them. You've only just reached grade 5, the legendary rank, as you humans call it. At this phase, peacock blue will not be able to display much combat power. You will still have to rely on yourself. Whitey flapped her wings and jeered. Country hick, do you get it? Your rank is too low. Let's not even talk about whether or not peacock blue will select you. Even if it does, it won't change your current situation. Even if you get it, it will be the same as if you receive nothing. Xia Fei smiled, his lips curving into an arc. On the contrary, I believe that this is the best investment of points I could have made, for I bought something that money can't buy. What? The obstinate Whitey tilted her head and asked. Hope. It was not said loudly, but Whitey felt like her ears had been jabbed with a needle. Hope had never been something one could trade for. It was impossible to say if Xia Fei could get peacock blue, and even if he did, it would not be of use to him at his current stage. But who could say that Xia Fei would fail to reach the eternal rank, the immortal rank, or even ascend to the world of law adepts? Trading 10 immortal rank weapons for an infinitesimal hope seemed like the act of a madman. But it could not be forgotten that Xia Fei had been able to get this far precisely because he was crazier than others. A door of light opened in the air. Inside was darkness, leading into the unknown. Blackie made an inviting gesture with his wings, while the fuming Whitey stuck up her beak. With her stubborn personality, she wanted nothing more than to see Xia Fei fail, but Xia Fei had dashed her hopes over and over, leaving her belly full of fire which she had nowhere to vent. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fei went inside. The sensation of passing through this door was very strange, as if he was going from one room to the next, but the scenery he was seeing was completely different from before. Atop a mountain of bald rocks was a dash of brilliant blue, facing the sun. It was just common blueluster grass, but there was no way to obscure it. No matter how high the mountain or how steep it was, what one would see at first glance would not be the steep cliffs, but that dash of blue at the summit. Whoosh! Xia Fei instantly moved to the summit. He saw that the blueluster grass had made a crack in the slab of stone where it grew, and it swayed back and forth in the howling gales of the summit. It truly is the toughest and most stubborn plant. Xia Fei praised, his eyes bright. Squatting, Xia Fei slowly reached his hand toward peacock blue. Suddenly, at the moment his finger touched peacock blue, something strange happened. At that moment when Xia Fei's fingertips touched peacock blue, something strange occurred. It was as if a bottomless abyss sucked Xia Fei's consciousness in, and he bore witness to a wondrous mountain sight. A man was standing still with his right hand placed on a blade of blueluster grass. Meanwhile, that blueluster grass was also static. It was as if time had come to a complete standstill at that instant. Xia Fei's thoughts were running wild. His not-too-long life kept replaying on his mind, everything that had happened being played in reverse ever since he entered the Holy Realm. Going back to when Xia Fei was still with Avril, that event of him accidentally entering the Heritage Planet, the time he spent in the Heaven Execution training camp, when Xiaoyu had disappeared, and his days spent being a courier riding a bicycle. Xia Fei lost sense of time and space, his consciousness hurtling back into the past. Fight after fight, time and again managing to escape by the skin of his teeth. The people he met, got acquainted with, and then parted. Xia Fei had even surprised himself that so many trivial things were actually so deeply ingrained in his memory. Peacock Blue viewed Xia Fei's memory, even as he felt Xia Fei's indomitable surface from pools of blood each and every time, including how he climbed his way from a humble casual worker to the legendary rank elite warrior that he now was. A blue figure slowly became clear in his consciousness, watching how conscientiously Avril listened to the stories Xia Fei told, and how she would be nervous watching Xia Fei fight one grueling battle after another. Xia Fei felt that this figure was really trying to understand him. There was no longer that touch of blue on that mountain peak. Xia Fei was seated on the stone slab that Peacock Blue had originally grown from, a single familiar tasting Hongtishan in his mouth, his expression somewhat gloomy. Peacock Blue had helped Xia Fei remember plenty of things. Things that he was happy to remember and others that he had chosen to forget. The feeling he got remembering these things was not all happy, and Xia Fei could only feel an icy cold sensation seeping into his very core. Affection. This was something Xia Fei had once desired greatly, but now he felt somewhat annoyed with. Getting up, Xia Fei stubbed the cigarette and made his way down the mountain with hands in his pockets. It must be said that Xia Fei was well-versed when it came to emotional self-regulation. When he returned to that mysterious entrance again, the gloominess he felt before was already gone, and a smile appeared across his face once more. "Are you all right?" Phantom asked quietly, having witnessed everything. "Why would I not be? I couldn't be happier after acquiring Peacock Blue," Xia Fei said, unconcerned. Phantom pouted as he sighed to himself. There he goes again, choosing to forget about everything. Returning to the temple, Furball happily rushed up to him, diving headfirst into Xia Fei's arms, acting all playful. Xia Fei extended his hand and gave Furball a grind on its noggin. How mischievous! Furball did not seem to care as it continued to solicit favor from Xia Fei. "Congratulations on acquiring one of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, and congratulations to Peacock Blue for finding your master." Blackie happily offered a salute with one wing over the other. Whitey stomped both her feet all angrily and then flapped her wings to fly off without saying another word. Blackie somewhat awkwardly said, "That's just her temperamentality acting up. She's just someone with a sharp tongue but a fragile heart, so you mustn't take it to heart." Xia Fei nodded understandingly. Most females acted petty, and the female parrot Whitey looked to be the same. It seemed like it was the inherent characteristic of females as a whole, and even avians were no exceptions. "May I see Peacock Blue? Though I'm its guardian, I've never actually seen it before," Blackie said curiously. Xia Fei extended his right hand, and a blue-colored leaf gradually grew from Xia Fei's right arm before finally forming a circle in his palm. It looked like a laurel someone would weave wicker when young, except this laurel was in the odd blue color, and its shape was even more vivid. Beautiful. How truly beautiful. Peacock Blue is indeed befitting to be one of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, as even its appearance is stunning. Blackie's eyes sparkled as he marveled. Actually, there was also a set of scorching eyes gazing from afar. It was Whitey peeping, but Xia Fei did not expose her. "Keeping Peacock Blue," Xia Fei said. "Indeed, it's as you said. I've got very limited control over him, so I'm afraid that this mysterious little grass won't be too much of a help to me for the time being." "Acquiring Peacock Blue means that you've got hope, and that's what you originally said, too." Blackie chuckled. After taking away the cost for Peacock Blue, Planet, and Dragon Scale Hectoslasher, Xia Fei still had 2.558 billion points left, so his redemption spree began anew. "I want to exchange for a golden jasper spirit," Xia Fei said. Blackie was slightly stunned as this choice was not what he had expected. The golden jasper spirit is a type of powerful protective plane. Users can hide themselves inside for a certain time, and even an immortal rank expert will be hard-pressed breaking its defenses. Aside from some fairly specialized search-type abilities, most will have a hard time uncovering it. This cost you 1 billion points, which means that you're left with 1.558 billion points. Blackie informed Xia Fei. Phantom very quickly understood what Xia Fei wanted. Xia Fei did not buy this golden jasper spirit for himself, but probably for Avril and Xiaoyu. Except that the two of them. "Give me 1,000 auto-replenishing repair drones. I happen to have systems that need repairing, and get me 1,000 of this energy-replenishing twin-leaf fruit. White dew is a little too low-grade for my needs now." The redemption proceeded very quickly, and an hour later, Xia Fei's 1,000 cubic meter superspatial ring was about a third filled, and the items on the list were greatly reduced. Snap! Blackie turned off the screen and told Xia Fei, "Let me give you a few words of advice before you go." Xia Fei did not say a word. This bird came from the circle of law adepts, and he could only benefit from his advice. After all, his agreement with Yujiang and Yuhua would come to fruition in 2 years and 9 months. When that time came, he would have to face this realm where experts grew on trees, even if he did not wish to do so. First, don't be in a hurry to study the law of primal chaos. Laws are far too mysterious, and blindly probing around without sufficient cultivation will only bring you disaster. Only someone who has achieved the right level of cultivation will be able to understand laws. Xia Fei asked, "What's the right level of cultivation?" Blackie answered, "At least immortal rank. Some naturally talented warriors are able to learn laws after reaching eternal rank, but such cases are far and few, And from what I know, unfavorable outcomes await those who are too anxious to do so. If I'm not mistaken, the highest-ranking warrior in the Panhuman Alliance is at immortal rank, Xia Fei said with knitted eyebrows. Blackie chuckled. That's only because of how little you know, and it doesn't mean immortal is the endpoint. Remember, the universe is vast. Xia Fei nodded his head silently. Law adepts were beings who had transcended the immortal rank, and Xia Fei would not have believed that such an indomitable people could exist had he not met them himself. The only thing he could blame was his lack of knowledge. After all, Xia Fei still had no idea just how large this universe actually was. Second, the only ones who can know that you're a law of primal chaos practitioner should just be the black and white gods, as well as those connected to your life, like Sir Shatterstar. Best not to tell anyone else, unless it's under special circumstances. Remember, no one. Not exposing one's wealth had been a principle that Xia Fei lived by. He had only recently learned the fact that the design on his left arm could not be seen by others, and that largely alleviated Xia Fei's worry. Ever since he got the mysterious tattoo, Xia Fei had always been worried that others seeking to obtain laws would try and chop his arm off, but it now seemed like his worries had been unfounded. The last thing I'm going to tell you is also the most important. Don't believe any other law adepts. Not one individual in the circle of adepts is pure in their intentions and actions. Those who won't be able to survive in that dog-eat-dog world. Xia Fei smiled. Don't that mean the black and white gods are also impure? Blackie was speechless. Knowing that Xia Fei had caught onto a contradiction in his words, he gingerly corrected. Boss Black and Boss White are exceptions. Exceptions. Xia Fei smiled without making another comment. No matter where he ended up, he was not the sort who would easily trust someone, which was another principle he lived by. There were still 4 more days until Serenity's gate would open for departure. Xia Fei decided to leave in advance. Those who ought to have died were already dead, and things that he should and should not have gotten his hands on were now all in his possession as well. The now tranquil and empty Holy Realm no longer had anything of value for Xia Fei to feel nostalgic over. Blackie sent Xia Fei off at Serenity's gate, watching Xia Fei depart through the black half of the door as he muttered to himself. It's finally ended. I ought to close this realm and return home, too. Best of luck, Xia Fei. In some unknown region of the universe was a fiery red planet, of which the brilliant color made it seem like it was being set ablaze. On this fiery red planet, in a fiery red valley, a pair of black and white humanoid forms were resting away from prying eyes. They wore masks, making it impossible to make out their features, but it was evident that they were both lethargic from their movement and panting for breath. How unfortunate that Peacock Blue was taken away by that human called Xia Fei. Isn't he the one whom you gifted with the law of primal chaos? The white god of day sighed. The black god of night said casually. So what if it's taken? Since it's something that we failed to subdue, it's not our fate to hold on to it. The white god of day responded. Do you know what I couldn't stand the most? What? Those things that we left for the insectoid race all ended up in that Xia Fei fellow's hands. You split Black Peak Ridge into 2 out of anger, and the realm where we kept Peacock Blue will also be sealed now that its purpose has been fulfilled. The black god of night sucked in a cold breath, realization dawning upon him. That's right. 2 out of the 3 most precious heritages that we left behind for the insectoids are now in Xia Fei's hands, and the closure of both the Black Peak Ridge and the Holy Realm means that none of the insectoids got their hands on the heritage, nor will they have a place to cultivate and train from here onward. This is all due to Xia Fei. It's a good thing your White Porcelain Valley is still intact. So what if it's still there? Don't you forget that the heritage from White Porcelain Valley was obtained by Ryan's father, who then gave it to Ryan. Despite Ryan's decent talent, he simply lacks even the most basic fundamentals of a warrior, with a greed for life and fear for death, and a tendency to resort to sinister means to boot. Even if he were given another 10,000 years, he would hardly have the qualifications to get here, which is essentially a waste of our efforts. Oh dear. Xia Fei's foray has completely doomed the insectoids. They can forget about producing a law adept ever again. The 2 of them were silent for a good while when an intense energy fluctuation came from somewhere far away. The black god of night hurriedly got to his feet and exclaimed, Crap! Those old fogies have caught up to us. The white god of day fumed. Isn't that all your fault? We were doing just fine, but you just had to come up with that unreasonable law of primal chaos. You should have kept to just cultivating, not loudly publicizing with great fanfare. Now that the circle can no longer tolerate us, what do we do? The black god of night shrugged, helpless. How was I to know that the old fogies would react with such vehemence? I only hope that the jinx Xia Fei won't cultivate the law of primal chaos too soon, and that no one finds out when he's cultivating it. The white god of day scoffed. He's just a tiny legendary rank individual whose 7th brain region's crippled. How can he so easily get into our circle? Look at the current situation we're in, yet you're still worrying about all those trivial matters. I think it's best that we be on our way. The black god of night sighed. Ah, what bad luck. Let's go then. Whoosh. With that said, the two great gods that the insectoids revered actually fled from the scene. How were the two of them supposed to know that Xia Fei only had just 2 years and 9 months before he would enter the circle of law adepts? From the day Xia Fei had his 7th brain region fully opened, trouble had always found him, and it seemed that trouble would not be far behind in the future, either. Silent Vale was part of the insectoid's sacred land, and no one could enter without the authorization of the Golden Tent. On a windless night, Xia Fei swiftly followed along Silent Vale until he reached the entrance. This entrance was cramped, only able to accommodate 3 hovercars passing through side by side. The black and white gods had been carved into the 2 sides of the cliff walls, their statues of over 1,000 meters tall looking all majestic. Same as all the statues that he had seen before of the two, both were wearing masks, which made it impossible to see their facial features. Further away was a densely packed insectoid regiment. Security was heavy as countless spotlights kept the grassy plains lit as if it were daytime. Armored tanks were parked in the dark night like silent metal beasts. Waiting for the expedition UTI was leading to make it back from Silent Vale, but what none of them knew was that the Emperor of the Golden Tent had already lost his life in the Holy Realm, and UTI was most likely at the gates of hell right now. Xia Fei followed along the cliff edge. As it was not time for the scheduled opening of the Holy Realm, the guards here by the valley were lax, and Xia Fei barely broke a sweat getting past the checkpoints along the prairie and making it to the Golden Tent before going straight south toward Gold's Hard Lake, where consort Qingyan resided. Qinglu and Xia Fei had made prior arrangements for Xia Fei to make contact with 2 loyal family retainers at a location 1,600 miles east of the Golden Tent, where it was said that the guards were fairly lax. However, Xia Fei did not make contact with them and, instead, opted to head straight for Gold's Hard Lake, Qingyan's personal abode, as he sought to look around the place. Getting over the walls, he directly entered Qingyan's residence. The residence did not cover too large an area, so it was not a problem in terms of distance and size for Xia Fei's speed. Following along the shadows moving swiftly, using his breath control to avoid all the Imperial Guard patrols, Xia Fei took only a handful of minutes before he located Qingyan's study. Figures were swaying within, and Xia Fei squatted by a corner to eavesdrop. The room had specialized soundproofing, so no matter how keen his hearing was, there was no way for him to find out the contents of the conversation within. Smiling, Xia Fei reached over to the window and knocked twice. Qingyan and Qinglu were originally having a private conversation in the study when they suddenly heard the sound of someone knocking at the window. Qinglu opened the window with great uncertainty, only for Xia Fei's figure to leap through it instantly. "Xia Fei, you're back." Qingyan was completely caught off guard, her 2 hands clutching her chest, having received quite a scare over Xia Fei's sudden appearance. Xia Fei quickly covered her mouth with his hand before she could say another word, and Qingyan's exquisite face promptly flushed when their skin touched. Putting a finger on his lip, Xia Fei gestured for Qinglu to shut the window before Qingyan yelled anymore. Qinglu showed panic in his eye as he came over to Xia Fei's side and asked in a hushed whisper, "Why are you suddenly here? Why didn't you follow our previous agreement?" Xia Fei smiled and took out October flying snow. Patting its cold blade on his palm lightly, he lightly remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, by following your laid-out plan, my body would have been cut up into several pieces." The expression of the father-daughter pair changed yet again. Only the dead keep secrets. Especially when they were plotting to usurp the throne, Xia Fei being alive only meant that they would never have a peace of mind. This was why they had planned a heavy ambush. Dozens of elite warriors, whose abilities would naturally counter speed ability users, would lie in wait for Xia Fei to walk right into their trap at the agreed-upon rendezvous point. However, now that Xia Fei was standing before their very eyes with the top speeds this human possessed, there was no doubt that Qin Yin and Qing Lu would first lose their lives before either could call for reinforcements. Qing Yin had the habit of sending all her guards away when she was having a private talk with Qing Lu, which ironically made it that much easier for Xia Fei to infiltrate her abode. Besides, Xia Fei made it out 4 days in advance, and this caught Qing Yin and Qing Lu even more off guard. 10 days ago, your ship suddenly blew out the landing apron with its laser cannons and departed. I'm afraid that you probably arranged for that as well, right? Xia Fei nodded, not denying the fact. I don't enjoy BLLSHD, so let me speak and you listen, Xia Fei coldly remarked, a fierceness flashing across his eyes. First, UTI's your immortal rank expert, Tuofu. Now that UTI's dead, Tuofu's dead, too. Tome, Fini, Nimyuni, Bellal, and the twin brothers Grux and Grui are dead. Hala and all 100,000 insectoid elite warriors are also dead. Shock. Extreme shock. If Xia Fei and Hala both finished off the 100,000 elite warriors, that would have been an acceptable conclusion, but a feeling of unparalleled shock overwhelmed both Qin Yin and Qing Lu when they heard all those renowned names included in the count. Could Xia Fei have killed them all? Both Qin Yin and Qing Lu went pale to the point that there was hardly any color on their faces. They could not imagine just what could have happened in the Holy Realm, but they were certain that Xia Fei was sure to have a hand in it. Xia Fei paused for a while before continuing. Second, the Silent Veil will close again tomorrow afternoon, so you and your people had better get ready. When the time comes, I hope that you'll successfully usurp the throne as planned. This was the result that Xia Fei and the two birds had discussed. Since there was no one else in the Holy Realm anymore, it made sense for them to close it at once the moment he left. However, having considered that he needed time to make plans accordingly, he told Blackie to close it up a little later. Third, I have evidence and recordings of you guys plotting the ousting of UTI. So when you become the Emperor of the Golden Tent and fail to stop this war as previously agreed on, the proof and several footage in my possession will be uploaded onto the insectoid internet for everyone's viewing pleasure at once. You and everyone in your faction will forever be branded as traitors by the insectoid race. Qing Yin and Qing Lu were speechless. Normally, a warrior's combat suit would have recording functions available so that it would be convenient for a warrior to play back a previous battle and search for areas to improve on. They had already thought of Xia Fei recording their plotting. In fact, this was why they wanted to have him killed. It was just that none of them had expected Xia Fei to guess that he would be plotted against and preemptively take action against it. Not only did he avoid the trap they had set up, Qing Lu and his Guild of the Wise also ended up being restrained by Xia Fei. A surly smile crept up Xia Fei's mouth as he frigidly stated, "You all planned to have me eliminated, making me your enemy. I've never once shown mercy to my enemies, but today I'm ready to let you two off. You should be thanking your lucky stars from this point alone. I won't kill you too, so don't disappoint me. Whether we meet again or otherwise, I'll let you decide that yourself." Whoosh! Xia Fei suddenly disappeared like a ghost from Qing Yin's study with that line, leaving just the sound of wind blowing through the now open window. Qing Lu could not help but have an internal fight. The expression on his face went through a myriad of changes. He simply could not understand how Xia Fei had managed to get out of the Holy Realm 4 days earlier, and now all his plans were in a mess. Qing Yin was somewhat flustered. "Father, what do we do now?" Qing Lu paced around the room several times. "Given how the chips have fallen, there's nothing else we can do anymore. I'll go and make arrangements right now. Everything shall be settled by tomorrow. What about Xia Fei? He can do whatever he wants. He's a smart man, and it's very easy doing things with smart individuals. He won't stand to gain from our failure, so as long as we reconcile our relationship with the Panhuman Alliance, I doubt that Xia Fei will betray us," Qing Lu said heavily. "Meet again or otherwise. Someone like Xia Fei, it's best that we never meet him again." Whoosh! Xia Fei rapidly departed from the consort's residence and followed along Gold's Hard Lake due south. In a lush pine forest about 40 miles away, Xia Fei bashed his way in and knelt down, activating a communicator on his arm. Vampire promptly descended from the sky after receiving the signal. The landing base swiftly opened its hatch, and Xia Fei boarded his warship. Vampire shut the hatch soon after, and the STML cloaking device made it turn invisible as the ship broke away from the planet's atmosphere in the quickest fashion and under the aid of the overclocking chip. At the same time, a stealth wormhole was opened, and in 20 more minutes, Xia Fei was already 50,000 light-years away from the insectoid imperial capital. There was not a moment of hesitation in this sequence of actions, and it was apparent that everything had already been prepared prior. Xia Fei heaved a sigh of relief as he entered the command deck. Pod immediately dashed forward and held Xia Fei tightly. "Master," Pod did as you instructed and blasted the landing apron with the laser cannons 9 days after you left, evading the heavy patrols to arrive here at the imperial capital and await your return. Pod has fulfilled all your instructions. Pod relayed his report to Xia Fei in a hurry, and everything was of course what Xia Fei had instructed him in advance. Only when one held their own lives in hand would they be the safest. If Xia Fei had to hand his fate over to someone else, he would rather trust the speaking robot by his side than any of those insectoids. Xia Fei did not have any plan to succeed at first. No one had included into their plans the fact that the imprint, which the Black God of Night had left on his left arm, would allow him to pass through Serenity's gate and return 4 days in advance, and that made it much easier for him. If anyone were to learn what Xia Fei had done, they would surely deem him as deranged. Robots were the common enemies of mankind, yet Xia Fei had trusted his life with one fully. How terrible was that? Xia Fei hugged Pod back. "To fetch me here in the insectoid imperial capital, so many light years away from the butterfly species home planet. You've done very well." "Thank you." Pod's electronic eyes sparkled excitedly, as if being praised by his master was a huge honor. "Master, are you hungry? I'll go make you some fried paste noodles." Xia Fei nodded slightly, and Pod rushed into the kitchen. The sound of pots and pans cooking could be heard. Actually, what Pod minded most was not danger or hard work. After experiencing the catastrophic destruction of humanity, what Pod was afraid the most was Xia Fei suddenly leaving, which was why Xia Fei's return had made him extra happy. Phantom commented, "Everyone keeps saying how evil robots are, how they mercilessly brought devastation to the ancient human civilization. But after all the time I've spent getting to know Pod, I'm beginning to suspect the veracity of such a narrative." Xia Fei nodded. "I agree with your sentiment. Perhaps there's some sort of misunderstanding here. Who knows? So are we returning to the Pan-Human Alliance now?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "Not just yet. I want to see what means Qing Lu and the Guild of the Wise under his leadership will use to inherit the throne after UTI's death. What if they fail? Then we'll use our final star of ruin." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said, "The imperial capital was the hub of the insectoid race. Destroying the capital in one go would at least throw the entire race into chaos, thereby easing the pressure on the Alliance's end. Of course, the best outcome of this was for Qing Lu to ascend the throne, ordering the insectoid army to disband. You told Qing Lu that you're out of Star of Ruin, so he won't be afraid of the threat of a super bomb." Phantom frowned. "Besides, there's also High Priest Ryan, who is at inscrutable levels of cultivation, staying here." Xia Fei laughed. "Do you know what's the flaw of the intelligent? What? Smart men will always be highly suspicious of everything. The more I tell him that I don't have a Star of Ruin, the more he will believe Tai holds such ultimate power." Addressing the other matter, Xia Fei scrunched up his brows. "As for High Priest Ryan, there's no way for us to consider his mysterious existence right now. We'll still have to do it whether he's there or not. There's no way for us to achieve great things if we worry too much about every little thing. We still have time right now. Let's repair the Black Bat radar and establish communication with the Alliance first. I wonder how things are going on their end." Setting Vampire to orbit around the insectoid's imperial capital, Xia Fei took out several silver metal balls from his spatial ring. These were the repair drones that he had exchanged from the Holy Realm, different from the repair drones, which specialized in repairing a ship's damaged armor. These little things were able to determine the fault of precision in machinery and make the appropriate repairs automatically, and were no different from a top maintenance machinist. These metal balls were about the size of a soybean. and when Xia Fei pushed the button on one of them, the round ball suddenly extended out 8 slender and flexible mechanical arms, looking very much like a small spider. The small spider crowded around the black bat radar. It inspected it over a few times and realized that the gaps in the radar system was too narrow for it to fit despite being the size of a bean, making it difficult for it to burrow into the core of the system and begin repairs. Snap! That small spider suddenly split open and turned into thousands of nanobots that could only be seen under a microscope. This mass of nanobots rapidly climbed into the radar system through the small gaps and carefully repaired the damaged parts. In less than 5 seconds, the black bat radar's red indicator light turned green, and the self-diagnosis displayed that repairs were complete. Xia Fei really had no idea how they did it. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei immediately activated the system and dialed a number. Westwind. The final defensive line of the Panhuman Alliance was surrounded by 1,500 insectoid combined fleets. The fleets under the command of the Alliance were merely half of the insectoids, and the number of capital ships they had were far fewer than what the insectoids had. Relying on the protection of the over 1,000 asteroid fortresses here in the Westwind, the Alliance prepared to fight to the death. These asteroid fortresses had been hollowed out and reinforced with sturdy steel skeletons. Giant cannons were installed in their exteriors, making them similar to immobile giant warships. Westwind was a defense line that kept the borders between humans and Gnostics safe. However, they had no choice but to adjust the cannons in the other direction, facing the insectoid fleets which were attacking them from within. Marshal Tai had all their ships situated behind this formation line, utilizing the over 1,000 asteroid fortresses as cover, quietly waiting for the first wave of attacks to arrive. On board the Freedom Cavalry, the Alliance's main war command, we're already surrounded. We'll run into insectoid fleets in 30 minutes of flight, no matter which direction we head out from the Westwind defense line. Pine Williams read the report from the reconnaissance department in a severe tone. Looks like the insectoids plan to snuff out our final chance of survival once and for all. Tai nodded with a profound look. Did they send anyone to hunt down the civilian ships? No. The insectoids seem to be disinterested in the civilians. Their main priority remains the military fleets. Tai sighed. It's fine as long as the civilians can successfully escape. Williams let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. I'm afraid that it's not that simple. There are simply too many civilians, and we're unable to transport them all successfully. The Gnostics people are only allowing the rich and powerful figures to stay, while those with nothing to their names are turned away by them. Tai was silent for a good while. The Gnostics race did not share a close relationship with mankind. The reason why they had accepted to take in human refugees was no doubt for their wealth and technology. The rich businessmen and elites of the Alliance would naturally be able to gain sanctuary in the Gnostics' territory and become their second-class citizens. As long as they handed over their wealth and technology, they would at least still have their lives. However, it seemed like that would mean misery for the civilians. They had hoped that the Gnostics would help protect them, yet all they got was the weight of wealth oppressing them. If they wished to stay, they would have to hand over their riches. As for the average civilians, even their basic necessities were in doubt due to the ravages of war. So what wealth could they offer in exchange for safety? The Gnostics did not care about the suffering of the common folks, alas. All the poor and no-ranking civilians, including their warships, were all turned away, and any who refused to leave would instantly be facing the barrel of their cannons. Tai balled up his fists tightly and said severely, "Only after the civilians have safely departed can the military be at ease to do battle bravely. The military's existence is not defined by war, but protecting everyone. Since we're no longer able to repel the enemy from invading our territory, then we must do all we can to ensure that everyone will be able to escape safely." He buried his face behind 2 hands and let out a self-deprecating laugh. "I might very well be the biggest failure of a marshal in the Alliance's history, ceding land after losing battles upon battles until I've lost every Alliance territory." The honest Leighton barked with knitted eyebrows. "No, you're not, Tai. Though we've lost the war, you're still a hero. Back in the day when the robot army decimated the ancient human civilization, it was the military that failed to protect the people due to their eagerness to fight that ended up causing the human race to face near extinction. We're all very certain that, from the very beginning of this war, You fought with the outset of protecting humanity and not blindly went to battle. Under your command, 1/3 of humanity had successfully escaped. That is a huge deal. Williams added, from the ancient times till now, it's rare for people to win wars with inferior numbers. Right now, the number of insectoid fleets far outstrips ours, and they have dozen times more capital ships than we do. Hardly anyone will have the confidence to win this war under such conditions. From avoiding an all-out conflict to devoting all your energy in ensuring the lives of the common folks. From a military standpoint, it's no doubt a failure, but from the civilian standpoint, billions upon billions of people only feel thankful for your choices. It's the fact that you used the least amount of forces to protect the most number of civilians that gave humanity the precious seed of revival. Had you chosen to fight the enemy fleets stubbornly head-on, I have no doubt that we would not have so many civilians successfully escaping with their lives, and no matter where these people end up in the universe, they would surely be grateful for your actions. Grateful that I've let the insectoids run amok on Pan-Human Alliance soil? Williams shook his head. You're underestimating humanity's tenacity. As long as the seed remains, we will have the hope of revitalizing. If you chose to take on the enemy straight from the get-go, not only would the military lose terribly, the citizens would also be massacred. You've at least managed to save one of the two, and that's trillions of lives. All of a sudden, the signal indicator flashed red, interrupting the discussion of the military triumvirate. The insectoids were finally making their move. According to the report from our forward reconnaissance, 300 insectoid combined fleets are attempting to close in on the left flank of the Westwind defense line. They're advancing at quite an alarming speed, most likely entering the range of engagement in 25 minutes' time. The communications officer hurriedly reported. This is a feint. Get Admiral Enclair, who's in charge of the left flank, to hold their formation. Don't aggressively commit to an attack, Tai ordered. His gaze shifted onto Leighton as he loudly announced, Admiral Leighton, I order you to lead 30 fleets in coordinate with the Alliance's only supercapital ship force, the Freedom Cavalry, as a mobile assault unit. Once you've located the enemy's main force, you'll be in charge of keeping it at bay. Don't let up even an inch of ground. Understood. Leighton did a proper military salute to Tai as he strode out of the command room, his eyes blazing with resoluteness. Williams tossed 2 maple syrup candies into his mouth and chewed as he said, Tai, you're finally mobilizing the Freedom Cavalry. Tai slightly nodded and did not say another word. The Alliance no longer had anywhere else to retreat, and they had relocated as many civilians as they could at this point. Today, it was finally time to take on the insectoids in a no-holds-barred battle. Starlink Corporation's first fleet, Horizon, an AMR Company Abaddon-class capital ship. Avril, who had just woken up, was getting dressed in front of a mirror. Like before, Avril did not put on any foundation and simply applied some natural beauty lotion on her face, which protected her skin. She did not need to rely on any cosmetics to make herself look beautiful, and any alteration made to her pretty face would simply be a blasphemy to the word beauty. This was a natural beauty, and even the slightest change would only worsen what she was born with. It was just that the Avril of today had become skinnier than before, and anyone who saw her could not help but feel pity for her. She was not staying in some luxury suite, either, but rather a small and simple cabin. She was sharing this cramped space with 3 other female servants from Sunset Villa. Whatever space this ship used to have had all been used to accommodate even more civilians, and Avril's suite was the same. During the negotiations with the Gnostics yesterday, they had used the opportunity to loot the burning house, which was the Pan-Human Alliance, agreeing to accept the Jian family, as well as the high-level executives of Starlink Corporation into their territory for safe refuge, but refusing to extend their protection to the civilians who were on board the ship. Avril, of course, did not abandon these poor souls and went off to enjoy her life. At her insistence, the Starlink Corp's first fleet once more took to the sky and headed into the vast unknown. The civilian fleet was huge, with millions of different spaceships all forming up, enough to obscure the starry sky. However, such a huge fleet only had Starlink Corporation's first fleet as escort. The warships, which belonged to other companies and the wealthy, had all chosen to abandon the masses, opting for a moment of peace within Gnostic's territory. so the pressure of this escort was unimaginably huge. Suddenly, Pang Xing came hurtling and scrambling over, causing Avril to press a corner of her sleeping gown anxiously as she looked at him in puzzlement. Miss, it's Xia Fei. Xia Fei is still alive. Pang Xing was panting heavily as he said this. Quickly turning on his satellite communicator, he connected directly to the warship's Black Bat radar through this device. The screen display materialized, and Avril saw Xia Fei biting his lip. The two were speechless, neither knowing what they should first say after everything they had experienced. Just the eye contact they made with each other was enough? Was there any language in this universe that could trump the affectionate gaze between two lovers? Tick, tick, tick. The seconds on the electronic timer continued to move as the room went silent. A second passed. 2, 3. Pang Xing read the room and quietly shut the door behind him. He stood in the corridor and silently wept, seemingly more excited over this reunion than Avril herself. The lovers stared at each other for several minutes. Xia Fei understood the hardships that Avril had suffered from her frail body, while Avril could also tell from Xia Fei's steadfast eyes, which were even more tenacious than before, the many thrilling battles he had experienced. It was a very wondrous feeling. Clearly, neither of them had spoken a word, yet they understood each other perfectly. Perhaps this was what the ancients meant by the saying, hearts beating as one. The corners of Avril's lips began to curve upward slightly. She was afraid that Xia Fei would feel hurt seeing how skinny she had gotten, so she tried her best to make herself appear slightly happier. Xia Fei was also smiling, for he did not wish Avril to know his grueling experience and his soul-stirring life-and-death struggles. Neither had had a pleasant ordeal, but both wanted to hide that side of them from the other, showing only smiles and positive optimism. This was probably what love was. Are you all right? Xia Fei softly asked. He was obviously quite a talkative person, and he had countlessly made jokes to entertain Avril, but Xia Fei was actually stumped for words at this moment, only managing such a plain question after a long time. Avril nodded. I'm all right. What about you? I'm all right too. There was no deep proclamation of love or affection, nor was there any tearful recount to unload the burden in their hearts. The conversation, which the two had been looking forward to, began with such a plain line. I'm sorry that I wasn't by your side when you needed me the most. Xia Fei showed an apologetic expression as he began. Avril hurriedly shook her head, tossing her flaxen blonde hair to the back of her head. She tried her best to look happier. I'm proud of what you did in the insectoid territory on behalf of the Panhuman Alliance. You mustn't be distracted by me. There are still plenty of people out there who need you, too. Xia Fei was momentarily silent. He could not recall when Avril had become so considerate and well-behaved. The more Avril was like this, the more Xia Fei was at a loss on what to say. Thus, he asked a few things regarding her and her family. The Starling Corporation was already facing bankruptcy due to the invasion of the insectoids. The interplanetary internet had been crippled in the Alliance territory, and the only means of communication now depended on the Black Bat radar that Quantum Holdings produced. However, due to the limited availability of this new type of radar, not every ship had it equipped at the moment. The decline of Avril family's business was more or less a result of Xia Fei, since the super long-range communication device he created had changed the status quo of communications technology across the Alliance, reducing their dependency on the interplanetary internet. Xia Fei felt somewhat guilty about that. What made Xia Fei angriest was still the Nasics people fishing in troubled waters. If Avril wanted to seek refuge with the Nasics, she would have to pay an exorbitant overhead fee, in addition to the transfer of Starlink Corporation's core technology and their research and development team. They were practically asking for the Jian family's livelihood. Apparently, Quantum Holdings was also asked to give up the blueprints for both the Black Bat radar and energy shield booster, or else they would be chased away from Nasics territory. Xia Fei had yet to contact Charlie, Uncle Porter, and the others. Avril had only cursorily learned these matters via her conversations with Andre. Given that the relationship Avril and Xia Fei shared was now known by every Alliance citizen, it was normal for Andre to check in with Xia Fei's girlfriend every now and then. Xia Fei trusted that Andre would not exchange Quantum Holdings' core technology for temporary safety. Even if he did, Xia Fei would not comment on the matter, either. Men would often make crazy moves when pushed to the brink. Xia Fei had always lived by the principle that it was necessary to be harsh to the enemy, but tolerant with friends. However, hoping to gain Xia Fei's trust and befriending the man was not an easy matter. Andre, Qin Meng, Porter, and the others were people whom Xia Fei had been through thick and thin. He had no need for those friends who only had sweet words. He had always been someone who judged people by their actions. The greed of the Gnostics left a distasteful feeling in Xia Fei's mouth. He tried his best to restrain himself while in front of Avril, so the fierceness in his eyes disappeared in a flash. "What's your current situation?" Xia Fei asked. Avril sighed. "The Gnostics' demands aren't exactly impossible to accept. I'm fine with handing over Starlink Corporation's critical data in exchange for the safety of the common folk. But those hateful beings actually refuse to take in any of the refugees who can't pay their overhead fee. That is why we have no choice but to continue escorting the civilian ships forward, leaving the Gnostics' territory to venture out in the vast, unknown space. Tens of millions of civilian spaceships only having our fleet as their protector worries me a lot. And in order for Starlink Corporation's first fleet to accommodate even more civilians, we've actually scuttled a portion of our firepower systems, so our combat strength is half of what it used to be. We don't have sufficient ammunition and food reserves, either. Because I'm on the Horizon, which is the capital ship of our fleet, we've got plenty more stored than the civilian ships, and there isn't any issue as of yet. But I heard rumors of starvation beginning to set in on the civilian fleet that has been cobbled together in the last minute." Avril was evidently feeling very frustrated while relating all these. Her kind-heartedness loathed seeing such cruelty. Her personality was such that it made her unsuitable to be a warrior, but seeing a kind and pure-hearted girl like Avril touched Xia Fei greatly. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and silently took a few puffs. "Avril, though I can't tell you why, I think it's best if all of you stop moving." Avril blinked. "I don't wish to head into the unknown space, either, but the Gnostics' fleets are right behind us, watching. If we stop, they'll begin firing." Xia Fei gnashed his teeth as he thought to himself, pointing guns at the innocent civilians. "I see you, Gnostics. The fleet ought to be able to gather some valuables, right?" Avril thought about it. "It's possible, but there won't be much. After all, the rich are already staying in the Gnostics' territory, and it's only the poor who are being told to leave." Xia Fei nodded. "Contact the Gnostics and exchange what valuables you have for food and medicine supplies. Money and riches aren't things you can take to your grave. Nothing is more important than life. I believe given how greedy the Gnostics are, they won't give up on this chance to profit greatly. The point is, try to stay in the Gnostics' territory first. Don't risk the unknown just yet. Decide after 48 hours have passed." "Why 48 hours?" Xia Fei answered. "The insectoids might be seeing an upheaval. The Emperor of the Golden Tent is already dead, and his successor may not be interested in continuing this war. We'll know after 48 hours. Avril's eyes glinted when she heard this news, excitedly asking, "The Emperor of the Golden Tent is dead? Were you the one who killed him?" Xia Fei nodded, appearing completely at ease as he did. Avril suddenly thought that the very average-looking Xia Fei had turned very dashing. The insectoids had sent the Pan-Human Alliance scrambling like headless chickens, resulting in billions of citizens leaving their homes. Yet Xia Fei was able to kill their emperor after infiltrating deep into their territory all by himself. What dazzled Avril even more was that humble attitude Xia Fei was exuding. He had killed one of the rulers in this universe, yet he was still as plain as ever, seemingly having only done what he ought to have done. Avril gazed upon Xia Fei with admiration, which in turn actually made the latter feel somewhat embarrassed. "Aye," Xia Fei hesitantly said. Avril nodded. "You still have important matters to do? I understand." Xia Fei was momentarily rendered speechless by Avril's concern, so all he could do was mumble a word of thanks. "Go on with your business, then. Men are meant to achieve great things. Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Avril smiled sweetly. Her voice was even sweeter. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei exhaled. Furball had been sprawled on the sofa, watching Xia Fei and Avril talk. Seeing the screen turn off, Furball suddenly felt utterly bored and pouted his lips as he decided to resume sleeping. Pod was zooming around in circles, his two arms raised high as he excitedly cried, "Master's great, and Master's girlfriend is very cute, too." Xia Fei lightly knocked on Pod's metal head. What are you so excited for? Go and brew me some tea. I want to bill you a con. Understood, master. Pod immediately saluted Xia Fei and sped off. I never would have imagined that the alliance would be in such a bad state. The Gnostics are simply too detestable. Phantom barked angrily. Xia Fei smashed his fist on the command console, ruthlessly seething. I'll remember this moment for now. When I get back, I'll be sure to look for them and get everything back. Westwind Defense Line. Tai's judgment was absolutely correct. The 300 insectoid fleets charging the left flank was merely a feint. They maintained a distance and merely exchanged long-range artillery fire with Enclair's fleet. The insectoids held numerical advantage and also were able to have their capital ships as their main force. Meanwhile, the Alliance had their asteroid fortresses, of which the firepower was weaker than that of a capital ship, though they were far more resilient in terms of defense. The insectoid fleets were given instructions to impede rather than to assault, which was why they did not go all out. Kaboom! A Kalidari Company Tier 2 Raven battleship had been targeted by a concentrated fire from the insectoids, instantly turning into a ball of flame. The sound of a huge explosion ensued. An Ivory-class insectoid battleship on the other side had also been destroyed. Both sides exchanged fire. The insectoids had their capital ships, while the Alliance had their fortresses. If one side destroyed a warship, the other would retaliate instantly. On average, a warship was being destroyed every minute. The Alliance had fewer warships, so if this were to continue, they would no doubt end up being the first to get wiped out by the enemies. The moment their mobile fleets were to fall, the remaining fortress asteroids would just become immobile targets for the enemies, easily destroyed one by one. Therefore, while the situation appeared as if they were evenly matched, the Alliance's side was actually dire straits. Admiral Enclair had already called for assistance from the headquarters several times, but the answer he got had been to keep holding the formation. Helpless, the left flank of this front line could only grit their teeth and continue their exchange of fire with the enemy insectoids. The capital ship, Freedom, Panhuman Alliance's War Command Center. Marshal, we've got an emergency communication request from Xia Fei. A communications officer urgently reported. Due to Pod's secretly sneaking videos of Xia Fei's battle with the insectoids as well as his day-to-day life behind enemy lines, everyone knew of the man's name, and his exploits had been hailed as legends among the common folks. At this time, Tai tossed the electronic stylus in his hand as he responded. Connect him. The screen switched on, and Tai and Xia Fei locked eyes with each other. Williams was behind Tai, watching the battlefield unfold with his staff officers. The man raised his head and gave Xia Fei a slight nod as greeting before continuing with his work. Congratulations on still being alive, though I'm living on borrowed time here, Tai said. Xia Fei said, General, I only wish to know just one thing. Can the Westwind defense line hold for 48 hours? Xia Fei's voice was not loud, but it vaguely gave off an irresistible dignity. Tai clearly remembered that, the last time he met Xia Fei, the young man was still unable to resist his aura, yet now he could tell that they were evenly matched, that there was a sternness to his voice. Tai asked, So what if we can, and what if we can't? Xia Fei replied, There are some things that may be decided in the next 48 hours, so it's best if the military does what they can to hold off the insectoids' attacks. Are you giving me an order? I wouldn't dare. I'm merely offering some well-meaning advice. What's going to happen in 48 hours? Something good, perhaps, or something even worse. Tai burst out laughing. The situation is already dire enough. Even if it's made worse, I doubt it will matter. Relax. The Alliance military isn't just put together with paper and glue. We won't fall so easily. Xia Fei nodded. I believe you. Turning off the screen, Tai was stunned for several seconds before he frowned and resumed taking command and organizing the battlefield, looking as if nothing had happened. Why didn't you just tell General Tai directly that UTI's dead? Phantom asked. Xia Fei shook his head. Tai and his men are currently in the middle of an intense battle. Giving him too much hope may very easily cause him to lose his cool, perhaps even attack too aggressively. That's why you gave him just that bit of hope. Precisely, Xia Fei said. This was when Pod came with a tray of tea. Master, your Biluakun is ready. Send it over to the cultivation room. I want to take a look and find out what's inside this mysterious metal case that the insectoids got from Venal Galaxy, Xia Fei said. It'd be great if it's truly some super weapon that I could be put to use immediately. Lightly swiping his finger across his spatial ring, Xia Fei retrieved the black metal case and the triangular trinket. Snap! The triangular key fit perfectly into the metal hexagonal lock, and a faint mechanical sound was heard. Several seconds later, the lock slowly unlatched. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fei grabbed hold of two ends of the casing cover and lifted it. Phantom and Pod were beside themselves with nervousness, uncertain just what could be inside. The cover was heavy, and Xia Fei used his two arms to lift it slowly, just in case that there was any defensive mechanism inside the case. Creak. The mysterious black case had been completely opened. Xia Fei was slightly disappointed, as what lay before his eyes was not some superweapon but rather a stack of papers. These Hoot construction blueprints had all been bound together as a booklet, and the case itself was well sealed. These papers were also far from ordinary and were made from some special sisal material, weather-resistant, and looked brand new despite their age. Even the print on these papers looked as if they had just been inked. Xia Fei casually skimmed through these sheets of paper, sipping on his tea as he sat on the floor of the cultivation room. His eyes became more and more incredulous and turned into shock once he was done reading one full page. Xia Fei devoted his fullest attention to both training and reading, while Pod and Phantom were positioned beside him, curious about what he was reading but unwilling to bother him. Xia Fei read quickly, and that had to do with his superhuman mental reaction time. After half an hour later, Xia Fei had already finished skimming through the tens of thousands of blueprints. At the bottom of the case was a black metal plate, 1 square meter in size that had both words and patterns carved on both sides. So that's what these are. Xia Fei set down that metal plate as he exclaimed. What? What exactly are these? Phantom curiously wondered. Xia Fei did not answer him, but merely pulled out another stack of papers from his spatial ring and placed them together before proceeding to flip through a few pages. They're the same. Phantom gasped. He noted that the blueprints that Xia Fei kept were consistent in both the wording and structure on what he found from inside that black case. Except that the blueprints from the black metal case had cramped words all around. The images depicted were clearer and their description more detailed. Qin Meng once handed me a set of blueprints of the Titan superwarship, but it's only for the hull. We also found its radar system and pulse cannon systems from the Black Abyss. Meanwhile, the ones inside this black metal case are the complete set of blueprints for the superwarship. I already examined everything. Defense, engine, energy source, air purification, anti-detection systems. The blueprints for all those are here. Phantom was ecstatic. Does that mean that you can begin manufacturing a Titan superwarship? That's great news, but I wonder why the ancient humans would bury these blueprints so deep underground. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei answered in a heavy tone. It's not that simple. I've done a simple calculation before, and the cost of manufacturing a Titan superwarship is astronomical. I'm afraid that it may not even be completed in several hundred years. Plus, it will need a shipyard even larger than the size of a planet. Even if we have all that manpower, our present technology simply can't reproduce every part of the warship. It's simply too astoundingly difficult. Phantom nodded. You're right. The Black Bat radar is but a simplified version of the Titan's radar system, and even with the concerted effort of you, Harris, and Porter, you guys didn't succeed fully in the simplification. That alone goes to show just how high the production requirements are. Xia Fei was silent for a good while as he snuffed the cigarette out. What I'm even more shocked about is the original intention of manufacturing a Titan. Original intention? Isn't a warship manufactured for war? What else could it be? Xia Fei shook his head as he pointed to that black metal plate. According to what's written here, the Titan-class superwarships are for fighting against a group of super experts in the universe. You mean the Law Adepts? Xia Fei nodded. Phantom was even more puzzled by now. Using warships to fight against Law Adepts? Is that even possible? One is a sapient life form who has cultivated to the peak of martial arts prowess, while the other is a machine. They basically have nothing in common. Xia Fei responded. According to records, during an even more ancient era, these law adepts once lived with the common folks, but due to how heaven-defying they were, they practically ignored all sense of law and rules. Wielding such great power in their hands, the common people were nothing more than ants in their eyes. Phantom sighed. Of course, Ever since I witnessed the strength that Yu Jiang and Yu Hua wielded, I've even become somewhat tired of this world. Not to mention the fact that I'm already dead. Even if I were alive, there'd be no way I could reach a 10,000th of their power. I used to be a living being of blood and flesh, yet how could there be such a big gap between me and them? Xia Fei continued. That's the same situation as last time. On one hand, there were the law adepts acting lawless, trampling on the commoners' lives as they wished. On another hand, there were the commoners who felt as if they could never surpass these experts, so they gave up and were no longer willing to focus on cultivation. This progressed until the people's cries of discontent were everywhere, while these law adepts also complained about how there were fewer and fewer sprouts to nurture, with both sides severely polarized. Thus, some of these adepts who had the foresight decided to band together and find an empty space where all the law adepts of every race could live together, no longer meddling with the commoners. Phantom stroked his chin. Yu Jiang and Yu Hua said that they'll be taking you into their circle to practice the 3 laws. Could that have been that space you just spoke of? Xia Fei replied. I can't be sure, but the possibility of that is high. Phantom was very curious about this mysterious world of adepts, and he kept asking questions about it. Xia Fei collected his thoughts before saying, to put it simply, the lowest grade warriors are called ability users, only able to live among the common people. If they don't have the good fortune, they will never know of the law adept's existence, and at most, they can cultivate till they reach the immortal rank in their lifetime. Meanwhile, in order for the law adepts to ensure that their heritage can continue, they embed lines of thoughts where the commoners live, choosing only the talented warriors to train further and to inherit their legacy. Upon completion, they will then have the chance of entering into the world of law users, becoming a true law adept. The sequence of experts in this universe should first be ability warrior, heritage warrior, and finally law warrior. The higher the rank, the more difficult it will be to cultivate. Similarly, their lifespan will increase accordingly. It's said that a true law warrior will be rid of the shackles of life and obtain an eternal body. Phantom was sweating. He originally thought that the ability users were the peak of existence in the universe, and that an immortal rank warrior would be the apex of the apex. As it turned out, this was merely superficial, and that there was yet another bigger and higher mountain to climb. I understand what you mean by ability warrior. The you now and the me when I was still alive. We both are considered ability warriors. I've seen law adepts, Black God of Night, White God of Day, Yu Jiang, and Yu Hua. All of them ought to be law warriors. But what about the heritage warrior? Xia Fei smiled. Actually, I'm a heritage warrior. I was merely unaware of it. That's all. Phantom was surprised. You're a heritage warrior? What do you mean by that? I've been with you over the last few years, so how did I not know when you became a heritage warrior? Xia Fei answered, law adepts will have eyes in the regions where the common folks live, similar to the situation when the assassin sect asked me to be their envoy. Except while an envoy will be used to process orders, law adepts agents are tasked to search for exceptional warriors to impart with inheritance skills. This sort of inheritance can be obtained from heritage planets. Just like Clean Knife, whom we have met before, he should also be an inheritance disciple of some law adept. Phantom suddenly recalled what Clean Knife had told Xia Fei, how warriors who had been to Heritage Planet would be called inheritors, and how an inheritor only needed to kill another inheritor to enter Heritage Planet again, beginning another year of training until they finally obtained the law inheritance. Phantom nodded his head repeatedly. I remember now. Clean Knife indeed said something about inheritors. Back then, we were still so astonished over how he knew that you'd been to Heritage Planet. Xia Fei replied, he and I are different. He's someone whom a certain law adept intentionally wanted to nurture, while I am someone who stumbled upon it on the beaten path. Don't forget that the Heritage Planet I visited was extremely desolate, and I did not know how I ended up with my psychokinesis ability. The secret key toward activating Heritage Planet was also a relic I acquired from an ancient human who lived far in the past. Given how abandoned that Heritage Planet was, while I unknowingly went on a trip to it and improved my cultivation, I had no clue on the twists and turns necessary to become a law warrior from a heritage warrior. From this point alone, I was quite lucky to have accidentally invited myself into Heritage Planet and to have made it out alive there. Phantom nodded. We can say that you've truly beaten out an unorthodox path of your own. There's clearly no law adept who has taken a shine on you. Yet you barged into Heritage Planet and subsequently made it out alive, only to bump into Clean Knife, someone who was hoping to qualify for his second shot at his Heritage Planet. Too bad he failed in that. Thinking a little further, Phantom remarked. Yujiang said that he'll be taking you into their circle in 3 years' time. Doesn't that mean that you'll skip past this Heritage Warrior step and directly face the even stronger Law Warriors? Xia Fei nodded. Martial arts studies were very much similar to academic studies, requiring practitioners to steadily improve step by step. Skipping grades and entering into the world of law-wielding old monsters would not necessarily be a good thing for Xia Fei. By that time, those law adepts might just treat an insignificant speed ability user like him as no more than a freak. After all, Xia Fei was essentially a whole grade lower than everyone else there. But thankfully, Xia Fei had the law of chaos on his right arm that the Black God of Night had left behind, as well as one of the 30 immemorial mystical weapons, Peacock Blue, so at least there was hope for him to bridge the gap between himself and the others gradually. The average individual will forever see law adepts as threats, which was why the ancient humans created this titan, hoping to use the gargantuan superwarships can go up against the power law adepts possess. In that way, the law adepts and the common people could live in harmony again, Xia Fei said. Phantom laughed. Size and strength are hardly congruent when talking about martial arts prowess. I don't think that the Titan's super warship, which is larger than a planet, will be able to go up against the strength of a law adept. According to the data recorded in this case, it's the Urun race, the strongest in the universe, who first researched and developed Titans, which have 4 sets of blueprints, separately known as the Avatar class, Leviathan class, Erebus class, and Ragnarok class. What we have on our hands is the Avatar class Titan. I have no clue whether a Titan can go against a law adept or not. But according to what's recorded on the files in this metal plate, the Urun race was soon wiped out after designing the Titan, and without any exception, all the other races who possessed blueprints of a Titan were eradicated, Xia Fei said with a somber expression. All the other races who possessed blueprints of a Titan were eradicated, Xia Fei said with a somber expression. Phantom was in disbelief. Are law adepts afraid of Titans? Ancient mankind was wiped out by robots, which had nothing to do with the law adepts. But if we go with your theory, humans should have been made extinct by law adepts. Xia Fei shrugged and helplessly said, I don't get it, either. We would probably have to find the Sentinel Goddess to learn why she ordered her masters to be wiped out. Saying this, Xia Fei and Phantom looked at Pod. Pod naturally could not hear their conversation, and he did not know about Phantom's existence. Seeing Xia Fei look at him, Pod returned him with a kind gaze and asked if Xia Fei wanted to drink some juice. Phantom and Xia Fei were speechless. In their minds, they found it hard to associate robots with destruction and betrayal. Pod was the most obedient and compliant servant. To say that he harbored ill intentions, Phantom would not believe it, and neither would Xia Fei. The ancient human civilization was desperately searching for Titan before it was destroyed. Why was this? They clearly already possessed Titan blueprints, Phantom asked. Xia Fei replied, Look at this box and this lock. It's built so exquisitely and so toughly. It doesn't appear to be a product of ancient human civilization. I'm guessing that it's a product of the Urun race. The blueprints ended up in humans' hands long before they were extinguished. The humans must have sensed the danger of keeping such technology, so after making duplicates of the blueprints, they hid them again. Besides, ancient mankind might not have possessed the ability to construct a Titan even then. Many years later, when their technology reached the peak and was getting close to the strongest civilization in the universe, the Uruns, humans began to contemplate making Titans, and so they sought out those blueprints they had lost many years ago. But they didn't know that the blueprints were at humanity's land of origin, the Venal Star region. Phantom asked, Since even the humans did not know where the blueprints were, how did UTI find out? Xia Fei shook his head. That's as far as I can speculate. UTI is dead now, and that secret followed him to hell. This matter was getting weirder and weirder. Titans being capable of threatening law adepts was truly an exciting fact. But this knowledge that any race who had attempted to produce Titans were all wiped out made these blueprints feel extremely heavy. The consequences for offending the law adepts were obvious. Ancient mankind was truly too foolish. Since they knew that law adepts didn't like other people having titans, they just didn't need to build them. Xia Fei, we should handle these blueprints cautiously. As for the idea of building a titan, we should put it aside, Phantom seriously said. Xia Fei smiled. I actually think that humanity's desperate desire to build titans is very matching with their undisciplined and freedom-seeking nature. Law adepts are like big mountains, always pressing down on their heads. Although they say that they won't interfere with our lives, don't forget what the black and white gods did to the insectoids, or what Yu Jiang and Yu Hua did to us. Them not disturbing the lives of ordinary folks is not just because they disdain to do so, but also because they don't even think of us. Their existence is akin to sharp blades hanging over our heads. They seem to be fixed there, but who knows when they might suddenly drop down. Phantom replied. In other words, if you have a chance, you'd still choose to build a titan to use against law adepts? Xia Fei pursed his lips. I'm not crazy. If I don't need to, why would I pick a fight against law adepts? But I don't like living a life controlled by others. Who's to say that the law adepts won't come find me if I choose not to go and find them? Thus, if I have the chance, I will definitely try to build a titan. Phantom repeatedly nodded. It makes sense. Ever since I got to know you, the troubles have never stopped coming. Ignoring him, Xia Fei locked the black metal box again and then hung the key around his chest. Besides titans and law adepts, did that metal box contain something else? Phantom asked. Xia Fei replied. There's information about the seventh brain region. Phantom became interested. The degree to which the seventh brain region was opened would directly affect a person's cultivation talent. It could be said that besides persistence and hard work, this was the other factor that a warrior needed the most. What did it say? It's still related to law adepts. It seems that the complete opening of the seventh brain region is extremely rare, even in the world of law adepts. Even gene optimization fluids or the most refined arts have a very hard time completely opening a life form's seventh brain region. That section was rather cryptic, and the expensive translation chip in my head gave a very unclear explanation. Almost every incident of a complete opening of the seventh brain region requires a perfect lineage. Cases where it's opened through chance are basically non-existent. Phantom said nothing. While Xia Fei was communing with Peacock Blue, he had unintentionally turned up a set of long-ago memories. Xia Fei had chosen to forget that bitter experience. After reading Xia Fei's memories, Peacock Blue had very smoothly climbed up his right arm. It had basically taken no effort at all. It seemed that those unpleasant memories had not just affected Xia Fei, but also affected Peacock Blue's choice. Those who did not know what was in those memories would think that Xia Fei's luck had gone to work for him again. Only Xia Fei and Phantom understood how cruel the process had been. Every person had their secret pains and things they did not want to remember. Peacock Blue had forcibly cut open a living person's mind and forced them to relive that agony and darkness again and again. If he had been a little weak mentally, he would have been driven mad by that cruel torment. In truth, luck played only a small role in how Xia Fei had managed to get this far. Most of it was due to his hard work and perseverance, his sharp observation skills, and his choices which differed from the vast majority. Law adepts don't want there to be many warriors with completely open seventh brain regions among ordinary folks. They believe that only their descendants are worthy of such a feat, for their bloodlines are the most outstanding. So if any sapient race is to have too many people with completely open seventh brain regions, this race will become very dangerous. Perhaps, one day, the law adepts will choose to exterminate this race quietly. Phantom was speechless. Law warriors are truly quite vicious. They even care about whether or not other beings can open their seventh brain regions. Do they really take themselves as gods? Xia Fei replied. Their cultivation is truly profound. In the eyes of ordinary people, they will be no different from gods. Returning to the command center, Xia Fei connected to the insectoid military internet and carefully examined the movements of the army and public security forces in the last few hours. There was not much time left. In 10 or so hours, the news of UTI's death would spread. If Qinglu wanted to make his move, he must do it now. By the time everyone knew of UTI's death, he would have lost his chance. Xia Fei did not like Qinglu, but his success or failure was connected to the distant war with the Panhuman Alliance. The thought of Avril's haggard face made his heart ache. This war must end, Xia Fei said to himself. Even as minutes went by, the insectoid military internet remained quiet. There were only 13 hours left until Silent Valley closed. At this moment, an unremarkable piece of news entered Xia Fei's eyes. Consort Qingyin is pregnant with UTI's son. Qingyin's cousin, Qinggu, commander of the 79th Public Security Fleet, wishes to head to the imperial capital and congratulate his cousin immediately. Phantom sternly said, Xia Fei, Qinglu and Qingyan have started to move. Xia Fei nodded. It truly is a clever move. If Qingyan is pregnant with UTI's child, that makes him the son of the king, the rightful heir to the throne. Presumably, her cousin is coming with troops to ensure that they win the power struggle. I recall that Qingyan wasn't pregnant a few days ago, and UTI entered Silent Valley not long after. She had no time to do anything with UTI, Phantom said in confusion. Xia Fei smiled. She's definitely pregnant. It's just not necessarily UTI's child. What do you mean? Power is a beautiful thing, and it can make people go crazy. Qingyan and Qinglu will do anything to ascend to the golden tent. Phantom shivered. Do you remember how Qingyan was trying to seduce you? Xia Fei was speechless. If he had fallen to temptation and lost control of himself even for a moment, it might have been his child sitting in the golden tent, to which he would have nothing to say. Xia Fei was an ordinary man and naturally had biological needs, but he was not in the habit of betting with his enemy, not now and not in the future. There were many beings in the universe who would get antsy upon seeing beautiful female species, but Xia Fei was not that sort. Even a fairy whose beauty could make anyone catch their breath would die all the same if she were Xia Fei's enemy, for he was not one to show the slightest pity. In this aspect, Xia Fei truly was a stubborn and crazy fellow. Another 20 minutes passed. The radar has picked up the signal of an abnormal fleet 430,000 light-years away from the imperial capital. The Capital Security Force's deputy chief, Vice Admiral Telly, has been sent to investigate. This vice admiral is probably one of UTI's blood relatives. Qinglu is luring him away from the capital in preparation for the coup, Xia Fei said. More information was coming in. It had to be said that Qingliu's plans were cautious and meticulous, starting from the unimportant and irrelevant individuals first. Anyone who stood in the way of his path to power was entrapped in his scheme. As time advanced, Qingliu's actions grew bolder and bolder. When dawn approached, Consort Qingyan announced that she had a dream. She dreamed of a blood-drenched UTI approaching her. He caressed her belly as he spoke affectionate words to her, hoping that his son would inherit the throne and grow up into a wise sovereign. A prepared astrologist immediately jumped out and conjectured that UTI had most likely encountered some problem in the Holy Realm, and he also divined that UTI's child would receive the protection of the black and white gods and perform momentous deeds in the future, along with a whole host of other auspicious predictions. A fierce power struggle was about to commence. A power struggle was taking place among the insectoids. Xia Fei cruised around the capital, carefully observing the developments and speculating on what might happen next. During this, he picked up a call from Charlie. Through the full effort of Quantum Holdings and President Wu Long, the more than 600 million citizens of Earth had been successfully relocated to Quantum Holdings' fleet. The remaining people were mostly semi-primitive people living in remote areas, with the rest being stubborn old people who were unwilling to leave their homes or religious folks who believed that the insectoids were humanity's savior and had come to save them, not invade. To Xia Fei's pleasant surprise, rather than going bankrupt, Quantum Holdings had profited from the crisis. Charlie used the purple hearts of spirit Xia Fei had left behind to trade for several dozens of heavy industrial ships. These ships were originally meant to be moving factories. In concert with mining barges and refining barges, they could essentially produce while moving. In the chaos, many company owners had fled in a panic, abandoning their workers, but Charlie treated all of the employees of Quantum Holdings well, providing for both them and their families. In passing, Charlie also obtained high-skilled workers who had been abandoned by their companies. It was possible to see what people were really like in a crisis, and the steadfast loyalty Quantum Holdings had shown to its employees had quite the impact on these elite professionals. Even metal and stone would yield to the power of sincerity. Under these arduous conditions, Quantum Holdings succeeded in producing while retreating, meeting and exceeding the quota set by the military, and even selling some of the extra production to private fleets in exchange for rare and valuable items. In times of prosperity, antiques and curios were stockpiled, and in times of trouble, gold was stockpiled. While these trinkets might appear worthless in a time of war, if one day the alliance returned to normal, they would command a high price. Charlie was a born businessman, and Xia Fei was very satisfied with all he had done in these times of war. At present, Quantum Holdings' industrial fleet was on the western border and still working at full production. Sarah, meanwhile, was leading the civilian fleet and following the army as it retreated into Nasik's territory, not far from Starlink Corporation's first fleet on which Avril was on board. The Westwind Defense Line. The insectoids were determined to wipe out the remaining human army forces at one go, so they had surrounded the defensive line and were now engaging in a battle of attrition with them using long-range cannons. After all, they held numerical superiority over the alliance, and the momentum of war was on their side. Taking the Westwind defense line was only a matter of time. The alliance military was relying on its sturdy asteroid fortresses to hold its ground and was doing all it could to minimize its losses. Freedom Cavalry, the alliance's only supercapital fleet, had not taken part in a single battle. The soldiers were reaching their breaking point. Those who could join this trump card fleet were the elites of the elites. The Panhuman Alliance territory was on the verge of being completely lost, but these flashy supercapitals had yet to fire a shot. Standing around and doing nothing was killing them. General, let's just charge right there and fight it out. That's right, General, even the Brotherhood is fighting out there, while we're just sitting in the rear with nothing to do. If this continues, our Freedom Cavalry will become a joke. If we don't fight now, the alliance will be gone. There were 60 supercarriers, and 60 commanders were currently holding a video conference with Admiral Layton. All of them demanded to join the battle, and the mood was unprecedentedly tense. Layton savagely replied, "Shut up, all of you. You think this old man doesn't want to fight? I was in charge of the northern fleets and was beaten all the way back to the Westwind defense line. Who do you think is the more frustrated one here? Who do you think has the bigger fire burning in their belly?" The captains were all speechless. Admiral Layton was currently being mocked as the loser general, for he had not won one battle since the war began. Who could understand the difficulties of a soldier, though? The first order the military had received was to protect and assist the civilians in their escape, and the soldiers had loyally carried out this order, assisting the civilians with all their enthusiasm. But it was impossible to have one's cake and eat it, too. The majority of the soldiers had been allocated to helping civilians, so how many could be left to fight the war? We have nowhere else to retreat to, and there are no more civilians for us to protect, a golden-haired vice admiral said, one of the more senior officers present. Layton replied, "You have to believe in me, and you must believe in Tai. The Freedom Cavalry hasn't been mobilized because the war requires it. Once the battlefield needs it, Tai will send us without hesitation." Did the marshal say that? Layton firmly nodded. When I was dispatched to the Freedom Cavalry, Tai had me get ready. In a little while, the Freedom Cavalry will play the most important role in the war. Everyone sighed. Although the alliance had been thrown back again and again, none of them had lost their trust in the silver-haired general, Tai. In truth, besides the grievous losses to the expedition forces returning from the Death Tri-region and the northern fleets under Layton, the fleets of the other areas had not suffered any fatal blows. 70% of the alliance's pre-war strength was still intact. Adding the fleets of private organizations like the Adjudicator Union and Monastic Order, the alliance was still capable of waging a large-scale battle against the insectoids. They had bided their time until this point purely for tactical reasons. Since the Marshal has spoken, we will continue to wait. That's our best option. As soldiers, if we couldn't protect mankind's territory, we would live the rest of our lives in regret. Admiral Layton, can you divulge a little to us? We're all friends here, so can't you tell us something about what the Marshal has planned? A rather handsome Vice Admiral anxiously asked. Layton looked out the window and sternly replied, "Trust me, the time will come soon." It was just after noon in the insectoid capital, precisely the time that Xia Fei and Little Black had agreed to close Silent Valley. Silent Valley has suddenly closed. UTI's location is unknown. Phantom excitedly said, his eyes bright. Xia Fei clapped his hands. All information regarding UTI is considered top secret information of the insectoid Imperial Guards. There's no reason for it to be published in public military channels. This must be Qingliu's work. In a few minutes, all of the insectoid military will know of this explosive news. The valley had closed, but UTI had not returned. This could mean only one thing. The 100,000 insectoid elites were all dead. This included the Emperor of the Golden Tent. The military knowing this news means that the entire insectoid race will also learn about it as well. UTI has a rather high status among the insectoids, and news of his death will render them leaderless. So there's no stopping the ensuing chaos. Phantom rubbed his hands. At 12:07, Qinglu proposed to hold an emergency meeting with the cabinet to discuss how they should deal with the imminent chaos. At 12:10, the Imperial Guards imposed martial law in the capital, forbidding anyone from entering it. At 12:14, the panic in the capital caused the Imperial Guards to kill UTI's sister's son, Arufu, by accident. At 12:16, the 5 most authoritative astrologists announced that consort Qingyin's dream had been verified, and only the unborn child in her womb was the next in line to the throne of the Golden Tent. At 12:19, the emissary sent to High Priest Ryan for advice returned, reporting that the High Priest had already left the capital to travel to some unknown corners of the universe for cultivation. This news made Xia Fei sigh in relief. Ryan was an existence that transcended the Emperor of the Golden Tent. One word or action from him was enough to upset Qingliu's plans completely, but since he was no longer in the capital, Qingliu's seizure of authority would go much more smoothly. With a tap of Xia Fei's finger, Tai's dignified and calm face quickly appeared in front of him. Glancing at the timer, Tai sternly said, "It's been 14 hours. What news do you bring me?" "In 5 hours, the news of UTI's death will reach the insectoid expedition fleets. At that time, they will be in disarray," Xia Fei simply said. Tai was startled, his eyes lighting up. "Is that true?" Xia Fei lightly waved his hand in the air. "In truth, the Emperor of the Golden Tent died a few days ago by these hands." It was easy to imagine Tai's shock. He did not ask about how Xia Fei had managed to kill UTI or what method he had used. Learning that it was real was enough. The details could be left to the story-loving civilians to ask about. Those presiding over the big picture only needed to know the results that could be trusted. "Why 5 hours?" Tai asked. "The news was just announced 20 minutes ago in the insectoid internal military net. They don't have the black bat radar, so even their fastest means of communication will need 5 hours." Tai furrowed his brows and firmly nodded. "I understand." After a few seconds, Tai added, "Thank you." After over 10 hours of long-range fire, the insectoid expedition fleets finally began slowly pushing forward. There were uncountable ships of various sizes, with the large dreadnoughts serving as the vanguard, using their powerful cannons to open a path while their thick hulls served as shields. Behind them was a second fleet formed by 1,000 carriers, the countless combat drones filling space like a torrential deluge or a murderous swarm of hundreds of millions of wasps, waving their wings and revealing their fatal stingers. Rumble! The dreadnoughts fired again and again, pounding away at the outer shell of the asteroid fortresses. The countless drones had the asteroid completely locked down, orbiting around it, and seeking any firing emplacements that might be exposed on its surface. Within the span of a minute, the fortress's offensive system was destroyed by tens of thousands of combat drones. Another minute later, the dreadnoughts pounded through nearly 30 meters of alloy armor. The barrage intensified, destroying one of the asteroid fortresses. The insectoid fleets continued onto the next target. Suddenly, the insectoid fleet's offensive came to an unexpected halt. The combat drones were like headless flies, flying around their original location without targets. This sort of loss of focus was incredibly rare in the middle of a large-scale battle. Something must have happened to these fleets. There was no reason to stop the offensive while they had such an advantage. The Super Capital Fleet, Freedom Cavalry. The 60 Super Capital captains looked in shock at Leighton. He was currently engaged in a call with Tai, and all of them were overcome with excitement. Was this the mobilization order they had been waiting for? They had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Putting down the phone, Leighton was quiet for a few seconds. His eyes were gradually turning red from excitement. "Brothers, we fight." These simple words had their blood boiling. From the captains and the soldiers to every member of Freedom Cavalry, including the janitors, engineers, doctors, and nurses. Everyone, it's finally our turn to fight. Our Freedom Cavalry isn't made of paper. This time, we'll show these DMN bugs how powerful we are. The captains bellowed and roared, wanting to fight to the death with the insectoids. Leighton waved his hand and loudly said, "Have all warships stand at the ready. Once Tai gives the order, we're going in." The insectoid expedition's main fleet's capital ship, Sacred Glory. When Tanini learned of his brother's death, he exploded in rage. He immediately executed the soldier who had delivered this news, and then crazily cursed everyone else present. All of Tanini's personal guards and advisors had their heads lowered with dark expressions on their faces. The only insectoid not present was his deputy guard captain, Mantis Warrior Feimu. On the lowest level of the Sacred Glory, in an ordinary storage unit, Feimu took out a communication device from a corner. After reading the message, he took out a blue crystalline dagger from beneath a junk rack. The image of a black longhorn beetle was carved on it. This was the keepsake belonging to a certain elder from the third strongest species among the insectoid race, the black longhorn beetles. Sliding the dagger up his sleeve, Feimu solemnly walked out. Only when he saw that no one was around did he begin making his way to the command deck where Tanini was at. The Alliance military's consecutive defeats had made the insectoids think of them as weak and easily bullied. They believed that the courage of humans was as weak as their bodies. Some of them even joked that this attack on the Panhuman Alliance was the easiest campaign in insectoid history. This was nothing more than an ordinary drill. What war? However, today, the Alliance had undergone a complete reversal, seemingly determined to hold the Westwind defense line until the very end. In truth, that really was what it was doing. For the first time in the campaign, both sides had similar losses. The Alliance military had not allowed a single insectoid warship to get one step past the Westwind defense line. General Tanini was starting to get impatient. The insectoids were famous throughout the universe for their impatience. While Tanini had superior patience compared to most of his race, it had been unable to survive the first 24 hours of the battle. Tanini was the one who had drafted the plan to surround the Westwind defense line and eat away at the humans slowly. One day passed. Then General Tanini seemingly found progress rather slow. Thus, he discarded the plan and decided to mobilize his main force to push straight through. Nearly 1,000 fleets, protected by their enormous capital ships, rapidly advanced. For a moment, the battlefield was resounding with cannon fire. The sudden barrage instantly caused several of the Alliance's asteroid fortresses to fall, but at this moment, the insectoid fleets unexpectedly stopped their barrage. Tai, seeing this on the virtual projection of the battlefield, immediately made his decision. It was time for the Alliance's only super-capital fleet, Freedom Cavalry, to move out. The insectoid expedition's main fleet's capital ship, Sacred Glory. Who can tell me what is going on here? Anyone? Tanini gripped his head in anger as he yelled. This is impossible. Brother UTI is the smartest insectoid in history. How could he just die like that? The expedition generals and advisors kept their heads low and said nothing, allowing General Tanini to rage. After a round of cursing, Tanini seemed to tire. He sat in his chair and gasped for breath, but his eyes appeared like they were about to spit fire. At this moment, a communications soldier cried in alarm. "General, the Alliance military is on the move. They've gone past their defensive line and are preparing to fight us directly." Tanini savagely kicked a chair next to him and stood up. "Perfect. I can kill a few of those accursed humans as a funeral offering to Brother UTI. Transmit my orders. All units, charge. Destroy this DMN defensive line and all those despicable humans. Leave no survivors." Rumble. The cannons roared again, and more than 1,000 capital ships led the charge. Behind them were the fleets consisting of battleships, cruisers, and frigates. The humans had mobilized fast response divisions primarily consisting of battleships, and their strength was far inferior to the insectoid fleets. At the first exchange of fire, 1/3 of the Alliance's side was destroyed, and the force hastily retreated to the defensive line. The frenzied General Tenani refused to give up the chase, ordering his fleets to charge and pursue the enemy right up to the defensive line. The westwind defense line was arranged into a concave. As the insectoid fleets entered the center, they unwittingly placed themselves under the fire of all the asteroid fortresses. Suddenly, a massive flashing appeared on the radar signal, and a communications soldier urgently reported, "General, a human fleet has appeared behind us via warping. Their signal indicates that the enemy ships are massive, several dozen times larger than our capital ships." Tenani was taken aback. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Have the fleets on our flanks move to intercept the enemy's rear assault. The main fleet should continue advancing. Don't stop, not even for a minute." "General, this fleet has been verified as Freedom Cavalry," the communications soldier nervously reported. Supercarriers were a type of ship unique to the Panhuman Alliance. These ships were several dozen times larger than ordinary carriers and were the largest ships in the universe. The insectoids had been extremely apprehensive of Freedom Cavalry, this fleet of supercapitals, and had thought of every possible means to destroy it. Alas, in this entire war, Freedom Cavalry had never appeared. Finally, during the Battle of the Westwind Defense Line, Freedom Cavalry had taken off its mysterious veil, but General Tenani was rather surprised that it had appeared at their rear. "At our rear," Tenani muttered. "General, on our flanks and in front is a defense line of asteroids fortresses, and behind us is the humans' Freedom Cavalry. This is a classic encirclement," an insectoid advisor frantically said. Supercapitals were terrifying existences, and ordinary warships would never be able to contend against them. However, at this moment, all the insectoid capital ships were gathered at the front and were attacking the fortresses. Their rear defenses were comparatively empty. Tenani forced himself out of the sorrow that had come from UTI's death. The facts were right in front of him. While there were not many supercapitals, if they were used properly, they could deal a massive wound to the expedition army. At this moment, Feimu opened the door and walked in. Tenani glared at him. "Where have you been? Couldn't you see there's a battle going on?" Feimu sternly said, "General, I have an urgent matter to report to you at once." He walked up to Tenani and whispered, "General, send my regards to UTI." Shink. The crystalline blue dagger shot out of Feimu's sleeve and plunged into Tanini's chest. The dagger went in through the front, half of its blade protruding out of Tanini's back. In a flash, the image of that black longhorn beetle had turned red. The 60 supercarriers of Freedom Cavalry had joined with 30 support attack fleets, 279 dreadnoughts, and 385 ordinary carriers to form a massive, powerful offensive fleet. They emerged at the rear of the expedition army and blazed a trail through it. Rumble. The dreadnoughts used their formidable firepower, and when they activated their siege modules, their cannons managed to destroy one battleship with each volley. Siege modules were also called desperation modules, for once they were activated, a dreadnought would be unable to move or warp for a very long time. They were stuck in place and could only fire from their position. Even if the enemies attacked, they could not dodge, only take the attacks. The dreadnoughts had activated their siege modules from the start of the battle, meaning that they had no intention of coming back alive. All they needed to do was keep firing and firing until the ships were destroyed. The carriers released their Iron Cavalry combat drones. Each Iron Cavalry combat drone had the defense and firepower of a frigate. A regular carrier could release 150 Iron Cavalry combat drones, and 385 carriers meant 57,750 drones. However, this was not even the most terrifying part. Be it the desperate dreadnoughts or the carriers releasing numerous Iron Cavalry drones, both were just the supporting acts in this battle. The true main force for this assault was the supercarriers. Each of the supercarriers could release 2,000 Iron Cavalry bomber drones. Iron Cavalry combat drones and Iron Cavalry bomber drones had similar names. The short form name of the former was the Iron Cavalry, while the short form name of the latter was the Iron Bomber. However, the difference between these two kinds of drones was like heaven and earth. The Iron Cavalry's offensive power was the equivalent of a frigate, but the Iron Bomber had the power of a battleship. Plus, they were faster, nimbler. When an Iron Bomber got close to an enemy warship, it would fire a single torpedo. 2,000 iron bombers firing their torpedoes in unison created a grandiose sight, like a downpour in the middle of a pitch-black night. Anyone who saw this would not hope to be the side being attacked. This was just how terrifying they were. Whether it was the dreadnoughts, the iron cavalry of the carriers, or the iron bombers of the supercarriers, they all shared one trait. They had no regard for their lives. Dreadnoughts existed to fight with their lives on the line, and drones were controlled by computers, so neither knew nothing about fear. The news of UTI's death had thrown General Tenini into disarray, but Tenini had soon followed UTI in death. The expedition army quickly fell into a leaderless state. The supercarriers of Freedom Cavalry would not relinquish this ideal opportunity to attack. They attacked the expedition army from the rear, destroying any insectoid warships in their path. Only the capital ships could fight back against the concentrated assault of the supercarriers. The fleets made from battleships and cruisers could only serve as cannon fodders. The insectoid capital ships were already pinned down by the asteroid fortresses in front of them and could not move. Moreover, the clumsy capital ships would take some time to turn around. 6 hours later, the insectoid cabinet's meeting ended. It's decided that the 5 cabinet elders, led by Qing Lu, will temporarily assume control of the Golden Tent. As for the master of the Golden Tent, this will be formally announced in 72 hours. The Butterfly Patriarch, Qing Lu, is a member of the anti-war faction. I presume that the Alliance will quickly receive the insectoid's truce request, Xia Fei calmly said. Tai nodded. He was not in the habit of asking whether this information was verified or not, for it had been proved time and again that every piece of information from Xia Fei was true and extremely valuable. As for that sudden turmoil in the insectoid fleets that you spoke of, I investigated it. It turns out that the commander of the expedition, General Tenini, was assassinated 6 hours ago. Assassinated? At the very moment we chose to counterattack? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Tai muttered to himself. Are you also connected to this matter? Xia Fei smiled. Marshal, I just happen to know a little inside information. As for Tenini being suddenly assassinated, I truly had no idea. Tai sipped his tea. UTI died, and not long after, his brother died as well. It's not normal at all. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking. What's the state of the Westwind defense line? Xia Fei changed the topic. He was unwilling to discuss his experience with the insectoids too much. The battle is still ongoing. The supercapitals were able to seize the momentary turmoil in the insectoid fleets to attack from the rear, wiping out a third of the insectoid fleets in one fell swoop. The balance of battle is slowly tipping in our favor. The insectoids only have capital ships left. Those big fellows are powerful, but they're not very agile. Without the ordinary ship's support, it'll be difficult for them to display their full might. Xia Fei waved his hand and made a slicing motion with his hand. The insectoid expedition army will soon receive the order to retreat. I don't think that we can let the insectoid's primary fleet return. Do they think that they could just come and go as pleased? Our pan-human alliance will appear too weak and abusable if we let that happen. Of course, when it comes to military matters, I'm merely a layman just voicing my thoughts. Tai firmly nodded. I can understand your mindset. If possible, I will do everything I can to kill every one of those invaders. When do you plan to return to the Alliance? Xia Fei replied. When this DMN war is over, of course. Oh right. I wish to request something from you. What is it? A capital ship license. A capital ship? Xia Fei, when did you get your hands on a capital ship? Xia Fei smiled. I don't have one now, but when I get back to the Alliance, I will. 1 week after the Battle of the Westwind Defense Line. Has the final statistics from the battle come out? Xia Fei asked. On the screen, the faces of the military triumvirate were in a rare moment of relaxation. The insectoids were in the middle of rapid retreat from the Alliance territory, and many civilians, with no need to wander the depths of the universe, were returning to their homes. The pressure on the triumvirate was reduced, but now, the most important problem they faced was how to rebuild their homes which had been devastated by the flames of war. The capital ship losses were about equal. The insectoids lost more than 1,000 combined fleets, and the Alliance lost nearly 800 fortresses and 12 supercarriers, Williams said. Xia Fei replied. The loss of supercarriers is truly a pity, but after this battle, The insectoids no longer have their main force, so they won't be planning to start another war with the Alliance for the time being. Leighton answered. The new emperor of the Golden Tent, Qingyan, has already given the order to retreat. She even sent a message saying that she wants peace talks with the Alliance. No one else has been informed of this yet. In any case, I don't trust those bugs anymore. Xia Fei said. I don't trust them either, but this time, the bugs really might not start another war. How do you know what the bugs are thinking? I guessed. Xia Fei had kept his actions, particularly his collusion with Qing Lu and Qingyan, in the insectoid territory a secret, even to the military triumvirate, until now. Leighton was about to keep asking, but Tai waved his hand and stopped him. Tai understood that if Xia Fei did not want to talk about something, it would not matter who asked. Now that the dust has settled, quickly come back. The president is itching to give you a hero medal. In addition, I've gotten you that thing you wanted. Xia Fei smiled and nodded. Thanks, but I don't need anything like a hero medal. I don't have that much time to waste. Williams said, it's just a simple ceremony to honor you for your heroic deeds in the war. Anyway, you need to come back to the capital. Xia Fei waved his hand and sternly said, Gentlemen, you don't get it. I really don't have the time, and I'm not going back to the capital, either. You're going to return to Earth. Not that, either. The triumvirate was rather confused. The war was about to end, but Xia Fei was neither returning to capital nor to Earth. Did he plan to remain in the insectoid territory? Gentlemen, don't forget our agreement, Xia Fei said with a smile. Tai and Leighton appeared rather confused. As for Williams, after a momentary pause, he slapped his head and said, Did you two forget? Xia Fei is a member of the Alliance's trade envoys. Xia Fei, who completed his mission, is on his way back, so we need to honor our promise to him. Tai suddenly understood. So it's about the Terminus Star region. Although I don't know what you want a star region so badly for, I've always been a man of my word. Once you come back, you will become the owner of Terminus Star region. Thank you. Xia Fei gave a slight nod. Since that is so, the deal between us is settled. Let's meet again if we get another chance. Saying some more, Xia Fei tactfully refused all other proposals from the triumvirate and shut off the screen. After which, he lit up a cigarette. Isn't it a little bad to reject the proposal of the triumvirate and the president? Phantom asked with a frown. Xia Fei casually replied, Don't forget that I need to head to the world of law adepts in 2 years and 8 months. This isn't a very long time, and I don't have the time to waste on those politicians. A medal? What value does a medal have for me? Phantom nodded in agreement. Time was extremely important to Xia Fei. Unless Xia Fei believed that something was worth it, he would not waste even 1 second on empty titles. Matters among the insectoids proceeded about as Xia Fei had expected, but what was surprising was that the one the Guild of the Wise had pushed onto the stage was Qingyan. Xia Fei understood what sort of tricks Qingyan was capable of. Her allure was something that not even women could resist, and with a crafty fox like Qing Lu assisting her from behind the curtain, the father-daughter pair was essentially a perfect match. Turning on the screen, Xia Fei called Avril. I'm coming back, Xia Fei softly said. Avril nodded, a happy blush on her face. We're heading back to the Venal Galaxy the day after tomorrow. The Sunset Villa was destroyed, but the family still has some villas in neighboring systems which haven't been destroyed, so we'll be staying there temporarily. Xia Fei frowned. I'll be heading straight from the Wild Star region to the Gnostics territory before entering the Alliance territory from the western end, after which, I'll head to the Death Tri region. Couldn't you wait for me at the western end of the Alliance? I want to see you once before I head to the Death Tri region. Avril bit her lip. You're not returning to Earth or the Venal Galaxy? Xia Fei lightly nodded. The majority of Earth's residents, as is Quantum Holdings, are currently in the western part of the Alliance. I plan to go straight there and meet with them. You also know that the Alliance has given me complete authority over Terminus. I don't have much time, so I need to use it well and take a look around my new territory. The people of Earth can't always live on that small home planet of ours. The establishment of the new territory and the reconstruction of Earth have to take place as quickly as possible. These are all matters that can't be delayed in the slightest. Avril nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito's whine as she said, Wherever you go, I will follow. You want me to wait for you in the West, so I'll wait for you in the West. This, Xia Fei did not know how to respond. He was about to leave the territory and go to the completely unknown world of laws. Avril had no idea about this. How should he explain it to her? Avril's meaning was obvious. She was determined to be with Xia Fei. Even if it was the distant Terminus Star region, Avril would accompany him, but he had other plans. What was the Death Tri-region compared to the world of law adepts? Phantom sighed. Xia Fei, how do you plan to handle Avril? Have her accompany you to the world of law adepts? I still haven't thought about it. Then you'd better start thinking. I can tell that Avril's not joking around, so it's best if you mentally prepare yourself. After taking the impaler that he had stashed away in the insectoid territory, Xia Fei immediately rushed toward the Wild Star region. Xia Fei had left a signal there, and it was still waiting for him. This signal told him how to find that crazed Black Star Phantom Bat and that Thanatos carrier. We're here. Phantom looked outside the window at the blinking red signal marker. Back then, you were almost killed by the Black Star Phantom Bat. Now that you're back, we must kill that accursed bat and take away the capital ship. Xia Fei silently nodded. Tightening the planet combat uniform, he glanced at Peacock Blue on his right. He saw that this blue luster grass was no different from when it had been growing in that crevice. It was thin and small, but it stubbornly raised its head. How exactly does this grass grow? It shouldn't be like furball, right? Phantom curiously asked. You'll go bankrupt if that's the case. Xia Fei was speechless. He originally had a ball, a ghost, and a machine at his side, and now, a grass was added to the crew. None of the four was normal. It was an assembly of freaks. After sorting out his loadout and placing Furball on his shoulder, Xia Fei pressed a button. The impaler suddenly vanished from space. The temporary warp wormhole opened, and the impaler slowly moved through it. This was the ruins of an ancient battlefield, and the wreckage of warships drifted about, so it was impossible to use the cloaking system here. Moreover, Xia Fei had no plans of hiding. His failure to defeat the Black Star Phantom Bat was a thing of the past, and Xia Fei was no longer the same Xia Fei. In the distance, the enormous Thanatos carrier was still there. Even though it had floated about the universe for so long, this metal monster still appeared brand new. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with sharp light. Such a beautiful ship. I'm definitely taking you with me today. Furball had been sleeping on Xia Fei's shoulder, but upon entering the ancient battlefield, Furball instantly raised his head and lazily sensed the Black Star Phantom Bat's existence. He scornfully pursed his lips and continued to sleep, apparently not taking the bat seriously. The Impaler was preparing to link with the Thanatos capital ship. Xia Fei recalled that this wicked creature lived in the reactor room of this capital ship. He had not seen it in a few years, and he did not know if the monster had grown just as Xia Fei had. The two sealed doors connected, and Xia Fei disembarked, entering the capital ship and going down the corridor to the reactor room. A whoop! An intimidating cry came from down below. The Black Star Phantom Bat sensed Xia Fei's appearance and immediately attacked. The voice of the Black Star Phantom Bat was a mental attack. If struck, one's thoughts and reaction time would be affected. On Xia Fei's shoulder, Furball grunted, and a deafening vibration, like the sounding of a deep bell, rang out. The two completely different sounds collided with each other and created a significant disturbance, but the Black Star Phantom Bat's voice quickly disappeared. It appeared that Furball's voice was far too shocking, and the Black Star Phantom Bat did not dare to fight back. Whoosh! Xia Fei accelerated, moving down to the reactor room. Shift! The dragon-scale hecto-slasher transformed into a two-handed saber that Xia Fei slung across his back. After taking several turns, he arrived at the reactor room. Xia Fei was worried that this special beast would damage the ship, so he planned to end the battle quickly and seize it in one go. Xia Fei busted through the door. Within, a giant Black Star Phantom Bat was curled up in the corner of the reactor room, its body slightly shivering as it stared in horror at Xia Fei. Beast Spirit Codex. Their eyes met, and their mental energies began to mix. A savage smile appeared on Xia Fei's lips. After so many years, you haven't made any progress, but I'm not the same person I was back then. Control. His eyes erupted with light. Xia Fei's mental energy flooded out, pushing aside the Black Star Phantom Bat's weak resistance in its mind. The Black Star Phantom Bat had fear on its face, but its eyes were filled with savagery and hatred as its death approached. Such a vicious fellow. not conceding even as death approaches. Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. Plush. He swung the dragon scale hecto-slasher without any sort of technique, simply swiping it across the bat's neck, causing blood to gush out. Xia Fei stood on the command deck of the Thanatos carrier, the impaler and vampire stowed in the storage compartment, allowing him to set out with all three of them. Phantom excitedly looked at this enormous ship, proudly saying, I never imagined that I would have the chance to sit on a legendary capital ship. Xia Fei smiled. There will be many more things that you can't have imagined in the future. Come on, to the Gnostics territory. The massive Thanatos carrier moved through the pitch-black darkness of space. In the main control room, Xia Fei emerged from the bottom of the control desk and put the universal pliers back into his pocket. It's done. The STML cloaking device has been linked to the navigation control system. For the rest of the journey, we can advance while cloaked, saving us a lot of unnecessary trouble. The little robot Pod rushed over with a cup of Xia Fei's favorite Bilyuakun green tea. Master, you've worked hard. Alas, Pod was made to be a servant robot and can't help you with machinery repair, and the ones who could repair machines turned traitor. The mention of the members of his kind that had betrayed mankind made Pod turn sad. Xia Fei patted him on the head. It's fine. You're different from your comrades. Besides, you're the best servant robot I've ever seen. Everyone has their worth, and simply doing their duty is more than enough. Pod grew extremely excited from Xia Fei's praise, hastily saying, I'll prepare some of your beloved fried paste noodles, together with some cucumber slices and tomatoes. After Xia Fei nodded and said, okay, Pod excitedly rushed into the kitchen and got to work. Phantom smiled. That fellow is getting more and more delightful. Xia Fei gratefully said, I know, right? Life is just too easy with him around. I feel like I've put on a couple more kilos recently. Phantom and Xia Fei laughed together. Xia Fei activated the STML cloaking device, and the Thanatos carrier immediately entered stealth, its enormous figure blending into the vastness of space. We'll be entering the Gnostics territory soon. A stealth jump will avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, there are no pirates along the way, so there's no way to test this capital ship's fighting power, Xia Fei somewhat regretfully said. Phantom heartily laughed. I knew it. You're purposely not using the cloaking system so that you can test this warship. Last time, a pirate ship recklessly got close, but upon seeing that it's a capital ship, all crew abandoned ship on a shuttle, and there's no need to talk about the sorry figure they cut. Xia Fei shrugged. The Wildstar region was known for its wicked pirates, but in front of Xia Fei's carrier, even the boldest pirate would be unable to stay calm. After all, this was an authentic capital ship, and it even had a serial code from the Navy. Give this ship a name, Phantom said. Xia Fei thought about it. This ship originally belonged to the Alliance Navy, and it was lost in the Sea of Stars for thousands of years before finally re-emerging. Its original owner was the first heroic general, so let's call it Nirvana. A hero reborn, the nirvana of a phoenix. Phantom raised his hands. Nirvana, excellent. After experiencing nirvana, a phoenix will become even stronger. Hopefully, Nirvana will be able to be several times stronger under its new master. But the STML cloaking system has a flaw. When jumping, it will create a unique energy pulse. Previously, the Impaler, a mere cruiser, had its signal detected by the enemies. Won't the massive Nirvana be even more easily detected? Xia Fei smiled. This flaw is actually quite simple. The STML cloaking device's energy control unit has a kind of throttle. This valve is used to disperse the energy discharge to minimize energy disturbances. This resolves the problem of the energy disturbances produced by the warship, but it will create hashed energy particles around the ship, and a radar's microwave channel can easily detect such disturbances, making one actually easier to discover. By referencing the Titan's energy unit, I managed to install an energy circuit that can return the energy output to the reactor rather than sending it out into space. Phantom was taken aback. When did you do that? Why didn't I know? Xia Fei casually said. As long as the principle is understood, one simply needs to apply it. When I was reinstalling the Blackbat radar, I decided to set up the energy return unit. After all, Nirvana is huge and has all the resources and processing equipment. Carriers were intended to serve motherly roles for other smaller ships and fleets, repairing and resupplying them. Thus, the ship had all kinds of facilities and storage compartments packed with raw materials. It was essentially a moving city. Alas, this massive city felt very cold and cheerless, inhabited by only one person, one ghost, one grass, one ball, and one robot. Yelani's Avatar Titan blueprints are truly wonderful stuff, giving me quite a lot of inspirations. The Black Bat radar's complete optimization was also thanks to those, Xia Fei said. Things were just like that sometimes. When given only the radar blueprints, Xia Fei could spend ages and not understand the principle. But when he was given the complete set of blueprints, previous problems were easily resolved. After all, radars did not exist all by themselves, but were used with many other systems of warships. Once the principle was understood, he could draw on his experience from other fields. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was talking about the Black Bat radar, the radar system began pinging. With the press of a button, Charlie and Porter appeared on the screen. Xia Fei, the designs you sent back this time are pretty good, making the Black Bat radar several times easier to produce and also much safer and more durable. It can be considered as perfected now, Charlie excitedly said. Moreover, the manufacturing costs aren't even 1/5 of what they were in the past, yet the selling price has doubled. The profits will be simply astonishing. Xia Fei smiled. You guys didn't call me just for that, did you? Charlie nodded. I was just commenting about it. The real reason is the split of Quantum Holdings management. One group is heading for Terminus, while another is heading back to Earth. At present, the Earth group has already arrived. How is Earth? Xia Fei anxiously asked. As his only home planet, it would be a lie to say that Xia Fei was not worried about Earth. In truth, Xia Fei was very sentimental about it. The Chinese all had this unwillingness to leave their homeland, and Xia Fei was no different. The situation isn't very good. Although Earth is just an unremarkable little planet, the insectoids still didn't let it go. Almost all the major cities have been destroyed, and the infrastructure has been gravely damaged. What about the natural environment? Xia Fei nervously asked. Buildings could be rebuilt, but if the natural environment became unsuitable for human habitation, this would be an irrecoverable loss. If Mount Tai was gone, would they have to rebuild it again? If Juzhai was gone, would they dig out another canyon? Charlie replied. The natural environment didn't suffer too much damage. Earth has little strategic importance, so the insectoids only fired a few shots and flattened the cities before leaving. Xia Fei sighed in relief. Great, great. Charlie continued, but the rebuilding of the infrastructure will take a lot of money. President Wu Long is currently running all over the place to gather funds for the reconstruction effort. Xia Fei waved his hand and solemnly said, We're people of the Earth, and we can't forget it, even if it's the end of the universe. You and Wu Long just need to say the word, and Quantum Holdings will provide all the capital by itself. Charlie replied, Wu Long will definitely be happy to hear that. I'll inform him right away. Xia Fei nodded. I know that Quantum Holdings circumstances aren't too good, and the substantial devaluation of currency has led to a decrease in profits than expected, but you don't need to worry. As long as I'm here, Quantum Holdings will never go bankrupt. Not only will we have the money to rebuild Earth, we'll also take care of the refugees and ensure that the bereaved families are taken care of. Moreover, Earth must be rebuilt to the highest standard. We'll rebuild it so that it becomes one of the best places in the Alliance to live. Charlie stuck out his tongue. Rebuild according to the Alliance's highest standards? That would be an enormous expense. Xia Fei, are you sure? He stroked his finger across his spatial ring. The things inside the ring were enough to buy several hundred Earths. Rebuilding Earth was just an appetizer. Believe me, money won't be a problem. After they were done discussing company business, Charlie tactfully left, leaving Xia Fei with Porter. Porter awkwardly scratched his head and said, During this crisis, Winchim and I had to take care of each other, and we got along rather well. Winchim told me thank you for forcibly taking her out of Black Abyss and to my side. Otherwise, she would have missed out being with me and would have never known how lucky it was to be with me. Xia Fei smiled. I'm naturally happy to know that you two are getting along. As for thanks, that's not necessary. Back then, I did a bad thing by essentially kidnapping her and bringing her to Earth. Once the screen was off, Phantom deeply sighed. You managed to handle old Porter's love problem rather well. But are you still clueless about your own? Avril is still waiting for you. Xia Fei was speechless. Law adepts lived in a part of space separated from the rest of the universe. Based on his past experience, Xia Fei understood that the more experts that were gathered in one place, the fiercer the competition between them would be. Someone as pure as Avril was not suited for that lifestyle. Moreover, if someone tried to use Avril to threaten him, it would be a huge problem. On one side was Avril and her sincere love, determined to stay with him. On another side was the unknown world with unknown dangers. Xia Fei was willing to share joy and happiness with Avril, but not the dangers. Love was something that even gods found difficult to decide on. Xia Fei sighed and headed back to his room. The Gnostics lived between the humans and insectoids. Always regarded as weak, they had used this war between the two other races to reap a great harvest. The human refugees had needed to pay quite a significant headcount fee, and the insectoids had also given the Gnostics a few gifts so that they would not join hands with the humans, in addition promising that they would not invade. Queen, you have reaped an abundant harvest this time, yes? Not only did you obtain many precious treasures from the Pan-Human Alliance, you even seized much of their advanced technology. In the Gnostics' royal palace, a high official at a celebratory banquet called in high spirits. The feast had gone on for 7 days, and what they were celebrating was the large fortune that they had compelled from the Pan-Human Alliance. Queen Dangayan's eyes were hazy from intoxication. In truth, she had not been particularly clear-minded over the last 2 months. She grabbed a male human pet with one hand and pressed him hard into her 2 fat bulges of flesh, almost suffocating him. What a pity that the humans and the insectoids signed a peace treaty. Otherwise, this queen would have been able to acquire even more. Dangayan reached her hand into the man's pants and fumbled around before picking a grape and eating it, not even washing her hand. As one of the few matriarchal races in the universe, female Gnostics were tough and lustful while men had low status, the majority of them consigned to domestic duties like caring for children and doing the laundry. Queen Dangayan was a model of this sort of behavior, and her actions made one blush in shame. To serve as a pet for this fat woman, who weighed more than 200 kilograms, was truly a tragic affair. There were frequent news from the harem that some male pets could no longer bear the abuse from the queen and commit suicide, with even several trying to castrate themselves and dying in the process. Moreover, this woman was fond of human pets, not even glancing at the men of her species. As a matter of fact, many young scions, who had fled to the Gnostics' territory to escape the chaos of war, after a few days of threats and promises, had been included into the queen's harem to serve as her companions. These young scions normally spent their days in debauchery, and they had long ago emptied themselves out for women. After a few rounds with the queen, they upped and died. Thus, the harem's death rate kept soaring as of late. This could be considered karma for those who were afraid of death and tried to rely on the charity of others. Queen, I think that we should provoke the Pan-Human Alliance into getting revenge on the insectoids. After all, the humans suffered a great loss this time, and it's not that easy for them to just let things go. Moreover, Commander Tai of the humans is a fierce and patient character, waiting until the insectoids grew arrogant from their consecutive victories before dealing them a painful blow, destroying nearly 1,000 insectoid combined fleets in one go. Now that the military strength of the insectoids and humans is equal again, this is the perfect chance to provoke them into further war. The one speaking was not as sturdy as Queen Dangayan, but she had a large and bloody mouth full of crooked yellow teeth, so ugly that one would want to vomit at the sight of her. In her bosom was a male pet. As he was pulled over, she could not help but nibble on him. It was hard to say how this man managed to resist the stench. Presumably, his fair and white face was a result of suffocation. In short, the Gnostics' royal place was home to all sorts of frighteningly supreme beauties. It was difficult to find any other place in the universe with such a fine gathering. Suddenly, the sky became dazzlingly bright, like 10,000 suns had risen. Waves of heat accompanied the light, and when the light faded, the Gnostics ceased to have a capital planet or even a queen. Thus, the world became a little cleaner. A pity, a true pity. You used up the last star of ruin. Phantom shook his head at the distant light. Xia Fei did not care. They were made to be used. As long as they were used properly, there's nothing to be sad about. It's not as if they're going to lay eggs if I just kept them around. Phantom said. If you're not happy with the Gnostics bullying Avril, you could just go in and kill their queen. Why waste a star of ruin to destroy the planet? Xia Fei shook his head. 1. My hatred wouldn't be resolved with the death of the queen alone. 2. This was for other people to see. For whom? The insectoids. In the imperial capital, Qingyan, who was seated in the golden tent, was handling various documents. She found it somewhat difficult to go from a supporting role in the golden tent to its master, and over the last half-month, she had become much thinner. At this time, Qinglu happily walked, and Qingyan hurriedly gave up her seat for him. Daughter, it feels different sitting in the golden tent now, right? Qingyan sighed. I really don't know how to deal with this. It seems like there are always new documents to handle every day, and those officials are always requesting audience with me whether they need it or not. Moreover, once they sit down, they don't leave, pulling on me this way and that. Those greedy eyes making me uneasy. It annoys me to no end. Qinglu laughed. With UTI's death, you are now a widow, and once the baby in your womb matures, he will inherit the throne. Any man who catches your eyes will become the father of the king, the stepfather of the king of the golden tent. It'd be far stranger if those nobles and big officials didn't attempt to get you. I even heard that many married officials have recently had their wives killed in secret, presumably so that they could be widowed and be available for you. Power is a good thing. They'll go to any lengths to get their hands on it. Qingyan exploded in fury, her slender hand slamming on the table. So that's what's going on. Those scoundrels are willing to kill their wives to get with another woman. And one day, little Yin may be the one with her head off her shoulders. These accursed scoundrels, I'll definitely have the guards investigate them and have them all executed. Qinglu waved his hand. My dear Yin, the more obsessed those fellows are with you, the more it benefits us. Qingyan frowned and asked, Father, what do you mean? Qinglu stroked his beard. They're so set on pursuing you that they'll probably do everything in their power to get in your good graces. If you order them to do something, they'll definitely do everything in their power to complete it. It was dangerous getting you into the golden tent. If not for that dream and UTI's child in your womb, it would have been very difficult to accomplish. What we need is a sturdy foundation. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we shouldn't become enemies with them, at least not right now. Qinglu intentionally spoke in a serious tone to remind Qingyan that the child in her womb was not really UTI's child, and that this struggle for power was extremely dangerous. Qingyan was speechless. In her haste, she had had a child with a lowly servant, and before they had had a chance to share much affection with each other, the servant had been killed to silence witnesses. Now that she thought about it, her life was truly rather sad. When she was young, for the sake of revenge, she was willing to sacrifice herself to be at UTI's side. At the time, she did not understand the concept of love that much, so she had not cared. She was now in her 30s, but her lustrous body had yet to be touched by a real man. After entering the golden tent, she had been eyed by countless people, so she had had even less of a chance. The greedier and lustful eyes there were, the more Qingyan recalled how Xia Fei had driven her out of his room, and she sorrowfully sighed. Recently, the pro-war faction has been calling for war with the Pan-Human Alliance again. If we continue to refuse them, they may attempt a coup, Qingyan said. Qingliu's face paled as he tensely said, Absolutely not. Did you know? A few days ago, the capital planet of Gnostics was destroyed, and the queen and many nobles and officials were destroyed along with it. Qingyan nodded. I heard about that. It seems very similar to that super bomb that Xia Fei used before. Are you saying that he did it? It must be. The Gnostics are backstabbers and extorted a lot of wealth from the Pan-Human Alliance. Given Xia Fei's temper, he wouldn't easily let the matter go. Didn't he say that he no longer has any more of those super bombs? Qingyan asked. Xia Fei is too crafty. You absolutely can't trust him. If he says he doesn't have it, he definitely does. Given the time that has passed, if he didn't head straight back to the Pan-Human Alliance but detoured to the Gnostics territory, instead, he should arrive there at exactly that time. I couldn't be wrong. That's definitely his work. Plus, he's secretly warning us that, if he can destroy the Gnostics capital planet, he can destroy the insectoid imperial capital, destroy us. The expression on Qingyan's face shifted again and again. For some reason, she felt both fear and admiration towards Xia Fei. believing that the handsome man was the true match for her. Alas, the falling flowers yearned for love, but the heartless brook flowed on. What did it matter how beautiful, alluring, or flirtatious she was? When a woman lost her purity and kindness, she also lost her soul. Xia Fei had already cast Qing Yin to the back of his mind while on board Nirvana, crossing the Sea of Stars to make his way to Avril. Alliance East Border, Starlink Corporation's first fleet was positioned neatly in a row, waiting in that inky blackness of space. Capital ship, the Horizon. Jensen had a smile on his face. Among all of Avril's followers, Jensen was most likely the only one who had come from a commoner's background like Xia Fei. He had depended on his talent in command and strength when he was 16, graduating from the top command school in the Alliance, hired to be the assistant captain for Starlink Corporation's first fleet. In the several years since, Jensen had risen from an assistant to a captain, then from a captain to fleet commander-in-chief. His rise had been so quick that it left others flabbergasted. Of course, after the war, the 10 fleets that Starlink Corporation originally owned were now down to 1, and so Jensen was only a fleet commander-in-chief in name. But the number of ships he was in charge of had not changed. Son-in-law is only a single warp away from our location and is presently recharging his ship's energy. He should arrive at our position in 15 minutes, Jensen's assistant, Ronald, reported. Though most had not personally met Xia Fei, the love story of Xia Fei and Avril during the war had already been ingrained deeply into everyone's hearts. Most had begun affectionately calling Xia Fei son-in-law, for all of them felt that it was only a matter of time before their young lady and he wed, and that Starlink Corporation would sooner or later operate under Xia Fei's name. Most harbored much anticipation and longing for such an outcome, looking forward to when Xia Fei and Avril would live happily ever after like the Prince Charming and Princess in the fairy tales. The majority of employees had no issue letting the famed Xia Fei take charge, either. After all, the man's strength and character were well known to everyone. It was rather ironic. When the relationship that Xia Fei and Avril shared had become known a few years back, most thought that Xia Fei was a toad lusting for swan meat, wishing they could just stomp and kill this toady Xia Fei, feeling wistful sympathy toward their young lady's blindness. Now, no one dared to see Xia Fei as a toad. In fact, many felt that it was quite an honor for the Jian family to be able to claim kinship with Xia Fei. After all, Xia Fei was already acknowledged as an apex expert in the Alliance, of which the reputation preceded his. Xia Fei's Quantum Holdings was already seen as a top-rated business in the Alliance, comparable to Starlink Corporation. Furthermore, the momentum of its development was astoundingly quick, meaning that it would be a matter of time before the company surpassed Starlink Corporation. Jensen did not enjoy hearing everyone call Xia Fei son-in-law, but he was helpless to stop this from happening. Connect Xia Fei via video call. Jensen tidied his uniform as he instructed. The screen turned on, and Xia Fei was displayed drinking a cup of tea. He gave a jovial greeting to Jensen, appearing to be completely at ease. Mr. Xia Fei, I am here under orders of the chairman to escort you to Cedo. The young lady and the board chairman, the CEO, and your employees from Quantum Holdings are all waiting for your arrival there, Jensen said in a rich voice. His tone was a little cold due to the dissatisfaction he was feeling deep down toward this average-looking man, who was about the same age as him. You'll be my escort? Xia Fei found this arrangement rather hilarious, but he still politely nodded. No problem. My warship is currently recharging its energy, so I'll be there soon. Jensen remained serious. I know that you've got a very high cultivation, capable of taking down tens of thousands of foes at once, but out here in the stars, warships are the real power. With how the war has just ended, there are plenty of pirates active here in the border region, making it very unsafe. With Starlink Corporation's first fleet in my command as escort, I can guarantee that you'll be safe the entire journey. I agree as well that warships are the real power out here in space. Thank you for your hard work then, Xia Fei said with a smile. Turning off the screen, Jensen straightened his back further. Though he was no match for Xia Fei in terms of his martial arts strength or cultivation, he was at least rather confident when it came to warships and fleets, and Jensen was hoping that he would be able to save himself face through this. Whoosh! A temporary wormhole channel opened near Starlink Corporation's first fleet, And this huge wormhole was so large that there would even be space after fitting the entire First Fleet into it. Jensen looked out the window and could not help but widen his eyes. Such a huge wormhole? What type of warship is Xia Fei piloting? Jensen hurriedly asked. Before the radar control operator could even answer, Jensen saw Nirvana slowly making its way out of the wormhole. As a fleet commander, he of course knew from the outer appearance of this gigantic warship just what type it was. A Gaian Thanatos-class carrier. Heavens! Son-in-law is actually piloting a capital ship. That's too DMN cool. But of course, I heard that aside from the military, only the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order each have a capital ship, but what either owns is just a dreadnought. Son-in-law is the first civilian to own a carrier. Owning a capital ship requires a license. I wonder if son-in-law's capital ship is actually licensed. What nonsense. Who do you think son-in-law is? He's a great hero who barged into the insectoid territory alone and managed to kill countless insectoids. On one hand, you have Tai leading the military off into the Terminus system for a retaliation. On another hand, you have our son-in-law. Even if he doesn't have a license, who's going to stop him actually? Bouts of cheers erupted in the command deck. Perhaps it was a situation of love me, love my dog. But everyone felt that their prestige had risen now that Xia Fei was piloting his own capital ship. The largest ship we have in our fleet is this Horizon, an Amerian Abaddon. Unfortunately, an Abaddon next to the Thanatos is like an ant besides an elephant. Heh, to think we're still so excited to escort our son-in-law. Turns out that he has a carrier. How ridiculous we must have looked. Now, it's the son-in-law escorting us instead. The conversation in the command deck caused Jensen's face to turn pale. He wished he could just crawl into an underground crevice and hide, for he had previously been lecturing Xia Fei about the importance of warships in space. The screen suddenly turned on, and Xia Fei smiled. Sorry to trouble you all for the escort. Every word hammered home onto Jensen's face. His body shuddered, grinning back forcefully as he said through gritted teeth, yes. Planet Cedo, Diatris Star region, what used to be a western border region of the Panhuman Alliance. Now that Venal Galaxy had been razed to the ground, the Alliance government, economy, and military all moved westward to Cedo, designating it as the temporary capital of the Alliance while they awaited for Venal Galaxy to be rebuilt so that they could move back. Avril's new home was located on the outskirts of Cedo in a fairly old-fashioned garden bungalow which covered a sizable plot of land. This place was a lot simpler compared to the grandeur of Sunset Villa, but neither Avril nor anyone from her family complained. Compared to the days they had spent aboard warships during the war, the life they had here on Cedo was practically heaven. The Jian family was exceptionally busy today. Countless famed individuals of the Alliance were packed in here, standing in the garden or the corridor if they failed to secure themselves seats. Xia Fei was about to arrive in a few hours, and everyone wished to catch a glimpse of the hero from the legends. Charlie, Porter, Boateng, Sarah, Andre, Wulong, and other department heads of Quantum Holdings were being treated as the most important guests of the Jian family, and all of them had been arranged to sit in the VIP lounge, which Avril's grandfather Ernst hosted. Qin Mang, Thurum, Moon Song, and Chun Dong were also present. Basically, anyone who shared a good relationship with Xia Fei had been invited, receiving the best hospitality that they could offer. Life truly knew how to make a joke out of man. When Xia Fei first came to the Jian family, he merely wanted to know if Avril was still alive, hoping to catch a glimpse of the lady that he missed. He was heavily obstructed back then and even received plenty of eye rolls from everyone around. Pang Xing's father Pang Hai even stepped out and fought with him. Now, perhaps even a dog that Xia Fei raised would be nobler than a prized hunting dog, despite it just being a mongrel which was hardly worth half a star coin. While the garden was bustling with noise, Avril's bedroom was even livelier. Miss, would you be wearing this skirt today? A maid presented a beautiful pink long dress and asked. 5 to 6 maids were all in a hurry helping Avril with her attire. Each and every one of them was wearing a soft smile on their faces. It was said that the son-in-law was coming back, so even these maids were feeling happy for their lady. This one looks too flamboyant, and our son-in-law always prefers the subtle. I think it's better if the lady dresses herself a little simpler. That's before. Son-in-law is now an important figure, and plenty of rich heiresses will have their sights set on him. If the lady doesn't look outstandingly pretty, it may not be appropriate. The maids were all chattering, each of them calling Xia Fei son-in-law, which caused Avril to blush red, completely embarrassed by it. Row upon row of dresses was on display, and pieces of jewelry were all laid out. The gaggle of maids was all abuzz picking out a suitable look for Avril, causing her to experience a bout of indecisiveness in that moment, clueless on what she should be wearing. In her panic, a maid, who was in her 30s, quietly tugged at Avril's sleeve and leaned in to whisper, "My lady, I got what you asked for." Avril felt her heart thump wildly as her rosy cheeks reddened even further like ripe red apples. She anxiously grabbed the maid's hand and went into the side room, locking the door behind her. The maid pulled out a bottle of blue liquid and sneakily stuffed it into Avril's palms. "My lady, there will surely be no problem if you use this. There's a time when my own spouse was indifferent to me, so I added just a little to his meal that night, and he turned into a savage tiger, causing me to come down with exhaustion every night." The maid excitedly shared this tidbit. Avril did not recover from her anxiety, slipping the little bottle into her undergarments as she gingerly asked, "There won't be any side effect, right?" "It's completely natural, and the only side effect is that son-in-law won't ever leave you," that maid cheekily tittered. Avril hurriedly covered her 2 ears, so embarrassed that she dare not raise her head. "Okay, that's enough. I'm dying of embarrassment here." The maid chuckled. "What's there to be embarrassed about? You and son-in-law being together is heaven ordained. Something like this will only help ensure that your nights are even more passionate. That's all." Avril bit her lip and somewhat grumbled. "Xia Fei always said before that I'm still young, but I'm definitely not that anymore." The maid quickly consoled her. "That's only because the son-in-law cares about you. A woman's first time will always be somewhat painful, but the happiness you'll feel soon after can wash you over endlessly like the sea waves." Avril stamped her feet, all flustered, like a kitten of which the tail had accidentally been stepped on. "Okay, that's enough. I don't want to hear it." However, that maid continued, nagging incessantly as she described what happened between a man and a woman. Avril was both abashed yet intrigued, covering her ears but also carefully listening to what this maid was talking about. She would take plenty of deep breath when the topic got intimate, almost having trouble keeping herself standing upright. Sometime later, Avril quietly slipped out from that side room like a little goldfinch which had done something bad but was afraid of being scolded, looking around furtively to ensure that there was no one around before hurrying back into her room. "Oh my, I forgot to instruct the lady not to use too much at once," the old maid muttered to herself. "Forget it. The lady has always been very timid, and this is her first time, too. I doubt that she'll dare use much at once. Look over there. That's the Starlink Corporation's first fleet." The garden by the Jian family's residence had several screens set up, their purpose to play some light-hearted music for setting the mood. The image suddenly changed to show the expanse of space, where Starlink Corporation's first fleet had suddenly appeared after opening their temporary wormholes. Everyone knew that this meant Xia Fei had returned. What's going up? Why is there a capital ship following behind them? A Gaian Thanatos-class carrier. Could this ship belong to Starlink Corporation? I've never heard of them acquiring a capital ship license, though. An avid discussion broke among the crowd, and it was Chief of Staff Williams who chuckled. "That ship's Xia Fei's. Due to his contributions to the war, the military has awarded him with a special capital ship license, allowing Xia Fei and Quantum Holdings to own a capital ship." Of the military triumvirate, Tai and Leighton were leading the fleets to reclaim their territory, and only Pine Williams remained. Of course, he was here to represent the military in welcoming Xia Fei back. That was why he was in the Jian family's residence. Originally, the Military and Internal Affairs Department had a plan to receive Xia Fei and award him with honors, but Xia Fei rejected this. Thus, such plans were scrapped. Since this was just a private welcoming party that the Jian family had organized, it of course had no relation with the governing body of the Panhuman Alliance. So that's how it is. Xia Fei indeed deserves the right to pilot a capital ship of his own. Look at his warship. There's even a military serial number on it. Perhaps the ship's a gift from the Navy. Discussions ran amok, with everyone agreeing that Xia Fei deserved to own a capital ship. Those from Quantum Holdings and the Jian family, meanwhile, were elated, feeling a bit of this honor on themselves by extension. Because the size of Nirvana was too large, it was completely incapable of landing on the spaceport in Cedo. As a result, Xia Fei switched to boarding Vampire before he entered Cedo's atmosphere, leaving the little robot Pod to stay on board due to its identity. Pod felt very regretful about this arrangement. It was not that Xia Fei looked down on him. Rather, too many humans still harbored animosity toward robots, and it was a reality that no one could change. Whoosh! Vampire landed in the Jian family's backyard. Xia Fei stepped out from the warship and greeted everyone whom he knew and did not know as he headed toward the already prepared VIP lounge. Xia Fei was a little disappointed that he had not caught a glimpse of Avril, though he still kept on smiling at everyone. Avril was his lover whom he cherished greatly, but he was not about to neglect these friends of his, either. After all, his company had been left to these people to take charge while Xia Fei was away most of the time, so they had all lived up to his entrustment, keeping Quantum Holdings well managed and operated the whole time. The crowd proceeded to shift toward the large assembly rooms situated in the center of the garden, and plenty of people very knowingly departed. The few who wanted to get near Xia Fei were all politely declined entry by Pang Xing and Pang Hai, and only those who were more familiar to Xia Fei were allowed entry. Interested parties took note of all the people who were admitted into Xia Fei's circle and their names, in hopes of trying to build closer ties in the future. After all, Xia Fei was close to these people, so they could hardly be underestimated. Everyone asked about Xia Fei's exploits in the insectoid territory, and Xia Fei breezed through everything. He did not claim credit beyond due and, instead, praised everyone for their hard work in holding and defending mankind, safeguarding Quantum Holdings, and even succeeding in their enlistment of talented individuals in all the chaos. There are really many people who came, and it's not what I imagined, Xia Fei said as he stood up and looked outside the window. Old man Qin Mang strolled over. There's a reason for that, and you ought to know why. Xia Fei nodded. The war has just ended. The commercial world and political circles need to start anew. The Jian family lost a lot in this war, and organizing this is probably how they're planning to revive their influence. Qin Mang added, it's not just the Jian family. Quantum Holdings needs your help, too. Due to your relationship with Avril, Starlink Corporation and Quantum Holdings are already viewed as one, so glory or loss is equally shared. The strength of both companies can't be underestimated, and together, it'll most definitely have the ability to challenge the #1 enterprise seat in the commercial world. By that time, you'll essentially become the top businessman in all Panhuman Alliance. Xia Fei smiled, but did not really pay heed to this issue much. After all, his thoughts were no longer here, and the group of law warriors in the distant stars was where his interest truly lay. He noticed Ernst chatting with Andre from the corner of his eyes, and the two seemed to be really familiar with each other. Meanwhile, Avril's father was having a conversation with Charlie, most likely discussing cooperation on the business front. The largest business consortium in the commercial world was slowly forming, and any other businessmen would naturally flock to them once they understood this. Civilization starts from sapience, as does destruction with the god of Titan. Only by seeking asylum with the god of Titan can lives be saved from the claws of demons, Qin Mang muttered to himself. This was what he had once shared with Xia Fei a long time ago, and it referred to the importance of civilization getting a hold of a Titan-class warship. The Panhuman Alliance has once more been driven to the brink of extinction, and it's yet another proof that it's hard for us to stand on the stage of this universe without wielding potent strength. Xia Fei chuckled. Are you thinking of that matter with the Titan superwarship again? Yes. If humanity had a Titan, we wouldn't have been bullied so utterly by the insectoids this time. Though I have no idea what the ancient humans were so desperately manufacturing the Titan, it wouldn't hurt for our civilization to have that sort of superweapon. Xia Fei kept quiet. He already knew why the ancient humans sought to manufacture the Titan, and it was not to prevent other races from committing genocide against them, but to defend themselves against an attack from law warriors. However, he decided against telling Qin Mang that he now possessed a complete set of blueprints to a Titan-class warship. This was a matter of great importance, and any civilization who possessed or attempted to manufacture Titans had all eventually been wiped out. So Xia Fei could not help but seriously consider sharing what he had learned. Changing the topic, Qin Mang patted Xia Fei on his back and said, I almost forgot. You're still a cadet adjudicator of the Adjudicator Union. Still being a cadet adjudicator is a little beneath you given your current status, and the union will be mocked by others. As such, the president of the union told me that he wishes to give you the ranking of a diamond adjudicator. Any thoughts? A diamond adjudicator was the highest title a member of the union could obtain, holding plenty of privilege and prestige. It could be seen that the conditions the adjudicator union had set for him were not low. Xia Fei shook his head. There's no need for that. It's just a title. Besides, I didn't sign any agreement back when I was in Heaven Execution Training Camp, and the reason for that is I don't want to be bound to anyone via a contract. I still hold true to my past mentality, and I plan to leave the Adjudicator Union with this return of mine. Qin Meng laughed out loud. I guess that's fine. Even being a diamond adjudicator isn't fitting for the status you now have. They at least ought to give you a seat beside the 10 old coots presiding over the Brotherhood, though it's the oldest warrior organization and guards who knows how many secrets. Those 10 old coots are also the union's core members. I'm afraid that it's going to take quite a bit of maneuvering before that happens. Xia Fei smiled. Old man, I'm not scorning diamond adjudicator because I find it not prominent enough. If I cared about my status back then, I wouldn't care to be your librarian. I won't be joining anything, be it the Adjudicator Union or the Brotherhood. Qin Meng was stunned. He never would have thought that Xia Fei would be so indifferent toward fame or fortune. It ought to be stated that those 10 old coots of the Brotherhood would have access to the top secrets of the Alliance, essentially on par with the military triumvirate. A young man like Xia Fei joining the Brotherhood was practically unbelievable, and any mentally sound individual would not have rejected such an offer. Leaving the Adjudicator Union and not joining the Brotherhood, either? Qin Meng lifted his head and glanced at Williams, who was not far away. Were you perhaps thinking that the government or the military would present you with greater benefits? Xia Fei shook his head with that same smile. Old man, you should know that the Alliance has given me the Terminus Star region, right? Qin Meng nodded. Indeed, I do. You couldn't be planning to run off to the Death Tri region and be a lonely tyrant, could you? What's so good about that impoverished place, anyway? Xia Fei answered lackadaisically. At the very least, I won't be restrained by others. I'll grow some plants and the ilk, raise some birds or fish when I'm bored. That's a life worth living too. Xia Fei knew very well that Qin Meng truly wanted to help him become a peak expert in the Alliance. It was just that the time for that had passed, and the stage which was called the Alliance was not as attractive as before to Xia Fei, for he was now a lot more intrigued by the 3 laws and the secret world of law adepts. However, he could not tell all these to Qin Meng, so the best he could do was make up some excuse. Qin Meng laughed and patted his fat head. You're making yet another unconventional choice, just like when you chose to become a librarian years back. Everyone is thinking that you'll make big moves and do some great things here in the Alliance with this return of yours. Instead, you actually want to recuse yourself to the desolate Terminus Star region, something that even I did not imagine. Xia Fei laughed as he bowed to Qin Meng respectfully. Old man, I have yet to quit the Adjudicator Union, so I'm still your little librarian. Shall I brew you a cup of tea? With that, Xia Fei really got up and brewed a pot of Longjing before rain for Qin Meng personally. The old man chuckled happily. You've really got quite the silver tongue, youngster. I'm afraid that I'll have trouble finding another underling who can brew tea as well as you do once you leave. I'm afraid I may not have the chance to brew a pot of tea for you in the future, but I'll be sure to get Charlie to send you some Longjing before rain every year. Most of the tea plantations on Earth are still intact, and that in itself is quite a fortunate turn of events. Plenty of others were waiting to have a chat with Xia Fei, so Qin Meng did not delay for much longer. Taking the pot of tea and walking over to Serum, he let the others have a chance to speak to the man of the hour. How was it? Is the rascal Xia Fei beside himself with glee after knowing that you want to give him an esteemed spot in the Brotherhood? Serum was not at all courteous, taking the pot of tea from Qin Meng and pouring himself a cup. He rejected it. Qin Meng sighed. Serum nearly spat a mouthful of tea. Did I hear that correctly? The 10 old coots of the Brotherhood practically hold half the secret martial arts manuals and ancient civilization relics in the Alliance, governing all the warrior organizations. How could he reject such an offer? Is he still sane? What do you think? Qin Meng took a sip of tea and asked. Serum shook his head. No, I don't think so. The rascal Xia Fei is very smart. Qin Meng sighed. Years ago, when he chose to be a librarian under me, plenty of people also thought that he's wrong in the head, but he ended up proving himself to be smarter than anyone else. Now, his decision to retire is likely the same, except even I don't understand the reason behind it. I wonder what matter of importance is the lad hiding from me. After some time, Williams also quietly joined Qin Meng and Serum after having a chat with Xia Fei. Congratulations to the both of you. Xia Fei refused to succeed Admiral Layton, so that means the Adjudicator Union won this round. Williams sighed. Qin Meng and Serum both laughed uproariously. To think the military would actually dangle such a huge benefit. Xia Fei hasn't even been in command school, yet you're willing to come up with such an idea, like letting him be the chief of the Navy just like that. Williams chuckled politely. Looks like our offer isn't high enough. Actually, Xia Fei didn't join us, either. Serum could not resist admitting. Then what does he plan to do? Williams asked curiously. He plans to retire, go fishing in the Terminus Star region that you gave him. Smash. Williams' expression paled, and that exquisite wine glass he held in his hand landed on the ground, shattering into pieces. The sound of the shattering glass was not too loud, but the room had suddenly gone silent, which caused Williams to think that his momentary absent-mindedness had caused everyone to look in his direction. Actually, everyone had gone quiet not because of the shattered glass, but because of a woman. In the distance, Avril was making her way over, a sweet smile on her face. The door to the neighboring room opened, and a woman dripping in beauty and poise came walking out. It was so silent that the crowd's breathing could be heard, including the crisp yet light footsteps of the woman as she crossed the floor. Dressed in a blue long dress that lightly swept the ground, her blonde hair cascaded softly and silkily behind her. The faint fragrance she gave off was alluring. Her two eyes shone like lustrous pearls as they fell upon Xia Fei, who was standing several meters away. Though there were plenty of people here in this room, Avril's eyes were only set on Xia Fei. Xia Fei was stunned. After witnessing the foxy allure of Qin Yin, Xia Fei realized that there were plenty of beautiful women in this universe, but Avril was the only one who could make his heart beat. Even if Xia Fei possessed an inhuman calmness, all he could feel was his racing heartbeat when Avril stood before him. His blood pumped wildly as he felt an urge to just dash right to her and envelop her entirely in his arms. However, before he could even act on that thought, Avril had already come sprinting toward him as tears streamed down her cheeks, plunging right into his bosom, coming into contact with his sturdy pectorals. His lips curled into a smile as he hugged the lady tightly. Avril was small in frame. Xia Fei lowered his head and buried his nose into her blonde hair. That feminine scent filled his nostrils, and he could feel himself getting slightly giddy as if he was in the middle of a dream. Avril's body was slightly trembling, her arms going around his waist. As if afraid that Xia Fei would run off like before, she whispered, "Cheeky. Xia Fei's the worst." However, the smile plastered across her face was as radiant and beautiful as flowers blooming in spring. The two shared an intimate embrace, treating everyone around them like air. Whether the look of the people around was that of envy or jealousy or otherwise, this pair of lovers easily ignored them all. Williams chuckled and strolled out of the room. Serum gave Xia Fei a thumbs up and dragged Qin Meng off with him. Charlie blushed in his excitement, offering a fisted salute to congratulate Xia Fei. The hardy bloke Pang Xing unexpectedly started sobbing like a lady, using his sleeves to cover his eyes as he ran off, while Avril's grandfather and father both looked on, gratified. In any case, all the men in that large room showed their well wishes toward this display, though the ladies in the room were not as magnanimous. Moon Song crunched on her cucumber, throwing a silly face over at Xia Fei before swaggering off with her head held high, seemingly not caring about the intimacy Xia Fei and Avril was displaying as they ignored everyone else around them. Nicole Sawyer looked disappointed, and her heart felt even emptier. She took 2 steps away, seemingly at a loss on what to do before turning back to glance and sigh with bitten lips. Instead, it was Sarah who appeared to be completely unfazed by this. In the eyes of people from the Wild Star region, an outstanding man ought to have a wife and plenty of mistresses. It was evident that Xia Fei's heart was completely devoted to Avril, though that did not mean she did not have a chance to be his mistress. Soon, the only ones left in the room were Xia Fei and Avril, and it was unknown who had thought of drawing the curtains and dimming the lights, creating a relaxing and tranquil atmosphere in the large room. Xia Fei picked up Avril by her waist with his two arms around her, causing her to squeal in shock as she held Xia Fei's neck, so her face was perfectly placed next to his chest. Settling himself down on a sofa, he positioned Avril on his lap like a precocious kitten. Taking out a handkerchief, Xia Fei wiped away the tears off Avril's face. "Look at you. You won't be pretty if you keep crying like that." Avril pouted as she acted spoiled. "Are you not going to want me once I'm no longer pretty?" Xia Fei chuckled. "Even if you turn ugly like a decrepit old hag, you'll still be my Avril, and that won't ever change." Avril giggled. "How hateful. Who wants to be a stinking old hag? If someone's turning old, then it'll be you, doddering old fool. Then, will we still be together when I become a doddering old fool?" Xia Fei slyly asked. Avril blushed as she lowered her head, replying in a soft voice, "I'll still want to be together with you." Xia Fei cupped his hands to his ears. "I didn't quite catch that." Avril boldly went and hugged Xia Fei as she loudly called, "Even if you turn into a stinky old man, I'll still want to be with you." Xia Fei burst out laughing as he stroked Avril's hair with one hand. Avril clenched her two fists and beat at Xia Fei's chest repeatedly. "You're so bad. All you know is to tease me." Xia Fei remained silent as he lowered his head and moved his lips closer to Avril's. He moved slowly and deliberately, his two eyes peering right into Avril's pupils. Avril's heart was thumping wildly, her fists no longer beating Xia Fei's chest, seemingly at a loss on how she should react. The porcelain, white cheeks of hers turning red instantly. She was hesitant and also wanting. Closing her eyes, her thin eyelashes fluttered as she slightly parted her red and luscious lips. Xia Fei was moving very, very slowly. He gradually lowered his head and matched her lips. When the two lips were barely a centimeter away from each other, they could each feel the warmth of the other's breath, and Avril subconsciously lifted her head to meet Xia Fei's eyes. A passionate and lingering kiss was shared, and the two slowly let themselves get lost in the intoxicating act. Avril's long and tender thighs tightened together as her body temperature rose. She could feel her consciousness getting somewhat hazy as an almost primal impulse dominated her, and then the yearning in her grew stronger. Suddenly, Avril lightly pushed Xia Fei as she said, puzzled, "Something hard is poking my back." Xia Fei somewhat sheepishly whispered, "That's a weapon." "What weapon?" "A very powerful weapon." Avril suddenly recalled something that the maids would often discuss, and she momentarily lost her nerves. Xia Fei's two lips came forward once more, and she did not reject them, and the two ardent lovers intertwined. About 2 hours later, just as dusk had settled, Avril was lying on the sofa, her head resting on Xia Fei's thighs as if they were pillows while he drank a cup of tea, telling Avril some interesting and fun stories. Avril was a little disappointed, for what she had been looking forward to did not happen. The intimate moment that they shared before had lingered for some time, but he quickly broke off and told Avril the interesting stories and sights he saw in the insectoid territory. She told herself not to rush things, and that it was better if her first time was a bit more perfect. Avril began listening intently to his stories, and fortunately Xia Fei had plenty to share. Without either of them realizing it, night was already upon them. "I was thinking while in the insectoid territory, wondering what sort of sin I committed in my life that I would meet you, my little minx. All the great heroes would always have plenty of wives and mistresses, but ever since I met you, no other women out there have piqued my interest. No matter how pretty they are, there's only one person in my eyes." Xia Fei spoke very seriously. Avril raised her pretty face and said with dissatisfaction, "Humph. Then go and find them. It's not as if I've tied you down or anything." Xia Fei laughed lightly as he pinched Avril's nose teasingly. "I couldn't find any because none of the women out there in the universe could compare to you, my Avril. Having you by my side is enough for me, my entire life." There was no woman who disliked such flattering words, and Avril was very moved by Xia Fei's seemingly random, yet sincere words. All of a sudden, the sound of a snore could be heard from under the sofa that they were sitting on, and Xia Fei lifted the cushion only to find Furball curled up in the gap, sleeping soundly. "Hey, can't believe this fellow here has been eavesdropping." Smack! Xia Fei swatted the beast away with a slap, giving a bump to Furball. Furball opened his eyes in a panic, then used his pair of cute and innocent-looking eyes to stare at Xia Fei and Avril. "Oh, you poor thing. Xia Fei, why did you hit him?" Avril picked up Furball and took the beast into her bosom, her delicate fingers lightly stroking where Xia Fei had struck Furball. "This pet of mine is very crafty. Avril, don't get fooled by his seemingly innocent looks." Avril pouted. "Don't you say that. Poor little guy. Does Xia Fei often bully you?" Furball nodded his head repeatedly, extending his tongue to lick Avril's fingers. It was ticklish and caused Avril to giggle as the beast licked fervently. Xia Fei was speechless. Avril actually pitied the Shatterstar beast. This meant that there was practically no beast out there that was not pitiful. "What's his name?" "Furball." "Furball? What an adorable name. Furball, are you hungry? Would you like some snacks?" Furball was of course not at all interested in sweet snacks, but Avril did not relent, stuffing a mouthful of snowpine cake into Joss's mouth. Furball's mouth was soon stuffed full of cake, and he reluctantly swallowed it, frowning greatly as he looked to Xia Fei with pleading eyes. Xia Fei cackled in his heart as he spoke to Furball through their conscious link. "Now you know how wonderful your master is, yeah? I'm warning you. Don't ever make Avril unhappy, or else I'll be sure to let you have some delicious fruits to eat." Furball wanted to cry, though no tears came out. He forcefully swallowed that mouthful of cake, his eyes almost turning blue from the disgust. Unfortunately, Avril did not plan to stop anytime soon, and she placed a plate full of pearl pineapple tarts in front of Furball. "Furball, these tarts are delicious." "What's this? You don't want to eat?" Avril thrust her hips sideways. "Look at how tiny you are. I'm sure you are usually too picky with your food. There's no way for you to grow big and strong if you don't eat more." On one hand was Xia Fei's stern order, on another was Avril's diligent concern. Furball was utterly helpless, smashing his head onto the sofa as tears brimmed around his eyes, as if saying, "Oh heavens, just who did I offend to have deserved such torture?" Avril accompanied Xia Fei as the two socialized in the garden. She mentioned her desire to rest because she felt tired some time after, so Xia Fei walked her back to her room. Everyone naturally knew about the deep relationship Xia Fei and Avril shared, and that after having been apart from each other for so long, it was precisely the time when they needed privacy. As such, nobody blamed the couple, allowing Xia Fei and Avril to return and rest as they liked. Avril had changed into a pink sheer sleeping gown upon her return. Before, her sleep attire was all pajamas with cute designs, imprinted full of small animals. But today, she wore something far more suggestive for some reason, which really accentuated her figure. Without too much thought, Avril lay under the covers as Xia Fei placed a hand on her head and stayed by her side to continue chatting, telling her a bedtime story before she turned in. It was late, and Xia Fei was feeling slightly fatigued, too, so he got up and moved to retire to his room. Avril sighed. Just like all the nights before, Xia Fei refused to make the first move, always choosing to protect and take care of her. "Wait," Avril called. "What? Can't bear to leave my side." Xia Fei teased. Avril got up and took out a bottle of gin from her wine cabinet. That somewhat translucent pajamas of hers did not leave much to the imagination, especially her slender and long white thighs, which any full-blooded male would salivate over. She poured a glass for Xia Fei and a glass of milk for herself. Handing the gin to Xia Fei, Avril somewhat nervously and a little guilty said, "I'm not feeling sleepy yet. Can you stay with me for a while longer?" "I'm not sleepy yet. Care to stay with me for a bit longer?" Avril lightly asked. Xia Fei took the glass of liquor and stood by the window. He parted the curtains and looked out into the night sky outside. It was already late, and the guests were slowly leaving. The bright moon hung high above the sky as a cold breeze came blowing in, the air refreshing and moist. Closing the window, Xia Fei sat back by Avril's side, who was now eyeing the glass in his hand. Her heart was thumping hard, absolutely anxious. As an adolescent lady, she was looking forward to having something magical happen between her and her beau, but as this was her first time, she was rather lost on how to proceed with the entire matter, and she even felt slightly frightened by the prospect. Just as Avril was beside herself with anxiety, Xia Fei drank the glass of gin in one go and casually placed it by the nightstand. "He's coming over. Is it happening?" Avril was so nervous that she froze up, like a child that had done something wrong, burying herself deep under her covers, only poking out her two eyes to observe Xia Fei. He heaved a long sigh, apparently somewhat lethargic. He ran his fingers through his hair and chuckled. "You're not interested in hearing more stories, are you? Why are you back under the covers again?" Avril bit her lips and did not give an answer for the longest time. She recalled that her maid had instructed her to relax, and the pain she would feel in her first time would pass, so she had to endure it. Xia Fei saw that Avril did not answer and assumed that she must have fallen asleep, so he got up and left. "Don't go." Avril suddenly tore off the covers and hugged him tightly with both arms. "Don't go just yet. Stay with me for a little while longer." With that said, Avril felt so embarrassed by her boldness that her cheeks turned beet red and her heart beat hard. Xia Fei lay down while holding Avril, looking at her pretty face as he gently caressed her hair. "All right, I won't go." Avril nodded and buried her head into Xia Fei's bosom. Her heart rate slightly reduced. She had already made up her mind about this matter, that she would share a blissful night with her beau no matter what happened. She felt that it was the only way for her to return the favor after considering all that Xia Fei had done for her. The seconds ticked by, and what Avril was afraid yet looking forward to had not happened. It was as if that bottle of liquid had no effect on Xia Fei, and he was still as calm and composed as ever. Half an hour later, Xia Fei fell asleep beside Avril. His breathing was even, and she could even hear how peacefully Xia Fei was sleeping. His arms were still around Avril, but it was not anything particularly inappropriate. Avril disappointedly turned over and faced her back to Xia Fei, her eyes welling up in tears. She did not understand just what she had done wrong. Xia Fei clearly liked her, yet he still refused to accept her, physically. Even after she had taken such steps, she had still failed. A soft sobbing penetrated the silent night, very quietly, as Avril was doing her best to suppress it. All of a sudden, Xia Fei turned around and hugged Avril tightly, pulling her close. Avril quickly stopped her crying and panically looked at him. Xia Fei's eyes seemed to be brighter than most people's against the dark nightscape, not even showing even the slightest sign of drowsiness. "Why are you crying?" Avril rubbed her eyes and whispered. It's nothing." Xia Fei's fingers stroked Avril's cheek before he lightly rubbed her earlobe, making Avril feel ticklish and a little panicked. "I really like you. You ought to know that," Xia Fei tenderly remarked. Avril nodded. "So there's no need for you to add that drug into my drink." Avril was stunned and soon lowered her head, all pale. "You knew?" "Yes. I'm sorry." Avril bit her lips as she guiltily admitted it. "I was wrong." Xia Fei did not seem to have any intention of chiding her and was, instead, still rubbing her earlobe, softly saying, "No, you're not in the wrong here. I'm the one at fault. I shouldn't have disregarded your feelings." A moment passed before Xia Fei continued. "I just used a martial arts technique and detoxified myself of the drug." "Do you know why?" Avril shook her head, giving her answer with uncertainty. "Is it because you don't wish to?" Xia Fei smiled. "It's the opposite. I really wish for us to be together, but I don't wish to have anything like that drug tainting what we have between us. We're together because of the feelings we have for each other, not any foreign substance." "Do you know what I mean?" Avril was shocked. At that very moment, she finally understood how much Xia Fei truly loved her from his overflowing concern and how much he protected the relationship they shared, carefully removing anything and everything that would get in their way. As her thoughts were running wild, Xia Fei pressed in close, his lips planting a light kiss on Avril's tender white neck. Her breathing got heavy as she felt waves of heat and impulse rush over her, relishing in this wondrous feeling. Fingers undid the first button on her gown, and Avril subconsciously wanted to stop Xia Fei from continuing, but her hands were stalled in midair, never actually taking action. Closing her eyes, Avril allowed Xia Fei to continue, as she once found herself in that embarrassing and sensitive position. A young woman in the spring of her youth was sensitive, and Avril began to feel herself losing control as their bodies made full contact. Nothing was stopping the couple from their most magical night. Like an octopus, Avril's soft arms and beautiful legs wrapped themselves around Xia Fei, a soft moan escaping from her lips. The moans of a woman's first night sounded even more moving than the most beautiful music, and Xia Fei became more and more vigorous against these gentle cries. Avril endured the initial pain. She very bravely shared this deep emotional connection with Xia Fei. Fear. Avril had not let herself feel fear ever since she got together with him. Everything was better as long as he was by her side. Soon, a wave of pleasure coursed through her entire body as she shivered from the ecstasy. There were no words that could describe the joy she was feeling, which seemingly electrified every single cell in her body. Even heaven was incomparable to what she was feeling. Heavy pants and sweet moans could be heard under the bright moonlight. The two lovers finally entwined, no longer apart from each other. Xia Fei, yes, I'm feeling so happy and content right now. Early in the morning, when the first light of dawn appeared, morning dew hung from luscious leaves while the birds chirping gradually echoed in the surroundings. The diligent little birds were finally beginning their day with a search through the flora and fauna for food. Xia Fei was only wearing a pair of shorts as he stood by the window, lighting himself a cigarette. He was taking in the picturesque view before him, his mind still reliving the joy from last night. He was wearing that red Moor stone around his neck again. He had no intention of letting Phantom see everything he was doing last night, which was why he had tossed the piece of stone, which acted as Phantom's home, into his spatial ring. Congratulations on conquering every single obstacle in your way, and finally seeing the fruits of your labor blossom with Avril. A pauper from Earth having the distinguished heiress of Starlink Corporation in his arms. This was probably something that nobody would believe if anyone made such claims several years ago. Phantom mused. Xia Fei chuckled. Even now, there's no guarantee that people won't make irresponsible remarks about this. However, I've never once cared about such unimportant individuals. That's all. Pang Xing happened to pass by the window at this time, and when he saw Xia Fei standing there in Avril's room half-naked, he was first stunned, but then he chuckled and waved to Xia Fei in the next moment. Even a fool could guess what transpired last night, and it seemed like Pang Xing did not detest what Xia Fei had done. The air was still chilly, and Xia Fei was afraid that Avril would catch a cold, so he closed the window and made his way over to her side. Meanwhile, Phantom had been stored back into his dark spatial ring. Yawning as she stretched, Avril happily opened her eyes. The magical night had been like a dream, and Avril was momentarily unable to differentiate fantasy from reality. Suddenly greeted with Xia Fei's smiling face, Avril realized what had happened was not a dream, and she furtively took a peek underneath her covers and instantly blushed red. Xia Fei came over and enveloped her in a light hug. Did you have a good sleep last night? Avril did not answer him back, though her sweet smile betrayed her true feelings. Xia Fei could not help but feel the impulse to do it again when she showed that mix of satisfaction and embarrassment. Xia Fei ducked under the covers and leaned in close to Avril, his palm restlessly placed upon Avril's thigh. Should we? No. Avril curled herself up cheekily. However, she never imagined that Xia Fei would actually get even closer to her, his fingers playfully making his way up to her private parts. Slowly, Avril found herself in a groggy haze again as she eagerly relented to Xia Fei. Remember to keep yourself hydrated and fed after we're done. Avril softly moaned. It was only around noon when Xia Fei and Avril finally got out of bed. The two appeared to be plenty more energetic after. Avril was hugging Xia Fei's arm as she gingerly walked out of her room, afraid of bumping into others. Good morning, my lady. Good morning, son-in-law. What morning? You should be saying good afternoon. Oh, that's right. Young lady looked to be in a great mood today. You must have had a great sleep last night. But of course, our son-in-law is a hale and hearty hero. How could she not have a great night? The two naughty maids kept quipping back and forth, causing Avril to be beside herself with embarrassment, burrowing her head even deeper into Xia Fei's chest. Xia Fei was also a little uncomfortable from all the strange looks they were getting, though he was a lot thicker-skinned than Avril, so he was still able to force himself to greet everyone they passed by. When they got to the living room, a sudden bout of cheers erupted. Quick, come look. Big brother Xia Fei's here. Bro, I take it that this is our sis-in-law? I heard that she's a beauty, and today, I see that those rumors were not exaggerated. Everyone, look, sis-in-law is hiding in big bro's bosom. What a fitting couple they make. Truly a match made in heaven. These comments did not come from some random strangers, but were actually from Bean, Monkey, Hammer, Mosquito, the gang of young princelings from the Adjudicator Union. Even Sun Jian, whom Xia Fei had introduced to the lads back then, was among them. The lot of them were all distinguished and quirky individuals on the regular, so of course Avril could not stand their teasing. Hastily coming up with an excuse to take a bath, she lowered her head and ran off quickly. Xia Fei smiled as he made his way over to the lot and greeted them warmly. These princelings were younger than Xia Fei, which was why they all called Xia Fei Big Brother. After this war, Xia Fei's fame and namesake was on the rise, so of course they were all proud to call him a fellow brother. Casual words were exchanged when Xia Fei suddenly recalled Sun Jian and that mysterious Nanming Association he came from. Nanming Association specialized in the gathering and refinement of medicinal herbs. Xia Fei had once obtained plenty of wild and natural snake-eye berries and white dews from him, but it was unfortunate that he had already used up his stock of those fruits after his trip to the insectoid territory. Furthermore, now that his rank had increased, Xia Fei was beginning to feel the limitations of fruits like white dew, fulfilling his need for energy replenishment. Even if he consumed dozens of them, he would still feel that he had not managed to make a complete recovery like before, so it seemed like he would need something of a higher quality. Sun Jian, I happen to have something that I need to talk to you about, Xia Fei said to Sun Jian with a genial smile. Sun Jian, I happen to have something that I need to talk to you about, Xia Fei said to Sun Jian with a genial smile. I wonder if your Nanming Association has been affected by the insectoid invasion with the recent war? Sun Jian quickly replied. Nanming is but a small organization, and it's located in quite a secluded corner of space. I tried getting in contact with my family a while back, and apparently the insectoid forces did not arrive on the planet where our Nanming Association is headquartered, so they managed to dodge a bullet there. It didn't suffer any losses as a result, too. Too bad my father still wouldn't forgive me, so I heard all that from my mother. Xia Fei nodded. No need for you to be so nervous. In time, your father will change his mind when he learns about your achievement in the Adjudicator Union. After all, you're born with a warrior's spirit. Becoming a full-fledged warrior is too big of a leap from studying pharmacology. I hope so, Sun Jian said somewhat helplessly. Now that he was wearing the uniform of the Adjudicator Union, with a bronze insignia pinned on his chest, he was much stronger than that child Xia Fei had bumped into back then. This young man had even matured due to the recently ended war. After a brief pause, Xia Fei continued speaking. I ranked up, so white dews and snake-eye berries have become somewhat incapable of aiding me. I'm currently looking for a fruit that will help me replenish the energy I expend in battle. While plenty of drugs can achieve that, they all unfortunately come with unwanted side effects. Natural fruits are still the way to go, and since Nanming specializes in the gathering and concoction of medicinal ingredients, I wonder if you know of any fruit that can fulfill my needs. Sun Jian lowered his head and mulled over the question. There's a fruit called snow plum that has 12 times the effect of white dew. Plus, it efficiently replenishes pure energy when consumed, but it's extremely difficult to pick and few are produced. My father should have some in store. Crest fruits aren't bad, too, but they're even harder to pick. Could Big Brother need such fruits? Before Xia Fei could even answer, it was the eavesdropping monkey who interjected. Sun Jian, you're really so clueless. Since Big Brother mentioned it, that means he of course needs them. What? Do you expect Big Bro to beg for it? Quickly give your family a call and explain the situation clearly. If your old man learns that Big Brother Xia Fei is the one in need, he'll surely give him some face. After all, with Xia Fei being the hero who saved the Panhuman Alliance, a few good words from him to your father may make your father happy that he will stop resenting you anymore. With that said, Monkey turned to Xia Fei with a raised brow. What say you, Big Bro? Monkey was the most perceptive out of these lads, and what he had just perfectly aligned with Xia Fei's intentions, so he nodded. Then I will have to trouble you. I'll definitely do my best to convince your father, though I can't guarantee that he will have a change of heart. Sun Jian was elated. Though he had made the leap from Nanming Association to the Adjudicator Union, he was still hung up on his state of affairs at home and had long been looking forward to when he could patch things up with his father. He was so excited when he heard that Xia Fei would help convince his father, especially given how famous Xia Fei was right now. I'll give them a call right away. Sun Jian hurriedly got up and went walking out of the room, clutching his microcomputer. It was a little after midday when Pang Xing called for servants to send over some refreshments and fresh fruits, claiming that they were for everyone to snack on, while also using this chance to inform Xia Fei that Averil's father and grandfather were both requesting his presence for a meal. Ernst and Newman must have heard about your deed with Averil last night and planned to discuss the issue of marriage. Phantom chuckled. Marriage? Xia Fei was slightly surprised, a nervousness gripping him inside. This was a huge life event, after all. However, he did not have any intention of backing out from the idea. He saw marriage as a responsibility, and Xia Fei had no intention of not taking responsibility for Avril. Bean and Monkey were next to Xia Fei, and they more or less guessed what the invitation meant. As such, their unscrupulous teasing and ridicule increased even more, with several of them saying that they would like to give Xia Fei a huge wedding gift right now. Mosquito had his head lowered, seemingly as if he had things on his mind. His eyes would occasionally flick over to Xia Fei, pursing his lips, but this was how he always looked, so Xia Fei paid him no heed. Sun Jian soon returned, a look of disappointment all over his face. What's the matter with you? Xia Fei could tell something was off with Sun Jian, so he asked him about it. My call didn't get through. Nobody picked up on their end. Sun Jian sat down on the couch and said, Could everyone in your family be out? Bean asked. Sun Jian shook his head. There's always someone in my family household 24/7. Even if there's no one, my mom should always be there. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. There was no such thing as a busy line in the interstellar age. It had been almost 15 minutes since Sun Jian left to make a call, so it showed that there was truly no one in Nanming, and he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in him. Something couldn't have happened, could it? Chuckling, Xia Fei said, Sun Jian, it's been a long time since you went back home, too. Why don't you and I make a trip out there and take a look for ourselves? I still have something on this afternoon, so we'll set off before dusk. Sun Jian had a troubled look. The association is strict, and the journey from Sido to Nanming will take 17 days. I'm afraid. Afraid what? It's just calling in a few vacation days. Leave everything to me. Bean puffed up his chest. Monkey, contact your father and let Sun Jian take a 6-month sabbatical. Monkey turned and pointed to himself. Why me? Why don't you get your dad to do it? Bean smiled sinisterly. It's not like you don't know about the temper of my father. Best if we approach your family for this matter. Monkey helplessly shrugged. Fine, leave this to me. The ever-simple and honest Hammer was evidently very excited, loudly proclaiming, We boys don't have anything to do right now, either, so why don't we tag along? Slap. Bean slapped the back of Hammer's head. Have you forgotten that we're already grounded after being sprung out of jail last night? Forget Nanming. Even leaving Sido will cause us to be apprehended by those old coots. Everyone sighed, evidently very dissatisfied with being grounded. Oh, you guys weren't here last night. What have you all gotten yourselves into again? Xia Fei laughed. Mosquito quietly replied. We did plan on coming last night, but we ended up bumping into the son of the monastic order's vice president, and they beat that guy up till he became a cripple. Monkey glared at Mosquito hatefully. Don't speak as if you're not involved. Besides, that scoundrel provoked us first. Who knew that he'd be so weak, becoming a cripple without us even lifting too much of a finger? Who would have guessed that the refined-looking Mosquito would actually explode in anger? He got up, sent a heavy kick to a chair, and yelled at Bean and the others. It's all your fault. It's decided that we'd be coming to give Big Brother Xia Fei a warm welcome, but we ended up fighting and didn't even make it in time. It's all your fault. All of you. With that, Mosquito went running off, his hands shielding his face. Everyone was speechless. All these years, these prinklings had been playing with one another since they were young, and this was actually the first time they had witnessed Mosquito getting mad, and the reason for it was because they did not make it to Xia Fei's welcome back party. What's up with Mosquito? Hammer scratched his head as he asked, puzzled. Monkey sighed. Mosquito had been playing with them all since young, and everyone knew that she was actually a girl, but because they were all familiar with one another, no one had treated her like one at all. Monkey poked at Bean, while flicking his eyes over to Xia Fei. Bean instantly understood and laughed. Forget it. Mosquito has recently been a bit crazy, seemingly possessed. Let's just leave him be and carry on chatting. Afternoon came and Pang Xing invited Xia Fei for lunch. Bean and his gang were of course treated well, though they did not share a meal with Xia Fei. These princelings were of outstanding backgrounds, and the Jian family did not dare to slight them. They had the meal in a circular room with a transparent glass for its ceiling. Fragrant flowers wafted and melodious birds chirped around them, giving them a comfortable and warm feeling as the sun rays hit them through the skylight. Everything around them made for an elegant view. There was a round table where Avril, Ernst, and Newman were already seated. Pang Xing and Pang Hai waited on them from both sides, and no one else was around. Such an arrangement made it seem even more like a family dinner. Avril saw Xia Fei walking over from afar, and she could not help but feel a bit feverish as she gazed at him. Her soft gaze met Xia Fei's. For a woman like her, upon having skinship with a man, she would naturally treat him as part of her life, inseparable from here on out. Xia Fei very naturally sat next to Avril, greeting Newman and Ernst. Avril reached out her hand and held Xia Fei's own, a very loving gesture seen by all. Ernst and Newman smiled at each other, seemingly very delighted with the state that Xia Fei and Avril were in today. After some formalities were exchanged, food and drinks were served. There was hardly much conversation in between aside from coaxing Xia Fei to eat more and a simple introduction to each of the delicacies they were about to dine on. With the meal done, Pang Xing and Pang Hai each took away the dishes. This meal was of course nothing comparable to what they served when they were in Venal Galaxy, but it did appear that the Jian family had spared no expense to show their thoughts. Several of these dish names coincided with the meaning of auspicious celebration, with plenty of allegory within. Tea was served following the meal, and after taking 2 sips of the drink, Xia Fei took out a memory chip from his spatial ring and solemnly handed it to Ernst. "What is this thing here?" Ernst curiously asked. Xia Fei chuckled as he gave a simple description. "The Black Bat radar has quite a decent super long-range transmission function, which I've further improved on, so that it can be used as a data transference station. I already made calculations, and given the territory that the Alliance currently holds, as well as the rate at which data are being uploaded and downloaded, you'll need 1,700 relay stations and 600 spare stations to ensure the perfect operation of the interplanetary internet. This here will be a great improvement in terms of both cost of maintaining and safety of the network." Ernst took the memory chip in hand, while uncontrollably shivering. This was a gift that many understood the importance of. The interplanetary internet had been badly damaged during this war, and rebuilding would be astronomical in both the monetary cost and effort required. If they could use this newly improved Black Bat radar station as an information relay, it would take them little time and lower funds to return the interplanetary internet back to its state before the war, and the resulting service would be even better than before. The Black Bat radar system was a core secret of Quantum Holdings, and many would be willing to exchange their very life just to get a set of its blueprints. Xia Fei had very casually given these to the Jian family, which made this gift even more unimaginably significant. If Xia Fei wanted to, he could very easily replace Starlink Corporation with this technology of his. Avril looked at Xia Fei with kindness and even a measure of gratitude. She slightly leaned to Xia Fei's side and whispered, "Thank you." The Jian family could be saved now. Ernst and Newman knew very well that this was all because of Avril. If not for her, Xia Fei would not have cared how dire the state of Starlink Corporation was in. It was merely that the gravity of this gift had been of such value that the two were momentarily rendered speechless. "Oh, that's right. I have something on, so I'll be leaving Cedo in a few hours," Xia Fei lightly added. Avril was slightly stunned, and she asked dumbfoundedly, "You're leaving again?" The bed was still warm from last night's passion, yet Xia Fei was about to leave. Though Avril did not wish to be a burden to Xia Fei, she still could not bear to see him leave. With a smile, Xia Fei held Avril's hand. "I'll only be leaving to visit a friend. Would you like to join me?" Nirvana set off once more, its destination, Nanming Association. "This is Pod. He's usually in charge of taking care of my basic necessities." Xia Fei called Pod over and introduced him to Avril and Sun John. "Is this the mistress? Master often whispers your name," mentioned Pod very happily. From the day he was created, his characteristics of getting close to humans had been embedded into his software, though he was a little nervous about meeting Avril and Sun John for the first time. At the end of the day, the humans of today were different from the humans from the past. They hated robots, believing that all of them were untrustworthy. Avril excitedly hugged him and asked plenty of questions, while Sunjan quietly accepted Pod's existence after a moment of shock. Such a cute and innocent little robot was very different from the evil and cold-hearted robots they had been told about, and this made Sunjan very skeptical. Perhaps we were wrong about robots, and not all of them are bad, Xia Fei told Sunjan. Sunjan nodded, unable to refute Xia Fei's hypothesis. Although a little surprised to hear what Xia Fei said, Pod was very happy about it. Everything that he had done was all to earn his master's trust, and Xia Fei's trust of Pod was far greater than any praise he could be given. Nirvana was like a huge top-tier floating city, with facilities that allowed people to play baseball, row boats, fish, and any other leisure activities. Xia Fei brought Avril and Sunjan to look around this steel vessel before assigning Sunjan a secluded room, which was where the first mate of the Nirvana had once resided, with decent surroundings. As for Avril, she of course wanted to stay with Xia Fei. I'll continue to try and contact my family, said Sunjan. Xia Fei nodded. Go on then. There's a communication system in your room. I'll call on you again when it's time for dinner. Sunjan left with a heavy heart. Not hearing any news from his family had burdened him greatly, and he was feeling uneasy about the whole situation. Holding Avril's hand and making their way to the command deck, the passionate Pod brought over some tea and snacks before he resumed maintaining the ship's cleanliness. Given how huge Nirvana was, depending on Pod alone to keep the place tidy was already a tall task. This was why Xia Fei had assigned some semi-intelligent service robots for Pod to manage and allocate their tasks. Some were in charge of cleanliness and tidiness, while some were tasked to keep the storage bay in order. Pod was now Xia Fei's caretaker, and he was in charge of taking care of Xia Fei in every aspect necessary. Is Pod always so diligent and kind? Avril looked at Pod rushing about and asked. Xia Fei chuckled. What? Do you also believe that the robots are despicable and evil, that they were responsible for the ancient human civilization's demise? Of course, it's the robots that wiped out the ancient human civilization. There's no doubt about that. I was just wondering if perhaps the robots are like humans, where there are good and bad ones. Perhaps Pod is a good robot. Xia Fei gave Avril a light hug. Humans are way more complex than robots. Besides good and bad, there are those who are treacherous and conniving, appearing to be nice, but actually hiding ill intentions underneath. Some humans possess a variety of traits: low self-esteem, stubbornness, pridefulness, insanity, etc. I'm not too sure about the matter with robots. Besides, the great robot army has long since vanished without a trace. Perhaps they were lost in the vastness of space. We only need to know that Pod is cute and good-natured. We can just ignore all the other robots out there. Avril blinked her eyes mischievously. If there are all kinds of people in the world, then what kind of human are you, Xia Fei? Xia Fei smirked, leaning into Avril so his mouth was right next to her ear, playfully giving her earlobe a lick. A human who wants to eat you. Avril blushed. It's broad daylight. Xia Fei pointed outside the window with a finger. It's forever night out here in space, and so it's forever perfect to engage in some impropriety. It still hurts, Avril said in an almost inaudible whisper. I'll be very gentle. Besides, I'll be having a video conference with Charlie and the others soon. We don't have much time. Avril lay next to Xia Fei, feeling extremely tired. After an intense bout of overwhelming passion ended, Avril fell asleep. A sweet smile of satisfaction was plastered on her face. Xia Fei took in the view of Avril's sleeping form for a while before he proceeded to get dressed and quietly creep out to the study, not wanting to wake her up. The bliss he felt was a wonderful feeling. Xia Fei sipped a cup of tea as he recollected the ecstasy of being joined with her. The screens switched on one by one, and very soon, the core members of Quantum Holdings all appeared. This included Sunny, who was far out in the Terminus Star region. After his many years of experience and training, the cabbie from the warship graveyard had become even more mature. At present, he was with the advanced fleet under Boateng. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei gave a warm greeting to everyone. One would be in a good mood when life was smooth sailing. After the catastrophic war, he was allocated a star region of his own and had a beauty as his lifelong companion. Right now, Xia Fei's mood could be described to be as pleasant as a spring's breeze. He had even momentarily pushed the matter of moving to the world of law adepts at the back of his mind. No matter what happened, life must go on. You only arrived yesterday, yet you're off somewhere again today. Xia Fei, your itinerary sure is tight. Wenqim has been nagging me to invite you over for dinner. Porter laughed. Xia Fei replied, it can't be helped. Help me extend my apologies to Wenqim. I'll most definitely come over when I have the time. Now, let's first discuss the next step for Quantum Holdings and how we can utilize and develop the Terminus Star region. Sunny, first tell us about the situation over there. Sunny first played a recording of Terminus to everyone present. A very eye-catching blue planet which looked particularly beautiful and very much similar to Earth appeared on the screen. This here is the jewel of Terminus, planet Friedel. The entire star region is big, but this is the only A-class life-sustaining planet. The others are mostly B or C-class. Though livable, they're incomparable to this beautiful planet. The previous local tyrant was already back in the alliance, so Terminus is without an owner at present. Because public security is being maintained by a subordinate fleet of the military, the lives of the people here are deficient and security is disorderly. On our journey to Friedel, our fleet encountered plenty of pirates and engaged them in battles. Fortunately, we have sufficient supplies and the ships are brand new, so none of US was put in actual danger. I'm afraid that it will be impossible for Earthlings to migrate over to Terminus without the support of armed forces. Everyone nodded. The Terminus Star region was vast, but a mass migration was very risky. It looked like their plan to develop the star region would not be as easy as they initially imagined. I'll take charge of the matter regarding the armed forces. Old man Qin Mang's disciple, Yaden, who's also one of the warlords in Black Abyss, once had an agreement with me, promising to help establish a fleet of mercenaries for me, utilizing his veteran soldiers as the manpower. Since those men have plenty of combat experience, they should have no problem dealing with those pirates. Right now, what I want to know is how many people currently inhabit Friedel. Can it accommodate 1 billion Earthlings including us? Sunny laughed. Forget 1 billion. It won't even have any issue taking in 10 billion. The local tyrant used to occupy the entire Friedel with his family, so the only people living on that planet before numbered to roughly 100,000. Right now, the entire planet's empty. The president of Earth, Wulong, was the first to mutter, Xia Fei, you can't possibly be thinking of moving every single Earthling over in one go, right? What about Earth? Xia Fei laughed. Of course, we're keeping Earth. That's our home planet, which is something that will never change. Sarah. Yes. Sarah immediately straightened her back when she heard Xia Fei call her name. You were in charge of the refugees. I wish to know how many out of the 6 billion refugees are willing to head to Terminus, and how many wish to return to Earth. Those who want to return will help us rebuild our home planet, while those who are willing to head out to Terminus shall all be counted as Quantum Holdings employees, no matter their age or gender. The company will support their life there, including all their expenses. Understood. I'll immediately get on that once this meeting's over. Sarah nodded. Charlie very quickly did some mental calculations and spoke. Quantum Holdings is now a top-tier business in the Alliance and has very attractive employee benefits. As such, I'm afraid more than half of Earthlings will be willing to migrate to Terminus. After all, joining Quantum Holdings is equivalent to securing themselves a golden rice bowl, essentially no longer needing to worry about life expenses from here on out, since the company will cover everything till their death. I worry that such a move will create a financial pressure on the company. Xia Fei asked, how's the cash flow of Quantum Holdings right now? Charlie answered, the purchase of ships and covering the daily necessities of 6 billion people cost us a lot. Fortunately, our company's production hasn't ceased due to the war, and so you can consider us breaking even overall, but if we need more investment funds, I'll have to use those purple hearts of spirit that you left us. The war has just ended, and all businesses are waiting to boom. We may incur some losses if we sell those now. Xia Fei nodded. It's precisely because businesses are on the cusp of booming that we should carry out our transactions now. At present, food and daily necessities are expensive, while ships and other machineries are going for cheap prices. There are also plenty of experienced craftsmen who lost their original jobs, so as long as we offer them a reasonable sum, we'll be able to gather plenty of skilled labor, supplementing the lack of manpower in both Earth and the Terminus Star region. Charlie nodded. That's true. We'll only spend roughly 5 billion star coins acquiring a battleship right now. while even 15 billion star coins couldn't get us one before. Previously, Quantum Holdings managed to recruit 30,000 brilliant researchers, but was unable to get any skilled technicians. If we start hiring these technicians now, and with the notability that Quantum Holdings now has, I do believe that we'll very quickly recruit outstanding talents from all walks of life. Xia Fei concurred. Indeed, compared to the immense cost of construction, food and such won't be as high. That is why, although we will be losing some money selling Purple Hearts of Spirit now, considering that the prices of what we are purchasing are also low, we won't really be making a loss in the grand scheme of things. Get on this right away. Exchange the Purple Heart of Spirits I left you for cash and purchase at least 1,000 large cargo ships, and equip it with enough operators. Fill them all with all usable materials to prepare for setting off. Also, put out ads and hire 1 million skilled technicians from all sorts of professions. They'll help us train new employees, so every Earthling who'll be joining the immigration plan can be taught a skill, becoming the very backbone that will help us manage and develop Terminus. Such a massive immigration and star region development plans excited everyone present. Even the more composed Andre could not help but arch his eyebrow. Xia Fei, the Great Wall wasn't built in a day. Such a large-scale development plan for Terminus will be quite the test for both the manpower resources as well as the management of Quantum Holdings. Aren't you perhaps rushing things a bit? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei turned his eyes out to the distant stars and replied with a heavy tone, "Do as I instructed. I don't have much time left. Don't ask why. In any case, I want to see Terminus become a safe and dependable new colony for Earthlings in 30 months' time." Everyone was stunned. No one understood why Xia Fei said that his days were numbered. After all, he had just completed a long voyage, infiltrating the insectoid territory and then killing his way back to the Alliance. Could he be leaving soon again? It had seemingly become a habit of Xia Fei to disappear after a period of time, and no matter where he went, he would always find himself embroiled in some sort of trouble. They were all curious, but none of them asked any questions toward that end, though they inevitably wondered to themselves. A pen in Sarah's hand snapped. She had yet to learn how to hide her feelings, so whenever something happened that she was dissatisfied with, her wildness would surface. Deliberately coughing twice, Xia Fei evaded Sarah's gaze and told Charlie, "Adding the cargo ships Quantum Holdings originally owns, we should at least have a total of 1,065 ships. This is a lot, and Quantum Holdings will have to insert a skeleton crew to our transport fleet. I don't wish for the new fleet to be completely in the hands of humans who aren't from Earth." Charlie agreed as well. Quantum Holdings has been nurturing a bunch of middle management people. I'll mobilize some of those loyal to the company professionals to join them. We'll still need your input on who the fleet commander should be. The formation of the escort and passenger fleets transporting the civilians will also require your input and arrangement. Xia Fei massaged his temples with his fingers and heavily answered, "If 3 out of the 6 billion Earthlings are willing to migrate to Terminus Star region, that will require 3,000 10,000 pax large passenger spaceships, and that's too many. Contact the largest interstellar transport company and see if they're willing to help us make this trip." Charlie nodded. Understood. During the war, due to the undesirable situation, plenty of Earth inhabitants were scattered among the combined fleet of industrial ships, freighters, and the few passenger spaceships we have. While having people ride cargo ships will save on space and cost of transport, the long journey will surely cause lethargy. Besides, to travel all the way out to a completely foreign star region, fear is something ever present in the human heart, and riding on an actual passenger spaceship will soothe them somewhat. Xia Fei then ordered, "Sarah, I designate you as Quantum Holdings' new transport fleet commander. This is a really tough job, and it's your duty to manage the more than 1,000 cargo ships, which will constantly shuttling back and forth between the Alliance and Terminus, as well as provide that star region with the materials they require. You'll be very busy." Sarah stood up and nodded. "I'm more than willing to take on this task. I have no clue about construction, but I'll do everything in my power to lead the ships transporting all the materials our company needs as safely and quickly as possible. Brother Wulong and Andre, you two will have some work ahead of you. Head back to Earth as soon as possible and organize the reconstruction efforts, including Quantum Holdings production, back there. At present, Our business's production mainly depends on the large barges which are manufactured as they travel the universe. Now that the war is over, I'll need Earth to return to how it was in the shortest time. At the same time, transfer our production from space back onto land. Andre laughed. I'm already used to living on Earth, and I really can't bear to leave. So going back suits me just fine. With Wulong by my side, we shouldn't run into any trouble getting the company back on track. Wulong frowned. I'm afraid that I can't be too much help to you. The Earth Federation has quite a heavy task ahead of them, with reconstruction as well. Now that the honest and loyal Wulong had begun to value his position as the Earth Federation's president, his responsibilities increased by the day. As for his idea of venturing out into space, it was never mentioned again. He was completely devoted to treating the Federation as his family. Xia Fei nodded in satisfaction before turning to Porter. Uncle, I'll have to rely on you to help with the initial development and construction of Terminus, so I'll need you to head out there and be completely in charge of laying down the infrastructure construction and the management of the immigrants. Porter replied, I'd volunteer to go even if you didn't ask. It's been a long time since Winchim left the Black Abyss, and she's long wanted to return to see how everything is. I plan to accompany her on this trip, so as to fulfill her wishes. As for dealing with staying in the Alliance, the responsibility of the overall coordination fell onto Charlie's shoulders. Everyone had been assigned their roles and tasks, so they all left to get on with their business. Xia Fei's goal here was not exactly too complex to understand. He basically wanted to work on both Earth and the Terminus Star region at the same time, beginning construction separately. The greatest difficulty of this task came in the form of how he would shuttle the large batches of needed materials across no man's land to Terminus, and labor was hardly the crucial factor. There were many impoverished individuals in Terminus, so if they were to be given a job that guaranteed their daily necessities, they would surely be able to round up a huge construction team in a short time. The overall plan Xia Fei had adopted this time around utilized the point-to-surface approach. First, he would finish establishing a presence on planet Friedel. Next, he would establish it as a hub and slowly extend basic infrastructure and businesses all over the star region. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a few deep drags from it. This isn't a simple plan. Charlie and the others will have plenty of work to do, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded. Indeed, but I can't put this on hold anymore. No matter what happens, Earthlings must be able to be self-sufficient and effectively defend themselves in 30 months' time. This way, I'll be able to join Yuhua and Yujiang with a peace of mind and devote myself to the study of the power of law. Next was the linchpin of this entire immigration plan, and that was the formation of a security fleet. Without a powerful military might as support, even the greatest and most ambitious plans could not be implemented. Quantum Holdings and Earth both needed to have sufficient self-preservation capabilities, or else Earth would still be deemed insignificant and viewed as a pitiful existence in the universe, where the weak were meat and only the strong ate. A beautiful and surprising guest appeared on the phone. Nicole Sawyer, the chairwoman of Gaia Industries, was the one whom Xia Fei had dealt the most with out of the 4 major warship companies. She was the first Xia Fei thought of when he decided that he would form a top-class fleet. Xia Fei. Nicole was both surprised and shocked as she called his name. I'm glad that you haven't forgotten about me. Xia Fei teased. There's only one pretty female boss out of the 4 warship companies. How could I possibly forget about you? There were plenty of people yesterday, so I'm very sorry that I didn't manage to find the time to exchange a few words with you. Nicole laughed bitterly and shook her head. It's fine that you're the Alliance hero, after all. I take it that you have some business to discuss since you've reached out to me. Xia Fei nodded with a smile. That is indeed so. The Alliance has assigned me the Terminus Star region to govern, which is why I need to form my own fleet to keep the peace and security of that region. Speak then. What class of ships do you need? How many? Nicole was visibly disappointed, but she tried her best to appear spirited in this conversation. I've already forwarded to you the models and number of ships I need. We can chat after you take a look at them. Work was work, and emotions were emotions. Chairwoman Nicole was still more than capable of differentiating between the two, which was why she conscientiously inspected the order Xia Fei had sent to her, as well as the general details. She was surprised. 150 Dominix-class battleships, 300 Vexor-class cruisers, and 600 Tristan-class frigates? Xia Fei, Are you trying to build yourself an enhanced combined fleet? Including that Thanatos-class carrier you have with you, the size and firepower this fleet possesses will definitely be considered as an ace in all of the Pan-Human Alliance. Normally, a complete fleet would consist of only about 100 battleships, 200 cruisers, as well as 400 frigates. Xia Fei's order this time around very clearly had a higher composition than the usual fleet and would be considered as an enhanced large-scale fleet. Xia Fei extended 3 fingers and said, "Not a fleet. 3. Aside from these warships from Gaia Industries, I'm also buying AMR Company's Abaddon-class battleships, Caldari Company's Drake-class battlecruisers, Blackbird electronic cruisers, and Condor-class frigates, as well as Middle Stabber-class cruisers and Rifter-class frigates. 50 Dominix-class multi-purpose battleship, 50 Abaddon-class assault-focused battleships, 200 cruisers of various makes, and a mix of 400 frigates to form 3 huge fleets on such a scale. The first as peacekeepers of Terminus, the second for patrolling the surrounding borders, and the third and last dedicated to escorting the transport fleet traveling to and from the Alliance." Nicole was both completely shocked and filled with admiration when she heard Xia Fei's fleet conception. She nodded her head repeatedly. "That concept you've come up with will definitely be ideal, with you including the best products offered by all 4 major ship manufacturing companies." Presently, all 4 companies, including the 2 major warrior organizations Adjudicator Union, as well as the Monastic Order, have their strength greatly weakened as a result of their forces being requisitioned by the Alliance military for the war. If you successfully form these 3 fleets of yours, you'll become the 4th strongest military presence if you include the Alliance military and the 2 major warrior organizations, one that is solely focused on escorting transport fleets coming and going from the Alliance. Nicole was right on the money. Top-tier companies like the Starlink Corporation had been reduced to just a single fleet after the war, so Xia Fei's 3 fleets would become a force to be reckoned with in the Alliance. Changing the topic, Nicole chuckled. "You selected the best ships from the 4 major companies in one go, but don't forget that they're also the most expensive ships. Just the Amerian Abaddon class, known to be the best artillery battleship in the entire Alliance, costs almost 55 billion star coins before the war. Even though the prices of materials drastically fell after the war, causing the prices of warships to decrease as well, it will still at least cost you 30 billion star coins each. Just this type of warship, which will be your main firepower, costs 4.5 trillion star coins, or 4.5 duns, already, and that's just the price for the bare ship. You'll need at least 7 duns if you want them fully kitted out." Xia Fei helplessly shrugged. "Can't do anything about that. Fleets have always been the most costly, but that's also a one-time investment for me. After forming 3 top-class fleets, I believe that they won't technologically fall behind others in the next 100 years or so." Nicole hesitated slightly after hearing what Xia Fei said. "Actually, if you don't care about the price, I have a better proposal that I want to pitch to you." Xia Fei was curious. "What proposal do you have? Could the 4 major companies have contrabands?" Nicole nodded seriously. "You're absolutely correct. The 4 major companies weren't idling by while the war raged on, and we've made a breakthrough with the research and development of the T2 warships." Xia Fei was stunned. "T2 warships? You mean the Deimos heavy assault cruisers I once piloted? A new generation of practically omnipotent heavy assault cruisers." The heavy assault cruisers were of course worth Xia Fei getting shocked over. It was only the size of a cruiser, but it was capable of unleashing a damage output equivalent to that from a battleship, and it was even more agile than the usual cruiser. Take the Gaian ships they produced as an example. The Dominix was called a Level 1 battlecruiser, the Megathron a Level 2, and the Hyperion a Level 3. The higher the level, the greater the combat strength, and of course the higher the price. However, the heavy assault cruiser was no longer an issue of level, but tier. It was a second-generation T2 warship. It was a completely new product, which was a whole generation ahead of the usual cruisers. Nicole was completely calm as she sent a top-secret document to Xia Fei. Xia Fei carefully read through the details within and chuckled to himself. No wonder humans say that war is the foremost propellant for technological advancement. To think this war would actually expedite the Alliance's research and development into new models of warships. The 4 major companies' second generation of warships has quietly descended upon us. Aside from the heavy assault cruisers becoming available, there was another type of ship known as the Interceptor, which was what Xia Fei and Serum had both ridden on to return to Indero Star region from Venal Galaxy. It was a high-speed light warship. Under normal circumstances, a warship could warp over a distance of approximately 50,000 light-years. Interceptors, therefore, had the advantage of traveling over a shocking 100,000 light-years per warp, which was practically twice the distance of a conventional warship. That was to say, a voyage, which would originally take a month to complete, would only need half a month if an interceptor was used, which was a practically astounding movement speed. Of course, the heavy assault cruisers had also seen quite a bit of improvement in their warp drives, though their speed still paled in comparison to the quick and nimble interceptors. These two new T2 warships would greatly change the people's existing knowledge of warships, with the heavy assault cruisers being called the nightmare for warships below that of a battleship, and perhaps some battleships would not even be their match. Meanwhile, the interceptors would become ships adept of reconnaissance. Though they could not completely replace the role that electronic warships fulfilled, the interceptors would at least become ships that were unparalleled in chasing and capturing other ships. Battleships with heavier hull plating and a more powerful artillery deterrence might be hard to replace. The position once held by traditional cruisers, frigates, destroyers, or even battlecruisers would all be affected by the appearance of this new generation of warships. It would not be long before the new types of warships completely overtook the old warships, becoming the new darlings of space. There was no doubt that what Nicole had handed to Xia Fei was first-hand detailed information of the technological push. Aside from the new interceptors and heavy assault cruisers, there were accurate descriptions of the products, including their relevant production costs, from the other three major companies. Xia Fei was not particularly surprised, given how the four major warship manufacturing companies were cooperative partners and business rivals, so they would surely not let slip any chance to investigate one another. Looking through the document and information detailed, Xia Fei said gravely, "I never would have thought that the Deimos-class heavy assault cruiser you gave me a year ago was but a prototype, and it can now be mass-produced, and the production cost has decreased enough to make it more affordable. The strength of the four major warship companies sure are something else." Nicole laughed. "We have a legacy which spans over tens of thousands of years, and if the four lacked even the power to achieve this, we would long be replaced by competitors, would we not? So what are your thoughts about the two new warships?" Xia Fei answered solemnly, "It's inevitable for these new warships to replace the conventional warships. If that's a strong possibility, then I will have to start with a comprehensive upgrade of my newly formed fleet." His eyes darted over to Nicole. Xia Fei understood that not anyone would be able to buy a new product even if they wanted to. After all, production was limited, and the military, various large companies, and organizations would all have their eyes on the new lines of warships. Nobody would be willing to fall behind with their rivals when it came to equipment. Nicole casually offered, "I can sell you some of the products that Gaia Industries manufactures, but I won't have the ability to do so for the other three major companies. I can only introduce you to them. I believe that, with your fame and what face I have, you'll be able to acquire some." Xia Fei smiled. "You'll be helping me a great deal here, Nicole. How should I repay you?" Nicole actually blushed, though she did not hide from Xia Fei like some blushing little lady. Instead, she looked straight into Xia Fei's eyes, her eyes burning with determination. "Have a meal with me," Nicole simply answered. Xia Fei suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. To give him such sensitive information and even help purchase a fleet of the latest types of warship, Nicole's goal might not merely be a simple meal. Actually, Xia Fei could already tell that Nicole seemed to be particularly nice to him, and he also knew that she had been kidnapped when she was younger, but she was not as fortunate as Avril, for she did not have someone like him to protect her back then. Nicole's wrists were pristine. When Xia Fei offered her the advice to live life anew and abandon the shackles of her past, Nicole actually heeded his words. It should be said that Nicole had a very stubborn personality and that her father had time and again hoped that she would get those scars from her past removed, yet she had not done so. But a single statement from a chance meeting with Xia Fei was enough to convince her. No one would have believed that there was no hint of ambiguity there. Nodding his head, Xia Fei chuckled. "You've provided me with plenty of very useful information. I'll go study them for now. I'll be back in Cedo in about half a month's time. I'll gladly host a dinner and treat you to a wonderful feast then. Nicole laughed. I'm asking to have a one-on-one dinner with you. Aren't you afraid of Avril getting jealous? Xia Fei replied. Avril will understand. That's one of her merits which I love the most. He raised his head proudly when the subject of the conversation turned toward his lover. He firmly believed that Avril was the universe's most noble existence, be it in terms of looks, temperament, or personality, and he had an even greater faith in the choice he made. Nicole felt discomfited seeing how much Xia Fei cherished Avril, lightly saying, I'll be waiting for you. She then shut her screen. I'll be waiting for you? Xia Fei? That line there is very ambiguous, Phantom teased. Xia Fei shrugged helplessly, unable to come up with any words in response. This voyage he was on was anything but relaxed. There were plenty of decisions and purchases that Xia Fei had to make, given the huge immigration plan to the Terminus Star region that he had set into motion. Whenever he had free time, he would spend them studying the formation of the fleet, cultivating, and accompanying Avril for some tea or just to chat. Sun Jian was becoming even more troubled the closer they got to his home planet. For 7 whole days, he had been attempting to contact his family and failing. The connection line itself was open, but there was always no one to pick up on the other end, which was highly unusual. Xia Fei could only try his best to console him, though it was hardly effective. Life in space was boring, and Avril spent her time playing with Furball and Pod whenever Xia Fei was busy. Pod was an AI service robot, so conversations with humans, washing clothes, and cooking meals were all part of his daily function and duties, but the same could not be said for Furball. Ever since he was force-fed with cake by Avril last time, he had developed this lingering fear of the woman, feeling even more terrified to see her than Xia Fei. However, it just so happened that Avril especially liked the furry exotic beast. From the moment Xia Fei told Avril about that, she no longer randomly fed the holy beast food, but she kept wanting Furball to play games with her or accompany her to hear the stories that Pod told. Getting the formidable holy beast, Shatterstar, to play and hear stories? This very idea itself was already a bizarre story in itself. Helpless to Xia Fei's strict order, Furball had no choice but to let Avril torture him. Sighing repeatedly every day, appearing all glum and despondent, he felt as if his days were passing with utmost hardship. When she had the time, Avril would even learn from Pod how to do household chores, and the couple slowly settled into a simple and happy lifestyle aboard. Is this Naming Association's base? Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together as he peered outside the window to a strange planet. It was a very small planet, at most a quarter of the size of Earth. Half of the planet was forever being illuminated by a nearby star, while the other half was shrouded in darkness. Yup, that's planet Nanming. Though half the planet looks lush and verdant, the back half of it is actually extremely dangerous. Strange peaks and mountains abound, and plenty of precious plants and strange beasts live there. The planet takes 12 hours to make a complete revolution, though the sun here never sets. We usually eat breakfast before heading out, only getting back for dinner and rest. Xia Fei nodded. He did not know why, but most life-sustaining planets had a revolution time close to 24 hours, so it was rare for there to be planets which had a 12-hour revolution like Nanming. Nirvana was ill-suited to park itself here, so Xia Fei and Sun Jian would be piloting the vampire to make its landing. Pod, what's the matter, master? Pod blinked its electronic eyes and asked. Take care of Avril. Whoosh. Xia Fei, Sun Jian, Furball, and Phantom all boarded Vampire and flew off, landing the frigate in an open field several minutes later. An imposing 3-story building stood upon the grassland, with densely packed single-story buildings built around it. The design of the place seemed ancient, be it in the material used or the appearance. These buildings all lacked any touch of modernity, making it seem like a place where ancients lived. This is the Naming Association, and it's also my home. Father and mother usually stay in that central 3-story building, and servants, as well as my fellow senior brothers and sisters, live in those buildings around. Nanming is but a small organization, with only roughly 700 or so members. Sun Jian pointed ahead with one hand as he spoke. Xia Fei abruptly squatted as they were making their way forward, picking up a handful of dirt and sniffing at it. A spaceship came here about a week ago. The blades of grass around were all obviously slanted, which was most likely caused by the force of wind created by a warp engine. The dirt itself carries a charred scent, yet there are no scorch marks. This means that the spaceship did not land, but hovered some tens of meters above, and people leaped onto the ground from the boarding bay. It recently rained around here, so the scent has faded a lot, though enough lingers for me to track them, Xia Fei said with a grim look on his face. Sun Jian felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, rubbing his hands together restlessly. A week ago was about the time when he lost contact with his family. Sure enough, Xia Fei discovered some footprints that had mostly been erased by rainwater not too far away from them. There were 7 of them, and they left very deep imprints. This means that they're either carrying weapons or other heavy equipment. These are Alliance standard combat boots, the outdoor hiking variant. The prints are clear, meaning that they should be brand new. Sun Jian was shocked as he listened to Xia Fei's analysis. Sun Jian was just a new warrior, and he lacked the combat experience that Xia Fei had. Had he returned on his own, he would surely have been unable to discover these fairly inconspicuous traces so quickly. Looking to Nanming Association a short distance away, Xia Fei saw that the green gates were open, and there was hardly any sound around, as if no one was within the compound. Facing right at the gates, and so close to it, that means these people came prepared, not at all worried about being discovered. Perhaps someone received them, or people from Nanming already agreed to meet them. Xia Fei stood up and examined his surroundings. No, that's impossible. Nanming Association strictly avoids much contact with outsiders. Even when we need to sell off medicinal ingredients, my father always makes the trip out by himself. Furthermore, he only does so once a year. There's hardly any visitor, Sun Jian said. Xia Fei squatted yet again after walking a few more steps. These are a set of completely new footprints, left behind after heavy rain. Such deep imprints. Someone else was here after your parents went missing. Furthermore, this is just one person who came walking right out of your home and headed straight to the dark side of the planet. By now, Sun Jian was already in a state of panic. He ignored all else and went dashing into the compound, yelling loudly the names of his fellow seniors and parents. Unfortunately, all that greeted him back were just the echoes of silence. Sun Jian ran into the prominent 3-story building, while Xia Fei followed the last set of footprints he found and traced these all the way to the backyard. There were 3 frigates parked upon the empty courtyard, of which 2 had the insignia of green plants and probably belonged to Nanming Association, while the other was an Amerian Crucifier class, high-speed frigate imprinted with the Adjudicator Union insignia. Could the Adjudicator Union be involved in the disappearance of everyone here in Nanming Association? Phantom asked, frowning. Xia Fei shook his head. This ship is from that person who came last. Before the truth of the matter comes out, there's no way of saying anything with certainty. Under the cover of green lotus leaves, hundreds of corpses floated in the middle of the lotus pond of the south courtyard. These bodies had already turned white and bloated, and a suffocating stench wafted from this pond. Senior brothers and sisters. Sun Jian dropped to his knees, his 2 hands covering his pale face as he wailed in agony. Change. The dragon-scale hectoslasher changed into 108 flying daggers, and Xia Fei controlled them to fly right into the water, rapidly dragging each body out ashore, and soon, these hundreds of rotting corpses were piled up high by the pond bank. Xia Fei then squatted and began inspecting these corpses, using his fingers to investigate. Not a single trace of wounds, yet the muscles and bones were all broken. If I have to guess, the person who did this should be a sound wave ability user, causing the sound to penetrate the skin and shock the internal organs. What powerful strength! Hundreds of people, who were originally all over the place, all died the moment they were subjected to this targeted attack from the Soundwave ability user, who then tossed them all into the pond. Sun Jian was crying inconsolably after hearing Xia Fei's conclusion. He was hugging a female body which looked to be in her 20s, seemingly a senior sister whom he had quite a close relationship with, someone who brought him everywhere to play when they were younger, who would often save what treats she got for Sun Jian whenever she was given them. Xia Fei very curtly punched Sun Jian as he scowled. What use is crying? The dead won't come back to life. What's important now is for you to find the murderer and avenge your fellow brothers and sisters. Sun Jian wiped his tears with his sleeves and nodded with a sense of decisiveness. He had every intention of getting revenge, but Sun Jian was someone who had never experienced such a huge undertaking like this and had no idea what else to do. So all he could do was look hopefully at Xia Fei. First, let's examine these corpses closely. See if your parents or if any other seniors of yours managed to escape this fate. Second, try and recall those who have connections with Nanming Association and who among them, especially your enemies, are soundwave ability users. I'll keep searching for clues, and we can consolidate our findings in 5 minutes' time. Whoosh! Xia Fei was quick, immediately getting up after giving Sun Jian instructions, going around the walls of the compound, examining every inch of ground. Sun Jian isn't strong-willed enough, panicking too much when trouble occurs. I'm afraid that he won't be too much of a help to you, maybe even becoming a burden if you two run into enemies. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei shrugged. He's already not bad considering the fact that he has yet to have any actual combat experience to speak of. At the very least, he's able to listen to my orders. Phantom burst into laughter. Look at you speaking like you're some old sage. Aren't you just 20 years old? You're merely 2 or 3 years older than Sun Jian. Xia Fei shook his head. How could you use age to take the measure of a person? Some people have lived their entire lives, yet are still useless. What matters most is experience and their comprehension ability. The killer was not too clever with their methods. He noticed plenty of flaws and clues everywhere after a close inspection. Had Xia Fei been the one doing this, he would definitely not have left so many traces of his presence. As such, it could be seen that the person had done this for the slaughter and was not a killer who had undergone professional training. Tossing the corpses into the pond was something the person had done casually and not for the sake of destroying evidence. He went back to the Adjudicator Union's frigate by the backyard, somberly saying, "This ship has been parked here at most for 2 days, and by the state of immersion those bodies have been through, we can tell that the tragedy happened after the person from the Adjudicator Union arrived. But what I don't understand is what's the Adjudicator Union's role in all this?" Phantom said nonchalantly, "Who cares if they are adjudicators or monastics? You already left the organization, so you don't have to listen to their orders anymore." Xia Fei laughed. "I've never really heeded the union's orders before, so of course I care even less now that I'm no longer affiliated with them. I'm still going to get them even if this is done by someone from the Adjudicator Union." By the pond, Sun Jian came rushing over the moment he saw Xia Fei return. "Big brother Xia Fei, I checked everyone, and my elder sister, father, and mother aren't among the dead, though the rest of my fellow seniors are." Xia Fei patted Sun Jian's shoulder fitfully. "Don't give up until the very end. Perhaps your family is still alive. Right now, the only clue we have is that adjudicators last arrived here in Nanming. This killer went straight to the dark side of the planet solo, so perhaps we'll be able to find them if we follow their tracks." Sun Jian gulped and said heavily, "All right, I'll go get the gear for this trip to the Evernight Forest." Gear. The dark side of the planet never sees light, and it will forever be dark all 4 seasons. That's why the place is called the Evernight Forest. The environment of the Evernight Forest is absolutely harsh, and there are plenty of ferocious insects, snakes, and deadly biogas. Whenever we venture in and gather the medicinal plants, it is necessary for us to carry plenty of supplies and gear just in case, Sun Jian explained. Xia Fei was curious. "I was about to ask you. Going by what you just shared, the Evernight Forest is where your association used to collect all the medicinal ingredients. But it's somewhere perpetually night, meaning that it's impossible for plants to photosynthesize. So how do they survive? Not to mention the fact that they can grow and flourish so lusciously." Sun Jian hesitated. "This is originally the secret of Nanming Association, which shouldn't be shared with anyone else. But since Big Brother Xia Fei is the one asking, I'll be frank with you. Evernight Forest is a very peculiar place, where plants will grow even more densely the closer they get to the center of the forest, and it's all because of a water pool there that grants plenty of nutrients to the plants for nourishment, so much so that they can grow even without the presence of sunlight. The more precious the medicinal ingredient, the closer they will be to the pool. As the area enlarges, the grade of medicinal plants, which surround the pool, will gradually become lower. I can't really explain the reason for it myself, but according to my father, that water pool is the basis of survival of our entire association. Even we aren't allowed to get near usually. I recall when I was younger my father and senior brother there went, and that's how my father lost his left arm, while my senior's legs and arms broke, becoming a cripple. However, neither of them said a word about what happened with the pool. In fact, my father even chased away my senior for reasons unspecified. Xia Fei nodded repeatedly as he listened to Sun Jian's introduction of the place. The reason why Nanming Association had been able to produce such high-grade fruits, completely organically, were all thanks to that pool. As for why top-grade equipment like the Zephyr boots would be used by them to harvest medicinal ingredients, Sun Jian did not say. Xia Fei did not ask, either, given that it was not the right time to get to the bottom of things. Sun Jian brought Xia Fei over to the main temple and moved a white bottle in a cabinet. The ground began to rumble as the entrance to a secret chamber underground got revealed. It turned out that the white glass bottle was part of a secret mechanism, where turning it to the appropriate spot and a light tug would trigger the mechanism. A bright light came on, and Xia Fei made his way into this secret chamber with Sun Jian. Good heavens! Someone has been in here already, Sun Jian exclaimed. 3 metal doors were all open, and the passageway leading to the secret chamber went unobstructed. The secret switch, which controlled the traps and mechanisms, had been turned off by someone. The intruder very clearly has a deep understanding of Nanming Association, able to locate the secret chamber accurately and even turn off the traps here. There can only be 2 reasons for this. First, they forced your parents to cooperate, threatening them to get the secret chamber open. Second, they themselves hold deep knowledge of Nanming Association. Sun Jian was greatly shocked and upset. The first reason made sense, but the second was a horrifying possibility. Someone familiar with Nanming Association and even knew the existence of the secret chamber and the mechanisms. Just who could the person be? That's not possible. Only I, my elder sister, and my parents live here in the main temple. No other outsider can have known this secret. Xia Fei continued forward in silence, his brain mulling over this rapidly. It was important for a warrior to remain calm and collected. The more they were troubled by a puzzle, the more they needed to be composed. Hey, let me ask you something. Have you all ever lost anything important? Xia Fei stood in the center of the secret chamber and asked. All around him were plant storage vessels that ensure the stored medicinal ingredient would not rot with the passage of time. There were plenty of wild white dews and snake-eye berries growing inside. Aside from all that, there were also many precious ingredients that Xia Fei recognized, and some that he did not. On the opposite wall hung hundreds of black protective suits, as well as tools, which could be used for the gathering of ingredients. Oh my God! To think this Nanming Association actually is so lavish. These medicinal ingredients here are all completely organic and can only be obtained by chance, not through diligent search. Phantom gasped. These ingredients were very precious, yet Xia Fei was more interested in the protective suits and gear. Most of these gears are relics from the ancient civilization. Sun Jian, just what's going on here? Xia Fei furrowed his brows and asked. As one of the few experts who had plenty of knowledge and had done research on the ancient civilization, Xia Fei could tell that these were all from the ancient civilization at a single glance, which was why he questioned Sun Jian. Sun Jian, who was in the middle of nervously checking for any damage to the suits, responded with a shrug. Big brother Xia Fei, I don't know what you mean by ancient civilization, but all this gear has existed ever since Nanming Association was established here. I have no clue where all this came from, either. Is it very precious? Xia Fei replied. To be precise, this gear is called the excavator's set, usually worn by surveyors and miners in ancient times. It's a very specialized equipment, and using them to gather medicinal ingredients can also be considered a very good use of them. I was merely asking, that's all. Sun Jian nodded and continued to take an inventory of what they needed. The Nanming Association sure is very mysterious. I'm afraid that they're not as simple as they appear. For there to be such a large amount of specialized equipment here, not even the assassin sect has any of this, Phantom said somberly. Xia Fei slightly nodded his head, not saying a word in response. Several minutes later, Sun Jian approached Xia Fei with knitted eyebrows. Big brother Xia, everything's too strange. We've only lost some antitoxin and restorative fruits, while the really precious medicinal ingredients are all still here. Are you certain? Yes. There's a book here in the secret chamber which specifically records the types and amount of items we have in store. My sister's usually in charge of this. With that, Sun Jian handed over an electronic tablet to Xia Fei. The last record was 9 days ago, and I can confirm that everything of value is still here. If not for riches, why would those people break into Nanming Association like that? Xia Fei muttered to himself as he pondered over this. The strangest thing is that the suits my parents and older sister usually wear are all gone. 8 other suits, along with 7 pairs of Zephyr combat boots and 7 toolboxes, are also gone. 8 suits and 7 pair of boots. 7 toolboxes. Xia Fei was puzzled. Usually, if someone wanted to enter the Evernight Forest, the number of toolboxes and the number of suits should match the number of people heading in. So why would there be an additional suit gone, but no boots and tools to go along with it? As for that last adjudicator who arrived, this person had not taken any equipment and headed right into the forest all by himself. Could the adjudicator have not been together with the 7? Xia Fei could not make sense of things, so he simply said, "Let's go. Let's track them all the way to the Evernight Forest, and we'll learn the truth of this matter." 7 people, yet 8 suits, taking only tools but not the valuable medicinal ingredients. The tragedy that struck Nanming Association and that last mysterious adjudicator. The situation was becoming more and more complicated and confusing. Xia Fei frowned, his head swimming with thoughts as he ventured into this legendary Evernight Forest with Sun Jian. A line seemingly separated the day and night. Like the moon, half of Nanming was in perpetual darkness while the other half was forever in the light. Stepping into the dark half of this planet, Xia Fei's scope of vision rapidly decreased. He switched on his night vision goggles, and thin-lensed goggles quickly extended out to cover his eyes. That adjudicator who arrived last had quickened their pace upon entering Evernight Forest, and the tracks were becoming harder and harder to discern. We can't continue like this. Our tracking is progressing too slowly. Xia Fei squatted and spoke after inspecting the light footprints left. To the side was the paw print from a type of fairly large cat-like creature. The deeper they were in the Evernight Forest, the greater the likelihood of the creatures living here to interfere with Xia Fei's search, making it even more difficult to track the person down. "So what do we do?" Sun Jian asked. "We gamble." "Gamble? That's right. Let's gamble that their goal is the water pool deep at the center of Evernight Forest. My speed is several times faster than those people. So if we have the same destination in mind, I'll definitely be able to catch up to them." Xia Fei very calmly analyzed. Speed was Xia Fei's special ability, and though Xia Fei was quite skilled in tracking as well, he would surely be a lot slower if he tracked someone down like this. It had been 7 days since Nanming Association got massacred, and the enemies could have arrived at their goal at any time and left. Time was of the essence, so they needed to locate those people as soon as possible. Are there any other strange places aside from the water pool in the middle of Evernight Forest? Sun Jian gave the question some thought. There are a few, but the strangest is still that pool, capable of sustaining nourishment for tens of thousands of plants, which in itself is already extremely strange. Xia Fei nodded. Then I'll be using my speed ability to quickly reach this pool. If I'm not back in 2 hours, that'll mean that there's something strange near the pool, and you can take more familiar trails to get closer. But remember, don't ever act recklessly. Protect yourself by not acting rashly. Sun Jian nodded. I understand. Securing Furball into his bosom pocket to avoid harming it due to high speeds, Xia Fei ran like the wind, following the indicator on his electronic compass as he made his way deep into the core of Evernight Forest. The trees became denser, with plenty even growing over a kilometer in height, the diameter of their trunks longer than dozens of arm-length wide. The strange and rare creatures and plants, including the many precious medicinal ingredients, also gradually increased in number and variety. However, Xia Fei never once stopped to gather them. It was not like these ingredients would suddenly disappear here in this forest. There was a greater urgency for him to first deal with the intruders. The weeds out here grew well over Xia Fei's height, and it became somewhat inexpedient for him to move around in them. Furthermore, there was no way for him to see what was going on around him, so Xia Fei got off the ground and leaped up to the branches, stepping along the hanging branches like an agile monkey. The mountains up ahead slowly jutted out. Xia Fei made it up a mountain peak and looked around. All he saw was a pool, which was over 80 miles in diameter, surrounded by several mountains. The water was so dark and deep that Xia Fei could not make out the bottom, and it was enclosed by towering trees and steep cliff faces, completely still and silent. Crouching on this tree branch, which was over 500 meters above ground, Xia Fei swept his gaze across the pool below. An immense energy fluctuation is coming from that pool. These plants should be feeding on this energy from the waters and growing, Phantom said. Furball also sensed the power from this water and greedily salivated. Were it not for Xia Fei restraining him, he would surely rush down the mountain and drink the pool dry. Someone's hiding here. Whoosh! Xia Fei suddenly moved, and his dragon-scale hectoslasher turned into a pair of sharp daggers. Like a bolt of lightning, Xia Fei darted toward a bush and struck. The tall grass got slashed by Xia Fei's two daggers, one close to the ground and the other about waist-high. Like a combined harvester, the grass was cut, leaving just a bit of stem poking out from the ground. No one there? That's impossible. I clearly sense that there's someone in the tall grass watching me. Xia Fei mumbled to himself in his surprise. Kid, your speed's getting faster and faster. You almost took my old life there. A grizzled voice called out. Xia Fei turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw an old man sitting on a branch. He raised a bowl of braised pork in Xia Fei's direction and spoke as he ate his food. Old man Yuchi. Xia Fei's eyes shone as he exclaimed in delight. On the mountain peak, Xia Fei and Yuchi Dao sat side by side on a big tree branch, looking for any movement by the foot of the mountain through the thick tree leaves. Eating that bowl of braised pork was not enough for Yuchi Dao. The old man pulled out a pot from his spatial ring and stuck a big metal spoon into his mouth. Want to try this? The braised pork I make is fantastic, Yuchi Dao said as grease dribbled down his chin. Xia Fei's eyes quickly flickered over to the fatty pieces of meat inside, and he saw that every piece weighed almost a pound, half fatty and half lean. There was even a layer of skin that had been soaked in the greasy sauce. Save it for yourself. There's nothing but cholesterol and fat in there, and I don't enjoy either. Xia Fei shook his head repeatedly. Yuchi Dao rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. You don't know how to enjoy life. This is meat from a spotted wild boar. I personally caught one here in this very forest. Seeing that no matter what he said would not make Xia Fei change his mind, Yuchi Dao got bored and wolfed down 2 pieces of the fatty meat as he stored the pot away. He then wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. A blink of an eye, and we haven't seen each other for over a year. Why did you drift your way out to planet Nanming, old man? Was that frigate from the Adjudicator Union yours? Xia Fei asked. It's like this. The current head of Nanming Association, Sun Guang, is a junior of mine. His father years back sent me plenty of delicious fruits, so I guess we are considered old acquaintances. Later, when Sun Guang succeeded as head, he didn't stop with the gifting, so I guess I owe quite a favor to Nanming Association. Though Nanming has always been sending me things for so many years, they've never once requested anything from me. That was until a month ago when Sun Guang said that his association might be in trouble. He was hoping that I could stay on their planet for a few days. Being a man is about having principle. Seeing that I've been eating their respectful gifts for so many decades, there's no way I would shirk my responsibility, especially since they requested help themselves, so I made a trip out here to Nanming. Xia Fei smiled. But you're late. The members of Nanming Association have pretty much been wiped out, so in your anger, you went chasing after the intruders all the way to this pond here. Yuchi Dao chuckled happily. Kid, how did you know? Xia Fei laughed. Because your uncle late. Didn't you say that being late is your style? Yuchi Dao was unamused, a glum expression on his face. Why are the words coming out of your mouth sounding more and more like what that mad dog of yesteryear, Qin Mang, used to insult me with? There's no doubt that you're a disciple of that old man. All right. You're even beginning to sound like him, Xia Fei replied. First, I'm really not a disciple of old man Qin Mang. And second, I'm not the one causing you to be late no matter where you go. Yuchi Dao slapped his thigh heavily as he sighed. Being late sure is killing me. I was merely late by a week, yet that's enough to nearly cause Nanming to be eradicated. Xia Fei shrugged. It's not nearly. They're already eradicated. Nope. Yuchi Dao was unconvinced. Sun Guang, his wife, and their daughter are still alive. They happen to have been forced by those bunch of strong men and are now in the forest by the pool. Xia Fei followed where Yuchi Dao pointed and saw that there were indeed several figures still moving. Due to the distance and the dense tree leaves blocking his vision, it was hard to notice them without carefully looking. Speaking of which, Xia Fei, why are you here in Nanming? Now that Yuchi Dao had given his account of why he was here, he turned to ask Xia Fei the same thing. Sun Guang's son, Sun Zhan, is a comrade of mine. Having been unable to contact his family over the last few days, he became very worried. I accompanied him on this trip back to see what's up. Oh, so that disobedient son of Sun Guang's still alive? Guess that's a blessing in disguise. Yuchi Dao nodded his head as he muttered to himself. Xia Fei continued. Since you already found where the intruders are, why haven't you made your move yet and saved the Sun family? Yuchi Dao flashed him a sinister smile. Don't be so hasty. Those people down there are too cautious. They've laid plenty of traps with hidden mechanisms all around the pond. I, of course, have no problems breaking through and killing all of them, but it won't be ideal if I end up implicating Sun Guang and his family by doing so. Seriously, me being late those handful of days already caused all the members of Nanming Association to die. If I were to cause the death of Sun Guang, too, how would I explain myself to his old man? You arrived in the nick of time. We can wait till those people get tired and rest. I'll draw their attention while you unleash your speed ability and save the Sun family. Afterward, we teach those 8 scoundrels a lesson together. Yuchi Dao waved his fist furiously. 8? I only saw 7 sets of footprints aside from yours, Xia Fei mentioned, confused. Oh, one of the 8 has no arms and legs and is being carried around by his underlings. His soundwave ability is very powerful, so you'll have to be careful when we make our move. Xia Fei suddenly understood everything. Sun Zhan once said that a senior of Nanming Association had once lost his arms and legs after visiting the pool with Sun Guang, becoming a cripple, and was later kicked out of the association. It was very likely that the person without arms or legs Yuchi Dao referred to was that man. He must have uncovered something years back when he made the trip out with Sun Guang to investigate the pool, and after so many years, this senior had finally gathered enough power to return to Nanming, and his plan was to complete control of the pool once and for all. That was why he had come barging into Nanming and had such a thorough understanding of the organization, easily locating that secret chamber and not at all moved by the precious medicinal ingredients stored inside. It looked like his goal was not the ingredients, but the pool. With this, Xia Fei had gotten a clear picture for the situation at hand. Xia Fei told his thoughts and analysis to Yuchi Dao, who nodded repeatedly after hearing it. That makes sense. Nanming Association is a small and insignificant organization in the alliance, so there must surely be some hidden secret for it to produce so many high-quality medicinal ingredients. Hearing what you just shared, I can't help but somewhat look forward to this secret that the pool might have hidden. Xia Fei asked, You've been following those intruders this entire time. Did you see them do anything strange? Yuchi Dao paused to think. Those people seem to be very nervous about the pool, for they haven't gone anywhere near the pool despite patrolling its vicinity. Every hour or so, someone tosses something to the pool, and aside from that repeated action, I don't recall seeing anything else out of the ordinary. Xia Fei lowered his head and pondered. Old man Yuchi, why don't we sit back and wait? Let's see just what sort of secret is hidden within that pool, and make our move once these men uncover the secret. You couldn't possibly be planning to use them to figure out the secret of the pool, could you? That's precisely it. That's not right. I owe Sun Guang and his family for the kindness they extended to me. Best if we save them from danger first. If there's truly a secret hidden in that pool, we can just ask Sun Guang himself about it. Xia Fei nodded. Though this will hardly be comparable to watching and waiting, it's at least quite a sound strategy. Let's act now then. With the 2 of us working together, it shouldn't take too long for us to take those people down. Yuchi Dao shook his head vigorously. This old man just finished a big pot of braised pork and hasn't even digested it yet. You should stay put for now and keep watch. Let me get a quick nap to replenish my energy and act after 2 hours. We must ensure that Sun Guang and his family come out unscathed. Yuchi Dao said that all serious-like, evidently very concerned with the lives of Sun Guang and his family. He was unwilling to take any risk, and Xia Fei had no choice but to agree, letting Yuchi Dao first recuperate his energy before they made their move. Time passed quickly, and just as Yuchi Dao said, a black figure would go near the pool every hour, throwing parcels of something into the pool, staying 700 to 800 meters away from it, before immediately leaving, not even willing to spend an extra second near the pool. This side of Nanming was in perpetual darkness, so Xia Fei could hardly make out what was being thrown into the pool even with the use of his night vision goggles. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and something strange happened. White bubbles slowly emerged from the surface of the pool, and the water bubbled like a hot spring. Alas, Yuchi Dao had gone off for his nap, and yet to wake up. Slap. Xia Fei slapped his forehead absent-mindedly. How foolish of me. Yuchi Dao's nickname is Uncle Late, so of course it isn't any different this time, either. With furrowed brows, Xia Fei regulated his breath control and hid himself, speeding off near the dark pool all by himself. The black pool was gurgling. The water churned madly as a lot of bubbles came to the surface. As if someone had shaken a can of cola, the pool water suddenly shot up 10 meters or so in the sky. Whoosh! Xia Fei abruptly accelerated, getting close to the camp those intruders had set up by the periphery of the pool. There were quite a lot of small probes going on along the way, but due to his breath control, none of these basic life sensors were triggered by his passing. After seeing over 7 to 8 of these sensors, Xia Fei squatted and frowned. Yuchi Dao isn't exactly correct. These life sensors aren't installed to prevent others from infiltrating. Phantom was nonplussed. If not to prevent others from getting near, what's the point of having these sensors at all? Xia Fei pointed to a sensor placed on the ground. It was shaped like a miniature flashlight, with its head the energy emitter and its butt the electric source. This sensor's compass, used to detect life, was pointing to the black pool. Many of these small sensors form an array, and they are all pointed to the black pool. We can tell from this that these people set them up to detect the life form within the black pool. There's something living in that black pool. Phantom was astonished. It's a very powerful life form, too. These intruders are all very afraid of it, which is why they very carefully set up this array, Xia Fei said. But why can't we sense anything? There are large energy fluctuations coming from the pool, but neither your energy sensitivity nor my keen senses are able to penetrate the depths of the water. In fact, these people formed the array with thousands of life sensors precisely because they wanted to enhance the signal detection. Phantom nodded vigorously. So I see. With these thousands of life sensors all working in tandem, they essentially amplify the sensor sensitivity by over 1,000 folds. These people have clearly come prepared. Xia Fei did not say another word, maintaining his breath control as he continued moving through the forest. He no longer went anywhere near the campsite those invaders had set up. In fact, he steered clear of it. Locating a sizable mound some miles away, he was able to observe the enemy movement through the many trees that stood between. Are we not saving the Sun family? Let's first wait a little. The situation is very unusual. All he saw were those invaders, who had been hiding in the forest, boldly walking out, standing right by the pool in a horizontal line. Among them was a brawny, dark-skinned warrior who carried a special knapsack. A bald head poked out from inside the knapsack, most likely belonging to that senior from Nanming Association. Everyone, get ready. 5. Bring the bait out, yelled the senior somewhat nervously. The group spread along the embankment, each pulling out something that looked like a rocket launcher from either their spatial rings or behind their back. They then widened their stance and wedged the equipment over their shoulders. What's that thing they have there? It looks pretty powerful. Could they be dealing with a giant monster? Phantom wondered curiously. Xia Fei's 2 eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, "Those are called electromagnetic disruption capture devices. Once deployed, they'll shoot a traction beam from the tube and hold the target in place. So it works like a stasis webifier? Something like that. It's like a miniature version of it, portable for use against exotic beasts, small shuttles, hovercars, and the like." There was no need for any more words, since both Phantom and Xia Fei understood that these people intended to capture something, as any of the capture devices was powerful enough to stop a shuttle. They brought 7 of such devices, so it was obvious that they were trying to capture something huge. A yellow-faced stocky man carried 3 individuals out from the forest, a middle-aged couple and a lady in her 20s. The 3 were bound together, unable to move, and appeared to be Sun John's parents and elder sister. Thud! The stocky man tossed the 3 to a small clearing by the embankment. "Brother Chong, the baits are here." The moment Sun Guang saw his ex-disciple, he began yelling, "Li Chonglong, To think you'd try and capture the guardian beast of Nanming Association. You're going to die an ugly death. The quadruple amputee, Li Changlong, laughed aloud. What guardian beast? If it's truly is what you said, I wouldn't be in this inhuman state right now. Master, have you forgotten how you lost your left arm? Sun Guang knitted his eyebrows. If not for your greed back then, wanting to take away the source of life, the guardian beast wouldn't have gotten enraged and bitten me, losing me my arm. Don't forget, when you were reduced into your current state, it's me who desperately brought you back, or else you'd have died here in this black pool. Are you implying that I should be grateful to you? Li Changlong said ambiguously. Lifting his head, Li Changlong loudly shouted, Brothers, there's a strange beast and a priceless treasure here in this pool. Today, as long as we manage to slay the beast, we'll obtain so many riches that we won't be able to spend them all in our lifetime. Now, let's do as we practiced and capture the beast. Roger. I've long waited for this day to come. These men rubbed their fists eagerly, completely confident in the coming fight between man and beast. On the other side, Sun Guang heaved a long sigh, gritting his teeth. A man's mistakes shouldn't extend to their family. It's fine if I die, but spare my daughter and wife. Li Changlong laughed sinisterly. Weeds need to be removed, roots and all. You ought to know this very well. Not only will your wife and daughter die, that disobedient and precious son of yours will die, too. Wait till we slay this beast and obtain the source of life. That's when you'll be able to reunite with your son in hell. Sun Guang remained restrained, but his stubborn temper was the same as ever, and he unleashed a litany of curses to Li Changlong, who no longer paid heed to him. Li Changlong rallied his men to form a concave semicircle and then tossed the Sun family into the pool to act as baits. This was when the black man who had his back to Li Changlong turned on an electronic screen and said in a low voice, Brother Chong, the beast has already come out, and it's moving very fast. It should take no more than a minute and a half to leap out of the pool. Li Changlong nodded as he yelled again. The day of uncountable riches is nearly upon us. Once that thing appears, I'll be able to kill the beast once all of you restrain it. I wonder just what sort of beast it is, and what is that source of life they're talking about? Phantom asked Xia Fei. Xia Fei answered, This so-called source of life they're talking about should be a treasure that keeps the Evernight forest nourished, while that beast seems to be the guardian of that treasure. Phantom gleefully remarked, That source of life is able to provide the entire Evernight forest with enough nourishment, allowing the growth of so many precious medicinal ingredients in it. If you get hold of this thing, you'll be able to cultivate medicinal ingredients as you like, growing whatever you may wish to. Xia Fei froze momentarily. What Phantom had said was indeed very tempting. If Xia Fei could get his hands on this source of life, he could very well set up a garden and use the source of life to grow plants rapidly in it. Even plants with survival requirements would be able to bear fruit with the aid of the source of life. If these were some precious and top-quality medicinal ingredients, he could basically get as many of them as he wanted. But it looks like the monster is about to appear. Are we saving the Sun family or not? Phantom asked. Xia Fei smiled and pulled out the immortal rank protective plane, Golden Jasper Spirit. Golden Jasper Spirit, don't you intend to give Avril this? Phantom asked. Are you going to use it to protect the Sun family? Xia Fei nodded. Best to test it first before I give it to Avril, so that I'll at least be able to set my mind at ease. It's perfect to use on the Sun family right now. Phantom agreed. Xia Fei thought this through. Not only would he be able to rescue Sun Jian's family with that Golden Jasper Spirit, he could even use this chance to test just how effective it was, killing two birds with one stone. Just as their conversation ended, a huge black shadow leaped from the turbulent waters and surged up in the sky. That's a flying fish. The beast is actually a fish that can fly. Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei held his breath, his hands clutching tightly onto that Golden Jasper Spirit. He had already calculated that, if the flying fish lunged right for the Sun family, he would merely need 0.2 seconds to reach them and cover them with it. The humongous flying fish circled the air before it glared around with its unblinking eyes as its mouth gaped. Its body was at least 2 kilometers long, and its mouth was a third of its entire size. Its gigantic fangs were a terrifying wall of white when Xia Fei looked at them through his night vision goggles. They seemed capable of chomping on half a mountain peak with a single bite. Li Changlong and his men were hidden amid the trees, and that flying fish finished a round of inspection before it noticed the Sun family by the embankment. This flying fish appeared to be extremely infuriated by this affront. It was most likely the things Li Changlong had previously thrown into the pool that enraged it so, causing the beast to go crazy. Its white eyes glared at the bounded Sun Guang and his family. His daughter let out a shrill cry before fainting. Though Sun Guang held on and endured as best as he could, the expression on his face said exactly otherwise. Its huge and powerful fins flapped rapidly, raising a gust of wild wind by the pool, which sent the forest and trees around them swaying wildly. The flying fish relied on its two large fins to keep itself in the air, which of course could not sustain it for too long. But as a fish, just being able to leap out of the water in itself was already enough. Whoosh! The flying fish opened its huge mouth and went diving right for the Sun family, its fishy breath powerful enough to knock anyone out with a single whiff. Unfortunately for it, Xia Fei was even faster. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared right beside the Sun family in the next moment. That golden jasper spirit he held in his hand was like a small circular disc. Xia Fei pushed a button on that disc and tossed it towards Sun Guang's head. Zoo! The three of them magically disappeared. Xia Fei departed without a trace, either. The flying fish was stunned, completely unable to understand just how its food had suddenly disappeared. Its upper and lower jaw met and ground, the loud sound making anyone who could hear it feel unsettled. It was not particularly bright as a beast, so it was evidently very sad when it realized that its food was gone, rolling its eyes despondently as it got ready to head back into the black waters. Brothers, quickly snare it. Don't let it get away, Li Changlong bellowed. The time to strike was upon them, and there was no room for hesitation. A flying fish in midair was much weaker than when it was in water, so the moment it returned into the pool, there was no way that these few men would be enough to subdue it. If they planned to kill it, this was their only shot. Zun zun zun. 7 white beams instantly shot forth like spotlights, tightly holding that flying fish in place. This monstrous fish was of course unwilling to be restrained by anyone, so it desperately thrashed and flailed its body. Also, it could escape from the ensnaring light. The 7 strong men were twisted every which way by the struggling fish. Their plan was to douse Sun Guang, his wife, and daughter with drugs, which would reduce the fish's strength, weakening it the moment it swallowed the family, and Li Changlong would use that chance to come out and kill it. Unfortunately, due to Xia Fei's interference, this plan of theirs fell apart. The strength of the monstrous fish was not in the least bit reduced, which caused the very land around them to shake violently as it struggled. Brother Chong, make your move quick. We are at our limits, shouted those men. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.